already has Darking on their double kill in their favor, but will that be another triple no less? Can the Classic find one? No, Striker gets one instead. And now it's a 1v3. Even 2v2 in every single time so far, Ravish.
Well, to force him off the side out into garage.
Oh, no.
As trades come out back and forth, Zine gets Felipe. Both GPs used to make it out pretty much safely from Messiah. It's a good call by him, but they could go for the defuse right now. So I get spotted out. Swat puts the C4, unfortunately, and not the gunner. Trim is clutching as PGT go to match point.
Beautiful work overall for PGT, finally able to bring it back.
They're just okay. All right. I mean, I guess. So here's what I believe they're doing. I believe they're waiting for all the utils to be up and ready. Yeah. I believe they were waiting for the fault line to be off of cooldown, but they all spot them.
It's like Braveheart.
Down in hell, but he puts respawn in. Actually, all the fighters are going down his way. The Judge Gaming is out of there doing so. He's Judge Julian execute.
The op is in play though. Pasito's able to find Fluffy op versus op. But even then, he has to relinquish his position to whip out the knives.
Now the op being down along with 2, it is just clean up duty here. Wow. Now flawless from PGT. They invest all that they can, and they had a lot to invest. It was the 401k cashing it with no tax bracket either here, Max. It is all profits.
Closest round we've seen so far between these two teams, without one really just winning yet. And speaking out Messiah, it's just a back and forth. With only 2 left alive now, they have no choice but to push on to C. Kaplan's gonna rotate around, wait for that final push, take down 17 into a double kill, no less. That's a double kill from Kaplan, right off of an ace from the last game. Kaplan is on an absolute heater this tournament.
Man, I mean,
the spike is down, and now you have to get it back. This is a horrible position for PGT. They've lost full control of the spike. Their win conditions gone other than murder, and murder's going the other way. Darky's able to find Kaplan, and now it's gonna be a defender win. Wow, how can you be so silly with the spike? They just gave it up like it was nothing, and they they lied by. But
going by, Doobie finds one. Dimes ultimate, not going to find any kills, gets a lot of damage. Doobie and Beckham trading with these assault rifles. Kaplan trying to get onto that site, but can't quite make it through. Does get one through the smoke. Last going to trade it back. Kaplan with the 3rd through the stun. The diffuser still going down. Can he find them in time? He can't. He's for Kaplan.
He gets the ace and wins the round, brings him to 11.
Grab exactly where he is. Messiah drops directly into the face of Sage and ignores Sage completely. Sage, she's dead. But anyways, that's gonna be really bad for PGT, going for the same place 5 times in a row.
Mel?
Watch it out. A 4K. Mel, can you do it? 76 health and a dream. 3 bullets in hand. It's gonna be a back and forth cowboy bebop style. Only one can come out alive here. And a single breath will take down Zeems if he makes the wrong move. But that's not gonna stop Mel looking around, having that bomb down already. Someone's gonna go for that defuse, or you're gonna get a 4K, and there you go, an ace coming out from Mel. That's what you want to see in the Grand Championships.
You could not have written it any better.
On A. Sort of, kind of, because there's still 2 members at C who are simply not in a position to help out here.
Yeah, that's a very interesting play. I guess they're going to try and come for the flank, but it's going to be up to Itachi to hold this one down, and that's not going to last very long as Felipe drops both of them real quick. Now they're going to search.
We get the next drop. We said it was defensive favor, but let's see how the defense fares. With Messiah already down, it's looking more and more grim.
This has historically been a worser sight for PGT because they don't go here. But no, it looks like no matter what on the attack, you don't mess with PGT. Felipe's on a triple heater right now. Not able to find the last 2 hiding in screens. We've seen Fluffy and Kaplan in the same spot, but never mind.
Ultimate, not going to find any kills, gets a lot of damage. Doobie and Beckham trading with these assault rifles. Kaplan trying to get onto that site, but can't quite make it through. Does get one through the smoke. Last going to trade it back. Kaplan with the 3rd through the stun. The diffuser still going down. Can he find them in time? He can't. He's for Kaplan.
The opposing point of picking up from garage could move to position, but the site opens up, and immediately 2 down here as AV strikes first, and they strike quickly Almost all of the kids falling apart. Somebody coming here for the upper short. Strike to J. Gets a triple, but get a quadra. And
Shot, and now you have to deal with 3 more. You get 1 through the smoke, a triple kill no less. Is he able to find it? No, through the smoke. He's able to find a second one. That's a quad kill.
what's going on, everybody? Welcome back to some more Pit of Valor right here on GLG here, baby. I'm your host for the evening, Ravishing Ravis, most ravishing man on the internet. And joined here today, man, yet again by these two very, very beautifully handsome faces. Of course, to my right here, no, to my left here is going to be Mr. Seymour Collin, and to my right is going to be the doctor who is in today as well to see you all. You know, whoever gets the first word and gets to go first, how y'all doing? Go.
Yeah,
I'm
we're doing
great.
pretty good.
Oh, I beat you to it.
No, that's Discord lag.
Oh, okay. You know what, Doctor? You go ahead. You go ahead for today.
All right, you're such a nice guy, Seymour. But yeah, no, it's Wednesday. We have our bracket here tonight. We had our event earlier in the week, the Val Am. There's just so much Valorant action going on this week. What's there to be bad about? What's there to be mad about? We're feeling good. We're looking good, and we're bringing you some Valorant action.
I know something I could be mad at. Ravish is somehow to my right, but he's not actually to my right here. So I'm a little bit upset that I have him right here, but he's still that far away.
So close. It's so far.
Aren't you guys from like different countries? Or
What do you mean? We're like city.
We're far enough, bro. It doesn't matter. But you know what does matter here, Seymour, is that today we're going to go and run it back. We'll bring you to Pit of Valor here yet again. But like Dr. mentioned, we do have our tournament going on. That is the Val AM, our top tier tournament too, with the consistent qualifiers all leading down to the final $2,000 event coming down in March, I believe as well. So those are events that you do not want to miss at all. Here, Seymour, tell us a bit more about the Val AM. It seems like a pretty big deal.
I didn't really get to see the matches on Monday, Tuesday, but I saw clips of them. I saw clips of them here and there, and what I saw was the best that we had. It's literally the best that we have to offer, and the fact that you get to qualify for a $2,000 tournament, the biggest tournament that GLG has to offer. At the end of the day, I mean, who doesn't want to be in there? So I want to see these qualifiers absolutely pop off. I want to see some fire teams in there. We already saw in the first one some amazing teams go head to head. So I can't wait to see what the rest of the GLG's Val Ams have to offer.
Exactly, because we do have another qualifier coming up next week, Monday and Tuesday as well. So these are events you do not want to miss here, Doc. And Doc, the questions for everybody asking, how do they qualify? Can they qualify? Is it too late? What do you got to say to them?
Yeah, no, it's not too late. There's still plenty of opportunities to qualify. Like you said, we have our upcoming qualifier again this Monday, Tuesday, but we have a couple more after that as well. So if you are interested and you like what you see here at GLG and you yourself want to get involved into that $2,000 tournament, just hit us up on Twitter. We do have our major benefactor Benjamin there who will get you hooked up, will get you the spot in that qualifier that you so need, and that way just show up ready to play and lights out, get yourself in there and earn your own piece of that prize pool.
But that's not the only thing you can earn, right? Isn't that right here, Seymour? Because we do got a little bit of a competition coming on. Is if you go ahead and join a member Discord, you can earn something very, very special.
It's a discount into the qualifiers. I mean, yes, it costs a little bit to get into the Val Ams, but if you join our Discord, not only can you get a membership discount, I'm pretty sure, on the Val Am opening, if I'm not mistaken, by my own, but you can also go to the giveaways, and you can get something real nice.
Something pretty good, yeah. It's
something real.
Real channel. You can react. Go and react to that giveaway bot actually, and you can
get
some,
a nice little giveaway for a free large bag of drink control. Now you can't see because of the glare, but it says control right here.
Yes, sir. Do you remember this? You can drink control right now with me and Seymour. Cheers, brother.
Cheers, man. Cheers. Here, you know what? You're on here.
Oh,
off screen a little bit. But
yeah,
drink control. All we have, well, not all we have to offer, but all we have to offer is our love of drink control, and to you, a nice little giveaway in our Discord where you yourself can go to the giveaway tab, tap away on that giveaway icon for the reactions, and you will be entered right away for that draw for a free large bag of Drink Control. And if that giveaway's not enough for you, just go straight to drinkcontrol.com on checkout. Use GLG10 and get yourself a 10% discount for your handlings. And that's it. That's it. Just pop off in your games with some Drink Control.
And that's all it takes. To make sure to go and enter that Discord, join us, become part of us, come one, come all. That giveaway is going to be done on the 15th of February, so it is not something you want to miss. That it's 5 days away here, man. Ooh. You only have so much time. So instead of actually, you can go ahead and watch us right now, catch these games, and join our Discord, and then watch us catch these games while entering the Drink Control, while possibly ordering yourself Drink Control as well by using the code GLG10. Duck, what are you gonna do after you're done catching these games?
Oh, well, I was just going to make a note that the 15th is also Discount Chocolate Day for those of you who are looking to take advantage of some sweet deals in your life. Ignore Sunday. That's just the 14th. Nothing really important happening that day. But, I mean, after these games here, I don't know. I'm excited. So I will probably be pretty exhausted, but I will still be typing in that drinkcontrol.com, entering the code GLG10 and ordering myself a nice little starter package there to make sure that I can join you guys next week in the cheers.
I mean, I would hope for nothing more. And remember here, I mean, like, I don't know about you, Doug, but I'm also free on the 14th. So, hey. What's up? Let me know. Like my ad's right down there.
I may have given you the wrong impression. I am happily in a relationship, and we'll be enjoying some fine, delicious ramen on the actual 14th. So I'm sorry for leading you on there, Ravish. I do apologize. Pick yourself up some Drink Control and drown your sorrows in that. I've heard it's pretty good.
For all those wondering, my main man Ravish right here, free on the 14th.
I am indeed. You can go ahead and find me everywhere at Ravishing Ravish or at Ravishing Cast. Go ahead and hit up my DMs by all means. Let's talk. Let's play some games. Let's go ahead and solo queue together. Let me find out who you really are. But you know what? Past all that, though, besides solo queuing the Seymour, we're here to watch some fantastic things, break it down in some combat-based shooters, the thing known as Valorant, which is why we're all here, so they can go ahead and take home that sweet $50 prize all the way at the end, those 50 beans here to make it to the bracket. We got some stack lineups coming at you.
Ooh, I cannot wait. I mean, we always have the best to see in our Pit of Valors, and every single week it only gets better. And I know we got some new teams, we got some old teams. It's as always, as we're saying, we want to see those old teams pop off, but we want to see that new blood bring something a little special, something spicy, something tasteful to the Valorant scene today. And I mean, our Pit of Valor is always a blast in the up to the grand finals. And if you yourself are wondering how it is going to be formatted, it's all best of ones riding all the way along until that grand final is going to be met with a best of three. The best of three in that sense is literally going to be the two best. And we've seen 2-0s nonstop for the past couple grand finals. I want to see that game number 3 soon. And I'm hoping that tonight is when we get to see it.
I mean, I would assume nothing less here, man, because looking at the competition right now, we got Shorty Kings, AC Gaming, Blue Raiders, Team Bunny Hops, right? Kinship, who actually played in the Val AM as well, like MNR, Fourth Estate, AOD. These absolutely fantastic teams will come back to try to claim their name to fame and stake their flag upon the moon once more. Say America. Hell yeah.
I love it.
Is that not what we do about it?
So,
we're not gonna like go on the moon
do that anymore.
Okay.
To the moon!
To the moon!
Yeah!
I want these teams going to the moon, doctor. Raise their stock up high, man. Because they deserve that and nothing much.
Well, you know what we have to do to get to the moon, right? We have to get into that rocket. And so, I mean, look at the updated overlay. We do have the first two teams, the first rung of that ladder onto the rocket itself. We do have Flux Premier going up against TTC. The two teams just ripping the Band-Aid off. First seeds heading in. They're not actually first seeds, but first games onto the Rift. And it's a best of one. They could do or die here. They could sink or swim here. And we'll have to find out whether they go up or they fall back into orbit.
Now, I do find that consistency with these best of ones, it is always so back and forth, right? Depending on even the team and how the bracket does end up facing out, it can be extremely back and forth. Like, and by back and forth, I mean just like it could be just a complete stop, or it could be a hard fought battle going 12-12. They're all the way at the end and possibly going to overtime. Now, I believe only one match I've seen in the first match went over overtime the first couple of times. So, which was very, very excited to see. And, considering the caliber of teams that we got coming in first today, man, I would expect to do nothing less. Just see, what do you think about the teams and possibly what we might see today?
Well, I mean, right away, we already know that our first matchup is going to be TTC versus Flux Premier, and a lot of the times for these other times for a map like Bind, for example, what looks like we're going to be seeing for map 1, we've been seeing a Raze in form of Arena instead, and matching up with a Phoenix as well to add a little bit more kind of initiation for their attacks with the flash and the paint cans. And besides that, we've been seeing a lot of Brimstone switching out for that Omen for a map like Bind 2 to allow for more of a static push to set your smokes in place, allow for those flashes to come in, and you don't really have to worry about that Omen. You have your Brimstone alongside you after those smokes come out, along with the denial of the plant with that Molotov. The Brimstone stays alive along. So the kit, it's ruthless. It's got denial, it's got entry, it's everything you want. And depending on what we see here, you might be looking for that Phoenix Raze matchup to allow you for that entry, to allow you to back up with that static push that Brimstone can give you. And I mean, there's so many things you can be looking for Bind, but that's what I'm looking for.
Now, don't forget, Yoru's also enabled this time.
Ooh.
So another big flash agent that has a lot of tricky things up their sleeve. And, we've talked in the past, I think the agent that they most replace out of what we've just mentioned would probably be the Phoenix.
Yeah.
Now, obviously, Phoenix is very strong due to still having that self-heal. And that's something you really want when you don't have that Reyna who's just so disgusting on pistol rounds. And even later on in the game, just being able to get that first frag and heal up back to full. And you can't always expect it. So Phoenix does still have that over Yoru, but I mean, we haven't seen it yet. We've gone a couple tournaments with him enabled, and we've yet to see it. So I'm hoping, fingers crossed, we get him finally here tonight. We got that nice blue flash and some invisibility. What could go wrong?
Honestly, when you say things like that here, Doc, I imagine almost everything and nothing will go wrong at the same time here, man. It's like, what could go wrong is being like just going and wishing something into existence, which possibly cannot be here, Simon. But based on the point you were mentioning before about the Omen pick too, that's one thing we've noticed as well as the patches have changed, is that Brimstone has really come into a lot more fruition and favorability to not only the extension of how long the smokes last, which is about 19 seconds now. When they are dropped, the molly is also a lot cheaper and lasts a lot longer. So you can see people changing up, how they play the smoke entry as well. Because Omen 2,
by the way.
Yeah, I mean, fair.
You can't extinguish it. You can't extinguish the Molotov.
Can't. I never think about that, but that always slips my mind when it's something we were talking about. That I personally would love to see an extinguishing aspect to this game for a Molotov, such as the hot hands for Phoenix.
That would be cool.
Molotov for Brimstone. It would provide a lot more kind of counteraction for some of these plays, and it would put some more pressure on the defense when they think they have that last chance play for that Molotov. Suddenly, you have to peak with that Molotov too, and it's just it adds a little bit more that you don't have. And I think that seeing a Yoru, like you were saying, Doctor, could come in for the Phoenix. I still kind of value the run it back over the Yoru's ultimate, but people might be looking for Yoru to be a very good information gatherer. I know his teleport can be used a lot too off his signature ability to get into the back line. It does make a significant noise that you can notice, but cheeky early rounds of the tournament, you might be able to get away with something fun.
Yeah, and I think that having the Molotov extinguishability, I don't know if that's the word I'm trying to use here. I think it's something that simply has to be added. I mean, how many compositions do we see that Brim just slots into for that Molotov on the very far angle, right? Like Bind is the original. Everybody remembers the Sage Brim compositions of old that were just a nightmare, right? You just throw the wall up on A, plant, run away, and you Molotov whenever. Like that's the original. Now we've seen it on Ascent. We've seen it on We've seen it on Haven as well.
Mhm.
I'm sure that it exists on Split, possibly even New Split over at the B site. Hell, even the A site probably has a lineup as well. So
Mhm.
like these are things that Brim can do, and it's literally uncounterable other than just kill them. And so it's something that I think simply has to be added into the game, and how they do it is completely up to Riot, because I don't think you can do it the way like Counter-Strike does it, right? Smokes can't be the thing to extinguish it, because smokes are already pretty dang strong.
Yeah. I mean, thing is too right now, I remember hearing and talking about Riot when they were mentioning about all the new patch changes going into the new season. Riot's very busy, talking about putting in more flashes and things, which has been something that they said that they've done on purpose, actually. But as I believe, we're about ready to get into game here, gentlemen. So I'll let y'all take it away. Doc, Seymour, let's get it.
So I don't know if anybody else actually heard the music or if it was just me in my headphones, but I was dancing along, and that was a good start to the agent selection, I think, Colin.
I mean, what else? I take a nice sip of my drink control provided by GLG10. I hop into the agent selects. I got what I thought was Skrillex in my ear, but probably not some Skrillex from back in the day. But binds in my eyes. Agent compositions on one half of it. I haven't seen any picks though from the attacker's side, so I want to talk a little bit about what we do see here. I see a Sage picked along with a Phoenix Jet composition, along a Cypher and an Omen. So that Cypher and Sage are a little bit different to me these days. You usually see a Killjoy instead of the Cypher, and alongside the Jet, I mean, you can flex to maybe a Sova or a third duelist on a map like Bind. But I think with what we have right here with the Sage walls allowing so much distraction right away, let's say on the A site for defense, you just wall it up for A main, and then it forces the attackers either to break through it or rotate to B or showers. So I think the Sage is going to be very useful on defense. Attack's going to tell a story for me, though.
Yeah, I mean, obviously the ability's been changed differently. Sage, I think, is still a bit more of a detriment to the team than really a benefit, especially when you look across the rest of the team. I think that you are right in that defending is going to be very strong with the top three agents there, Sage, Phoenix, and the Cypher. I think that makes a lot of sense defensively. It's going to do a lot of very interesting things, whereas on the attack, I think they might be lacking a lot. Yes, they have the Jet Phoenix duelist composition and combo, but Omen's been nerfed. He's not as good as he once was. Cypher's not amazing on the attacking side, and Sage, again, I don't think she's that good, especially on attack. What does she actually bring to the team? Because the wall setups that we were literally just talking about, you need Brimstone, and they don't have it.
Well, granted, I mean, you do have the Jet along with the Omen partnered with the Phoenix. So the Jet and Omen for some smokes, even though the Jet's not that long, and then the Phoenix to flash alongside that Omen. So I think they're going to work in tandem very well. And like we said, the defense is probably going to be a lot stronger than their attack. Let's look at FP, though, who are starting out their attack with an A hit split between Showers and A main, with already opened up with first blood from Showers.
Yeah, I mean, they already used the wall there to try and keep people out, but it's not working. Quiet and Slim picking up frags. They try to drop the spike, and it's just not going to happen. Frosty King with the frenzy, hunting for the last member, dinks him in the face, just barely going to take him out, dashes forward, and there it is, the team ace. Attackers 1-0.
I do think that also having the Jet over the Phoenix is going to allow for a lot more aggression with an operator, for example. And then the spam from the Raze nade will be a great counter to that Sage wall in the midst of it. And all in all, I think that Sova is just a better pick than Sage. So I definitely feel that FP has the stronger composition when it comes to an overall standpoint. We're going to have to see it here. You look at the ultimates right off the bat, and Artie is 3 points into his Hunter's Fury. So looking to get that first on attack, if you go for a plant, it will be able to counter out any defuses.
Yeah, I mean, the wall now is weaker on start, so I think that'll play actually a really big impact as we head into these, next couple of rounds, because they are going to start having SMGs and ARs and, very powerful weapons compared to the classics that you see in the pistol round. So, I mean, yes, you delayed them in round 1, but it was relatively non-a-factor. And so now that you have to try and hold off these SMGs, it's even harder, as we see just everybody falling down once again, going for that team ace, just as somebody falls quiet on the attacking side. But it's not enough.
Even only losing one player there is going to be good for the economy on FP. And you have to take a look at the confidence flowing through the Sova. I mean, Artie dry peaks showers before the Brimstone smoke even comes through. And even winning the duel against the Omen of Roselle, who probably could have used a flash to clear out showers before peeking that corner. So I'm not too sure if the call came in that Artie was getting aggressive, but somebody needs to be there to get the information, because that's already 2 really easy A takes that FP had. They know that that's going to be a vulnerable site, so they're going to keep that in their notes for next time. It does look like they're setting up for a push on a B this time, so let's see the succession that they can find on this site instead.
Yeah, I mean, Flux Premier getting a bit of a bonus round here, because if you noticed, all of TTC kind of kept on SMGs. Typically, third round is when you get that full rifle buy-up, but they over-invested into round 2, and so now they have to try and make it work on even footing. And if they lose here, they're going to be in a worse shape here as they start falling down. They're able to get 2 before the site is fully engulfed.
A bloodbath on the site, and only 2 left for the defenders. It's going to be Roselle and the Sage. And there's the paranoia. Maybe causing a little bit of pandemonium on there, but no follow-up onto it. They're going to go for a split push from either side of defender spawn through elbow and spawn door.
So Slim didn't see Jellybean, but the camera was broken.
Jellybean does get Slim too, but 3K from the Brimstone and 3 casualties will be good for probably a rifle round now from those players. And if you want to buy up with that to match up with your SMGs, it's not the worst thing I've seen for attacking. And take a look at the ultimates now. Artie, only 1 point since that first round, but Slim getting close to the Neural Theft. You're close to a Hellfire. So if you kind of pick those up early in this, let's say you get the Brimstone ultimate, you can get the spike down early. If you get even the Alt Orb there, spike down early, play off-site for the Molotov or the Hellfire. And it's a really good setup that the attackers will go for. They're opting for the B site once again, second time in a row, and already spotting out the Jet, forcing her out of Gardens. This is looking like a really spacious take from FP.
Yeah, we are getting the call out, so you are seeing some movement coming through from the different sides of TTC. They are going to get a little bit of knowledge here as they do see him up in hookah. They even get a little bit of damage down as well, but the take is fast and it is furious.
Nair with the returning one. Quiet to follow up for the advantage back to FP. Now 4-on-3. Surrounding CT once again. Alicia on this Jet. 2 players to peek him. Artie doesn't even need the Brimstone. Nice swim through the smoke to take down that Jet, and it forces these defenders back into their spawn. Roselle good for 1, but they clean up that Omen. And once again, only losing 2 players here. So keeping the rifles in their hand, they should, because going into that, pretty sure they only brought 3 assault rifles. So giving up the SMGs now, carrying over the Vandals, gonna be good. You have the Brimstone, ultimate, Neural Theft, as well as the Blade Storm for FP. This should be a very either aggressive attack to get the spike down and play off that Brimstone ulti to keep your momentum forward, or maybe play off the Jet, who's only buying. Oh no, I'm looking at Alicia here, who does have that assault rifle, who might want to pull that Blade Storm in the later end of the round.
Yeah, and I'm really liking what we're seeing from Flux Premier so far, as they're trading very aggressively and making sure that they are in these always awkward number scenarios into their favor. And so it's really smothering the defense of TTC, because they're very spread out in a lot of situations, as they can't exactly trade once they get swung on. And so it's just such an advantage to the side of FP that they're really, making the most of.
Well, I would have hoped that run it back had a player inside hookah, maybe to follow up, but that's an ultimate now down for TTC, and no damage, no picks, nothing from value on it. These players stuffed into hookah, has to walk into a Blade Storm and 3 players. The site for cages should back up this attack a little bit longer. You got the Brimstone smokes. Artie opens up with the pick off cam. The rotation from B to A through the teleporters, and a lonesome Omen to negate this push, who's already down, and Slim should allow for a safe plant.
Yeah, Slim just sneaking all the way in through bathrooms after the early rotation there from TTC. Just shuts down the potential, catch off there from Omen. But now they have to fight into this narrow corridor, and it is not working out for them. As already in Slim, pick up some nice headshots. And now Optimus trapped in the corner. Quiet puts him out of his misery.
You got the Sova recon dart. You got the jet to tailwind in. And this camera from a Cypher. So much to gain from FP compared to TTC, who only has a Cypher to gain information here. I mean, that run it back provides a lot through the teleporter, but as soon as you get that, you know that that player, that Phoenix, is over at the A site, so you're going to put a little bit of pressure on a B and lurk to the A site. And once they get that information that there was 2 players outside of hookah, you saw Optimus Fine move from A to B to back up their teammates. And that call to rotate off of B was just lights out of a call. Like that's everything you need from that. So now you see it for another B hit. Quiet could be opening up with Alicia, and Artie's actually going to take the kill, but nonetheless, it should be a successful B1 here. Optimus finds something else to say. 4-on-4.
Yeah, we're seeing them buy up every single round now on the side of TTC. They've hit that stage of the half where they've lost so many in a row now that they just need to get a victory somewhere. And so they're just running on through. The Showstopper picks off one. Will they be ready for the second? They will be as Quiet grabs it. Can't quite grab the third because they're out of bullets, but they do have their friend Nair. Optimus Fine now with the stolen Vandal, the only one left in a 1v4.
I don't blame them either, Doctor, for buying up the way they are. I mean, you have to break the momentum of FP. They're about to go 6-0 in this round, unless some heroics can come up into Optimus in the later ends of this. Looks like he's going to take a rifle out of the hands of Quiet before Frost King takes him out, but nonetheless, 6-0 here for FP. And like you were saying, that economy from buying up every round is going to be discerning in the later ends of this game, but I can't blame them.
Yeah, I mean, they're definitely feeling a bit behind right now, and they obviously are, if you look at the round score. But, I mean, you do need to sacrifice eventually, and so I think that's what they're doing here, is they're like, all right, we've already kind of, lost the half. Let's actually do a bit of a save round, make sure we full buy next, and give ourselves the best case possible to try and actually get a round win here. And that's exactly what they needed to do probably 2 rounds ago. We have to assume that FP should be able to carry this momentum in, but Optimus Fine with the first kill. Gonna try and hunt that rifle down and will be successful since Slim is the only one over there.
Mangoose very aggressive right in the B side. You're gonna see the swing through from 2. Mangoose with 2, make it 3. Frost King doesn't allow him for that third. Now he's the last one alive after the trades are settled. FP. This is the best situation I've seen TTC in all game long. As if they can take Brimstone down here, it's going to be a good start here compared to the fact that it was an economy or economic buy here for the SMGs. They weren't going for a full buy on assault rifles this time, so you're going to see Optimus Fine right here go for the swing. Frost King good for another one. And he's going to be allowed to hold on to this Vandal in the next rounds. A good res from Jellybean, though.
30 seconds left.
They're going to be looking to hold on to as much as they can to the next one.
Yeah, Frost King could actually get lucky here if they continue to play like that. If he's given a bunch of 1v1v1s, it becomes actually very reasonable for him to be able to win the round at that point if he can stay on target. Right now, he does potentially have to face this full 1v3, though, and that mathematically is not very good for him.
They're gonna go for the double swing, gets damage onto both of them, but not able to finish off the stage. So as soon as Mangoes pulls on through, rotates around that corner, it's just a given that that spray is not gonna do you justice. And the first round for TTC, holding on to 3 rifles, going into the next, going to round number 8. A big play though from Frost King. Getting that spike down. A good chance for them to take that round and make something out of nothing. They are going to go for a full buy here as they're booming with money. And the operator on Nair. This is what I wanted to see earlier. What I was talking about is that this jet might be able to provide a lot more aggression with this sniper rifle compared to Alicia, who has to work around a very slow comp.
Yeah, I definitely agree, and it is right that Frost King had a great shot there on top of him. Is fine, was able to get the spike down as well, which can be very impactful in most economies. I think they're kind of flush with cash, so they're not as concerned about it. But overall, I think TTC did an amazing job there. They traded nicely. They caught a lot of the members of Flux unawares and punished them for it, and then they were able to carry 3 rifles into this round as well, which is actually huge. That is so much economy for them being brought forward, and so if they can win this round too, it'll be an amazing situation for them. They'll still have to fight into an FP buy, but it'll be much better than what they've had so far. But hey, the operator's pretty good.
I mean, the operator already good for 1, and they're taking some aggression through a main, following Slim and Artie to get that spike down. Jellybean's good for a trade. Look for a second, but the Molotov going to clear that corner and take the advantage back into FP's favor. They're going to get the spike down, back off of it. They have the Blade Storm, but they've used the Neural Theft to locate the places, and there, another operator kill, down to 2 members for the defending side, so falling apart at the seams. Quiet going to leave it down to 1. Roselle looking to do some damage. Maybe find a later round here, but the positioning that I see from Nair, it's going to be really hard to take that operator off the board here. Quiet just teasing around the corner, finally going to take that tick away from Roselle. Another round win for the 7th in favor of FP, and carrying that operator through. I really liked what I was seeing.
Yeah, I mean, you got the round opener, you got another one after that was pretty pivotal there, bringing it from a reasonable take-back chance into basically no chance there, leaving poor Roselle all by themselves there, trapped in U-Haul. And it's good. I mean, what more can you ask for from your Jet operator, right? They're the duelist. They're supposed to be creating space for the team. They're supposed to be getting those opening frags. You did it. You're supposed to be able to stay relevant throughout the round and be actually useful. Doesn't hit that shot though. That's a tight shot though. Can't blame him for everything.
Oh, you're expecting a wide swing there, but only going to show some shoulder. So staying true to the dress code here. Doesn't want to put too much shoulder out there, But let alone not going to land this shot this time is Nair. Alicia on a Sheriff with this Jet, also being aggressive into Gardens. Going to be cleared from the drone. The wide swing from Artie's not going to take the kill, so big plays from TTC to gain the information and stay alive. Now Quiet's going to be online and on site with Slim for 2 in their pacing. You thought Mangoes at least was going to get a trade, but 2 players down for TTC. Showstopper. He's going to have a player along the corner, and Optimus Fine puts it down in the grave. I know that's only the first kill for TTC, but that should have been a showstopper win there. Is Jellybean now on the corner? Artie just Beaker's advantage. Not going to favor it. Artie good for 2 to kill out this round. And the 8th for FP.
Unfortunately, that round, Mangoes just weren't ripe enough. They had the perfect swing into 2 thanks to the tripwire, and they just unfortunately could not connect the shots, and so it ends up being very unfortunate for them to fall there. They open up the site completely, gives them elbow control. As we see there, Optimus Fine does have an amazing shot with that Guardian, and is the reason they're at the top of the scoreboard for TTC. But they needed more. They needed just a little bit more production from the rest of the team, because they need round wins. It's 8-1 right now. They need a little bit more from everybody. Team effort, group effort. But I don't know, Colin. Do you think they can end this 8-4, or do they maybe lose double digits in the first half?
That have to be the best case scenario. Now this time the Hellfire going to force Alicia out front, and that's 2 picks after the operator has a player right in the sights. That Hellfire forced out 2 players, not just 1. And Nair with his second on the operator. Optimus Fine, that player that's been on top of the leaderboard for TTC, literally has to climb the tallest mountain of FP right here. And I said Optimus Fine, I mean, yeah, he's on top, but I've seen 2 run it backs from him, not even finding like a single ticket damage. The second time he pulled in, no information either. And you're hoping to get it at least 1 more time before this half is over, but you only have 3 rounds to do so. And FP are really sticking it to you here. If Optimus Fine can find some exit kills, that's going to be a little bit more to that run it back, providing maybe a better chance in the next couple of rounds. But does look like he's really going aggressive here, and I don't know if they already heard it or not, but Optimus Fine he wants to take it away, and they are gonna stay. He's gonna hold on to the Spectre and even be good for a kill. So no Spectre, but a kill. So I'm not too I'm not too upset about that.
Yeah, plus is now 1 point away from that ultimate. He had to get a kill there if he wanted to be able to use it. Like you said, one more time in this half. He just needs one more frag. If he doesn't get one here and instead just dies outright, he'll still have it in the final round of the half. So he's pretty much guaranteed to run it back one more time. We'll have to see if that can get something going for the team. Maybe, you know, burst into the second half with a little bit more momentum than they have so far. They do have the knives. They do have the neural theft as well, which I don't think we've seen actually used yet this half. So they do have some tools. They do still have some opportunity to try and get some momentum back. They just need to actually use those tools and get something out of it.
Artie gonna take some damage through the smoke. Alicia gonna have nothing in return. You're talking about the Blade Storm. Alicia, last time used this, didn't get anything, and this time absolutely gonna get bodied by Artie. Slim with the follow-up to put 2 down in the dirt. FB at a 2-player advantage for this B attack. The drone gonna do some looking on the site, but the teleport to A, the rotations from FP, and even the lurk from Slim's everything, because now you're down to 2, and they still have that chance of FP to be at B, so Optimus Fine has to stay behind.
Yeah, I mean, they're going to find out in just a second that it is going to be the A plant, and so they're going to be coming from the same exact position, so it will be pretty easy for FP to shut this down. Flux Premier, excuse me. They've been pretty on top of these retake situations, and they've been unrelenting as such, and we do see a little bit of a split here coming in from the TTC members. Run it back is popped, not quite going to get shot down just yet, is getting some good damage down as we see Jellybean pushing on through, can't quite hit the shot. Run it back is now expired, and the knife finds him in the forehead. Optimus Fine falls, and it's double digits for Flux Premier.
Last round in the half.
10-1 FP on the brink of a very dominant attacking side here, Doctor. And TTC has Optimus Fine. Yeah, he had to run it back, so it was used, but another no-show for Optimus Fine's ultimate here. Now, you might be 8-11 leading your team, but there's a lot of internal problems that I'm seeing from TTC right now. Started in my eyes with the agent selection, and it's finishing up with mechanical skills, timing, communication. FP just looks like the better team here. Now, Alicia, that Blade Storm gonna get absolutely dunked on the head down to 10 health. And maybe an opportunity for Optimus Fine to find some down long.
Yeah, there's a lot of members here. Slim once again doing this slow lurk. Shots are on target. Mangos gets one, but Nair has that operator ready, willing, and able to shut him down. 3-on-3 now. They do have the resurrection. The knives are in hand, but it's an operator with only 14 HP.
Punches Fury. Clears the site, not finding anything, and Alicia is going to sneak on back in here. Now, Nair, this operator, still sticking inside Hookah to make sure find a lurking kill, and Mangos, who just got picked up, goes right back down to a 3-on-3. A big lurk from Nair, even though you're down to 14 health. Another swing, and you got the Phantom this time to put Alicia in the grave. Slim's going to be aggressive into the defender's spawn, and you're down to Rose L. A hope and a dream here. You're gonna blind on through the Cypher cage, peek on into Slim's death gun. That Vandal is just so strong right now for this Cypher. 11-1 for the half.
Switching sides.
Aren't all guns death guns? Isn't that kind of like the point of a gun, Colin?
Nah, talk.
What?
I don't want to talk about it, man.
Okay.
You know.
Well, we can talk about it. I do have something else. It's 11-1 in favor of Flux Premier here in our best of one series. They only need 2 more rounds to move on here in the bracket. And this is pistol round. It could really go either way. It's up to TTC, I think, to make something happen with the Sage finally.
Well, this is something we highlighted earlier, Doctor. The Sage, you saw the struggle on defense, which we thought the defense was gonna have provide a lot better of a basis for the Sage, but now you're on attack and it's gonna be even harder. Now you can go for the A hit, block off site with that Sage Wall, get a successful plant down. That really goes off of Mangoes right here. If you could find Nair, gets aggressive, down to 47 health. That Frenzy going to pay off a lot more, and you gain an ult orb, not even losing a player.
That was such a bold ult orb too, right? Like if TTC are super aggressive there and push forward, they could have prevented that from happening and potentially got swung on the 2, but they're a bit slow to the take. They're a little bit scared as Artie takes down more Slims there as well. They're just W-keying the heck out of them. Artie gets a second one. Well done, Optimus. Fine once again and can only get the dink flawless heading into potentially the final round of this map.
Look, TTC, I don't know what you want us to say, man. I don't know what you want us to say. I mean, 12-1. If you can pull this back, I will go order more drink control.
Okay, Colin. They bought up. They have rifles. This is do or die time now for TTC. Either they win this round and stay alive, or they lose this round and they have to come back to next week's Pit of Valor. Let's see if they can get it done.
Slim. Peeks out Hookah. Good for a kill on a Mangoes. Frost King as well, taking one down. They're going to suffocate this team down long and flawless to close it out. Very, very poetic last round.
Lightning quick.
To tell the tale of the whole game. That was FP all day, every day. Bind is their safe haven. Bind is where they feel safe. And Bind is where they absolutely destroyed TTC in round 1 of the Pit of Valor. Ravishing Ravish, welcome back to the caster's desk. How did you feel about that round 1 match?
Yeah, destroy is a very accurate term here, man. FP absolutely ran them over from the beginning right to the end. You saw like where they went and started off right at the attacking rounds too, where the moment they got in onto the site here, TTC just gave them a ton of space. And when they came in for the retakes, it was uncoordinated in my opinion. It's like they were all just kind of falling one after another, taking 2v2 duels and giving the opportunity for FP to clutch on these 1v1s, not necessarily on double peak or put on smoke. So it was although it was quite a bit of a back and forth, but FP right now are looking real good here, Doctor.
Yeah, I mean, it's first round of the tournament, so there is some skepticism to still be put in. It is random seeding as well, so we don't know exactly the true power level of both of those teams. FP could have had a really great day, and they could be honeymooning it, whereas TTC maybe, got a bad grade or something today. Not to say they're in school still, but these things happen. And so, it's first round. There is still some heavy skepticism for Flex Premier. We'll have to see heading into the second round if they can duplicate that. At that point, yeah, it's not a fluke anymore. They're an incredibly strong team. And yes, their team play was great. They were swinging twos a lot of the time, trading out nicely in situations where the trade was necessary. And I mean, we even saw that one play I specifically called Mangoes out on, where they had that perfect swing into 2 with the tripwire, and they didn't hit the shots. So things like that really worked in favor of Flex Premier's favor, I guess. And so if they can keep doing that again, we'll have to see how the map picks continue to go tonight, because they banned Icebox, Split was banned, Haven was banned. So Bind really one of the only things left outside of Ascent. So maybe we'll get some of the more fiery maps here tonight.
Doctor, I mean, you say that we're not really familiar with the power levels right now of these teams, but man, FP, their power levels looking over 9,000 right now. That was insane. Oh, Ravish is like here, like, okay.
I'm just saying, like, I respect it, but like, it is fairly early to be just going ahead and calling them over 9,000, bro. Like, why don't you go ahead and set your power meter real quick, right?
Oh shit.
Tap on the glass one more time and let's go ahead and get a little reset, bro. It's because although, like Doc mentioned, it is still the first round, right? So anything can happen between these two teams, but most definitely, if they're able to make the first and second yet again, they will have staked and claimed their name to fame, and possibly will be well on their way to the moon, Doc. That's exactly where we want to see them. To the moon. And
yeah, I mean, they're one step closer. I mean, they do have, our shortened bracket tonight. It was capped at 16, so they're pretty close already. They only have so many games here to go tonight, so we'll have to see if they can keep the power level up.
I mean, we will definitely have to see it. With that all being said, we're going to cut to a very, very short break as he loaded into the next map of the day here. Man, should be very, very exciting. So you do not want to go anywhere. We'll be right back right here on GLG.
Oh. Teleports as well. It's going to be Zine with a triple kill. It's an even 2v2. Now, where are the last two alive? Well, they're going to be peeking out slowly but surely. It might be too late for the defuse
now.
You have to go halfway. Kaplan's able to find one. That could be the final shot, but no, it's too late. PGT stay in the game. And Kaplan sacrifices themselves.
Unfortunately, that the Kaplan right there at the end. Honestly, if I was Kaplan, I'm thinking I have to protect this man with my life and with my body.
Oh, Zine, no! He pushed up too much. That's going to tell you exactly where the bomb's going to go. And that's going to be the plant. Sure, but you're in a 1v3 and you're already lit up. It seems like though most of the shots had missed. The paranoia goes down. You miss the op shot, and now you have to deal with 3 more. You get one through the smoke, a triple kill no less. Is he able to find it? No, through the smoke. He's able to find a second one. That's a quad kill. Now, if he can find this last one, he's going to switch to the Phantom. No ops.
2 cops for that. Thank you. I absolutely love that, man. But yeah, that's what the absolute massive success rate from them, because with this seaside opening up, which is why I don't necessarily like having Sova playing as the anchor, because you can't do a ton of stuff to push, but a fluffy immediate shot and he's out of there. Which is why I don't necessarily like having Sova playing as the anchor, because you can't do a ton of stuff to push, but a fluffy immediate shot and he's out of there.
Yeah, like a ghost. Just flittering away, never to be seen again. The Jet wants to contest this too. Fluffy gets 2. Pasito, what are you doing? That doesn't make any sense. You've just wasted your life for no reason. The only opposite, Fluffy cleaning house with a double kill.
As of right now here, Max, it is still only the Killjoy left on the side of the PGT. Now, prophesy they should be able to get this. As you went ahead and broke it down, it is these facts executing million onto C, which are catching AV off guard, and then Marshall can only do so much.
That hit.
And
the alarm bot and the male's form are going to give it away, and suddenly they have no visibility. Any rotates are possible right now, and there's no chance that C site's going to work out, so they're going to opt the next best option, which would be B site. This, of course, already has Darking on their double kill in their favor, but will that be another triple, no less? Can the Classic find one? No, Striker gets one instead, and now it's a 1v3. Even 2v2, and every single time so far, Ravish.
Well, to force him off the side out into garage. As trades come out back and forth, Zine gets Felipe. Both GPs usage to make it out pretty much safely from Messiah. It's a good call by him, but they could go for the defuse right now. So I get spotted out. Spot puts the C4, unfortunately, and not the Ghana trim is clutching as PGT go to match point.
Beautiful work overall for PGT, finally able to bring it back.
They're okay. All right. I mean, I guess. So here's what I believe they're doing. Is I believe they're waiting for all the UCL to be up and ready. Yeah. I believe they were waiting for the fault line to be off of cooldown, but they all spot them.
It's like Braveheart.
Down in hell, but they put speed spawn in. Actually, all the fighters are going down his way. The Judge Gaming is absolutely doing so. He's Judge Julian execute.
The op is in play though. Pasito's able to find Fluffy op versus op. But even then, he has to relinquish his position to whip out the knives.
Now the op being down along with 2, it is just a cleanup duty here. Now, flawless from PGT. They invest all that they can, and they had a lot to invest. It was the 401k, cashing it with no tax bracket either here, Max. It is all profits.
The closest round we've seen so far between these two teams, without one really just winning yet. And speaking out Messiah, it's just a back and forth. With only 2 left alive now, they have no choice but to push on to C. Kaplan's gonna rotate around, wait for that final push, take down 17 into a double kill, no less. That's a double kill from Kaplan, right off of an ace from the last game. Kaplan is on an absolute heater this tournament.
Man, I mean,
the spike is down, and now you have to get it back. This is a horrible position for PGT. They've lost full control of the spike. Their win conditions gone other than murder, and murder's going the other way. Darky's able to find Kaplan, and now it's gonna be a defender win. Wow, how can you be so silly with the spike? They just gave it up like it was nothing, and they well, they lied, but
Going by, Doobie finds one. Dimes ultimate, not going to find any kills, gets a lot of damage. Doobie and Beckham trading with these assault rifles. Kaplan trying to get onto that site, but can't quite make it through. Does get one through the smoke. Last going to trade it back. Kaplan with the third through the stun. The diffuser is still going down. Can he find them in time? He can. He's for Kaplan.
He gets the ace and wins the round, brings him to 11.
grab exactly where he is. Messiah drops directly into the face of Sage and ignores Sage completely. Sage, she's dead. But anyways, that's gonna be really bad for PGT going for the same place 5 times in a row.
Mel?
Watch it out.
Mel?
A 4K? Mel, can you do it? 76 health in a dream, 3 bullets in hand. It's gonna be a back and forth cowboy bebop style. Only one can come out alive here. And a single breath will take down Zeems if he makes the wrong move. But that's not gonna stop Mel looking around, having that bomb down already. Someone's gonna go for that defuse, or you're gonna get a 4K, and there you go, an ace coming out from Mel. That's what you want to see in the Grand Championships.
You could not have written it any better.
All on A. Sort of, kind of, because there's still 2 members at C who are simply not in a position to help out here.
Yeah, that's a very interesting play. I guess they're going to try and come for the flank, but it's going to be up to Itachi to hold this one down, and that's not going to last very long as Felipe drops both of them real quick. Now they're going to
We get the next drop. We said it was defensive favor, but let's see how the defense fares. With Messiah already down, is looking more and more grim.
This has historically been a worser sight for PGT because they don't go here. But no, it looks like no matter what on the attack, you don't mess with PGT.
No.
Felipe's on a triple heater right now. Not able to find the last 2 hiding in screens. We've seen Fluffy and Kaplan in the same spot, but never mind a quad. Can this be ace number 2?
Found one.
No, for the series. Come on.
They know he's there. Give him the ace.
No.
And to support the Jet rushing on in, but the spike is not down as of yet. But Sword comes on the back side. But it's immediate headshot on Poppy. See. But there is a lockdown used well to force him off the side out into garage. As trades come out back and forth, Zine gets Felipe. Both GPs used to make it out pretty much safely from Messiah. It's a good call by him, but they could go for the defuse right now. So I get spotted out. And welcome back everybody to some more GLG Pit of Valor. I'm your host, Lee Rabbit Grand Show. And here by some one more brand new face, man. We still got a Doc coming at us, but replacing Colin for a little bit. He'll be back. I promise you all will be another good buddy of mine, man. Monsieur Kegler Neck, Max Tompkins and stuff. Max, how are you? You okay? You good?
Pretty good, Ravish. How you doing, man?
Oh, I'm doing freaking tastic as always here, man. You know me, my brother. Yes, especially after the previous match, which was an absolute stomp here, Doc.
Yeah, I mean, it was a lot going on there. We did have one team doing a lot more team-focused things than the other. Flux Mirror looked really good. I know we had some discussion about where their power level may truly lie, but I mean, after game 1, they're looking good. They, so far, for the stream or the team to beat, as we head into our next matchup, we'll have to see if they will have some heavy competition. It's a short bracket, so they should have at least a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, we will definitely find out because our next match coming in for the day will be Hyperspace Dark versus In the Lab, though, and already picked some games have already gone through. So we know we'll be going to bind here yet again here, Max. Why do I feel like we go through these waves of teams because he's just picking one map over and over? It's either Ascent or it's always bind. Why can't we get any rest?
I'm glad you mentioned that, Ravish, because I have a special connection with myself and Hyperspace Dark. Every single time I've casted them, not only has it been on bind, they've always won by a huge landslide. So, Doc, I already know what we're in for here.
That's fine. I mean, we make do with the lemons that we're given. Sometimes we turn them into lemonade. Sometimes we turn them into lemon cookies. Maybe some pickled rinds as well. There's lots of options on the lemon food pyramid. So I'm excited.
Ravish, what are lemon cookies?
They're cookies obviously made of lemon, Max. It couldn't be more obvious. You just go ahead.
You've never had lemon cookies?
Man, it just sounds
I'm
like
a human being. Why would I have a lemon cookie?
And what it sounds like also,
Girl Scout cookies have lemon cookies, and second of all, you can have like a lemon sugar cookie, and it's amazing. Lemon is the best food flavor anyway.
How often are you seeking out these Girl Scout cookies here, Doc? Let's go on and talk about you for a second, because this is concerning me.
What do you mean?
You know what? While you guys talk about that, 1 second, I have an idea. I'm gonna leave for a second, but trust me on this one, guys. Production's screaming at me already. Ravish, you guys debate this.
Okay, that's absolutely fine. Okay, so Doc, look, man, I'll ask you one question, and we'll go ahead and get back into the game real quick. How often a year are you getting these Girl Scout cookies, and how many boxes are you getting?
Girl Scout cookies come once a year. I don't buy them off of Amazon like some of you other degenerates. I wait till my dealer hits up the line, and then we follow up with some Thin Mints, some Caramel Delights. And
put it back to us. Hold on. We gotta figure this one out.
and I mean, those are my favorites.
Come back.
Up the peanut butter ones as well. Those are pretty good.
Well, I mean, what it sounds like, Doc, is that you have something that you need to figure out on your own here, my brother Wilkes, which I will leave you to do. But Max and Doc, we're about ready to head into bind here as well. Similar composition we're seeing already. So why don't y'all go ahead, break that down first, tell us what we're seeing, and I'll leave y'all to it.
All right, thank you, Ravishing. Welcome back, Hegmanuk. Are you ready for this? Are you ready?
Well, I did get a certain prop. I got a certain prop, but it looks like we'll be doing that after the game here. But let's see if the lemons are going to be the most fruitful thing that we see here, or if Hyperspace Dark are in the lab or can be able to bring this back home. Already, I see a huge difference, Cypher versus Killjoy, and I'm really wondering if that's going to be the big crux of how all this is going to go down.
Yeah, I think that'll be pretty interesting. We also have that whole Raze Phoenix scenario. Actually, we have two Phoenixes, so I guess it's not as prominent here. We can look more to the Gent Raze comparison. That I feel like we kind of talk a lot about on Bind just because of how the mobility works. I do like Cypher and Killjoy. I think Killjoy, dare I say it? I think Killjoy might be stronger.
Don't say it. Don't say it.
Cypher?
No, take it back.
I'm just saying what I feel, Max. These are the
There's no
feelings in my
opinions
heart.
allowed here.
I mean, that's all I have. Might as well just replace me with Colin at that point.
Oh, jeez. I do think you're right, though. Given when Killjoy first came out in the game, she was unbelievably strong by leaps and bounds compared to Cypher. Now I would say you're probably right. Killjoy is definitely stronger, but she's also niche as well. And I think this will be a great debate for us to see whether or not one of us is right or wrong.
Oh, huge peak coming out here. Blast Pack gets tryhard to safety, was the only member there, so nothing too much lost. Tons of information gained there for Hyperspace Dark.
Lopez already pushing on way into A side. It's going to be 4 that's able to trade things out, but he's going to trade it out himself. Look at where the spike is, though. It's already made its way onto A side. A whole caravan of in the lab people having to rotate back to CT. This could be a big struggle for them as that spike's going to go into the ground, already setting up their positions for the counter attack. It's going to be Rick Dad now inside of heaven, looking to see if he can get anybody from up above. But as everybody else from the ground level approaches, Schmuggles might be in for luck with that frenzy. The current meta right now for him, he might be able to find one, but he misses all of his shots.
Yeah, the paranoia comes through as well. Not quite going to connect. Hot hands as well as Rick Dad just takes down 2. It is the only member left. Tryhard does able to get 1. They're trying to get a second one. They get it! Into the smoke they go, and it is not enough. Nick does get 1. It's a 1v1. Paint Can buying so much time. There's only 10 HP left.
Tryhard's in a good spot right now. He might be able to deny Rick Dad, but Rick Dad pushes up, gets a 4K, is able to find it. That's an opening pistol round in the Omen's favor. Already in the lab is showing their dominance here, and they might be starting to break a streak that we haven't seen yet for Hyperspace in Bind.
Hyperspace, what round? Max, Hyperspace won the round.
You know what? No. Oh, I didn't realize. I just got back. Okay.
No, just messing with you,
thought
Max,
there was
but-
enough time. Okay, well, you know what? They're proving again that Hyperspace and Bind work very well together. I was wondering why you were so silent.
Yeah, you just gotta hedge your bets, Max. Sometimes you bet on the team to win in the war versus the battle, and for now, Hyperspace Dark have won the battle. The war is still yet to be won for in the lab. They are gonna have a bit of a tough cookie on their hands here as they do have multiple members rushing up this B-long.
Look at where Andy Fu is right now. He's in a great spot to potentially find an opening pick, but Lotus is able to clap it back. They got higher artillery in their side now, and they're able to use it super well. Nasty, though, is going to a little bit. He's able to find one, but a little bit more sight as everybody else is trying to make their way around. It seems the kill feed going to go in again in the favor for space as only one left alive. They're going to get mowed pretty quickly, and round number 2 is going to go very favorably hyperspace.
Yeah, that one a lot more dominant, but to be expected. It's round 2, right? Like, they won the pistol, they reinvest the funds that they secured, and they squeezed a little bit. But now it's up to In the Lab. They have full rifles, full armor, full kits. They have everything they need in their hands to break their streak so far from hyperspace. They do still have a sheriff on the big old Nick as well, who, you know, hasn't reinvested a whole lot. Does have that 3,200 credits. Could be saving up for the operator potentially.
Remember last time we cast a big ol' Nick together? I think he was absolutely a clutch master when it came to the Sova here. And we're seeing that same exact aggression coming out from this team for a lot of rounds. But look at Schmuggles. He's pushing up short. He's looking not going to be going too aggressive just yet. There's not a lot of intel to be brought out, but one from across the corner. He's able to find the shock dart onto the other Omen. But even then, they're playing so slowly.
Yeah, and I think Zerk kind of, you know, was a bit quick on the draw there, already using the hot hands to try and prevent, you know, aggression into U-Haul, but now he doesn't have anything. I didn't even see any curveballs last time we panned over him, so he could be have to do in this dry. He does get one, taken down to 32 HP, has a single curveball left as we are going to get Knave teleporting for the sound cue, and this is, like you said, much slower round, and it is not working in hyperspace's favor. They've already lost 2 members before even getting anywhere near the site.
Right, and it's been a full rotate now. The Spike almost trying to bring its way back to B, realizing that's probably not going to work out too well for them. They're going to try to go back to short again. This is where Schmuckles fell. This is where a lot of other team members on Hyperspace's side fell as well. 30 seconds left. They have to push their way onto the site, but Nasty, even if the dark cover's in his way, wants to push on up and maybe hold his ground. There'll be some audio cues coming out from Lamps. Instead, it's going to be the defenders pushing up a little bit more. Cyber Cage comes down, but even then, they're still going to hold their ground as much as possible. They're using the shrouds to their advantage. Rick Dad through the Cyber Cage is able to find one. Nasty hate with another one, and even then Tryhard tries to stop the clap, but even then it's not going to be enough inside of Lamps. It's going to be another one of first round for In the Lab comes through. 4 is going to save the day.
Yeah, really great stuff there from In the Lab. I did like the non-movement in the smoke there from Nate as well. You know, just barely got in, saw the cyber cage, and knew that any movement would have caused an audio cue. And at that time, it's just perfect. You know they have to plant. There's no time left on the clock. It was just a perfect storm moment for In the Lab. They come in. They only lost the 1 member, so they're feeling great economically. And we're going to have to see what exactly is the rule of law now for hyperspace, because they do have their own rifles. We're going to be heading into a bit of a tech pause, unfortunately, as one of the members of In the Lab did crash. Thank you, online world. But I mean, so far it's full rifles max. There is potential here for hyperspace to bring this back and, you know, cause a weird little reset round for In the Lab.
I definitely think that's a possibility, Doc. I mean, look at what Hyperspace has been able to do those past few rounds. They go in, they just rush so aggressively when they're able to. But this last round was different because they were stalled out immediately. We saw Schmuckles. He wasn't able to do anything after being taken down in a short. The rest of the team was squabbling to figure out what the heck they had to do.
Yeah, and that's sort of a unfortunate habit from hyperspace, right? Like, when you are this really aggressive team that's constantly, you know, W-king into these sites or into these really awkward positions, when you don't hit your shots, when you end up falling behind, you find yourself with no more of a flowchart left. You've hit the end. It's, you know, either W-key site. Did you get the kill? Great. Plant the spike. Did you not get the kill? Hope the teammate gets it. Oh, they didn't get it? Question marks. Like, they need a little bit more at the end of that flowchart to really hold down in those bad situations.
And I'm wondering now if that's exactly what the plan's going to be. We haven't really seen too many rushes into B side just yet. The round that they previously lost was on to A. The round that they won, which was a buy-up from them, was on B, and the pistol round going backwards was originally on A side as well. But it looks like Zerk is finally back in the game. I think we're going to start resuming things any minute now, and Zerk having a little bit of unreliable connection or maybe just crashing, I'm wondering if he's able to stay in the game a little bit longer and can be the mainstay duelist that I really think In the Lab needs.
Yeah, I mean, he's on that, pivotal Phoenix. We've talked about it at length about how he has a real good place in the meta right now just because of how a lot of the agents are shaking out as these patches continue, and especially so on this site. I mean, his real biggest competition is Yoru, who doesn't have a self-heal. So the Phoenix, very impactful. You need to frag out with it, and you need to be productive with it.
I think Lotus has one of the coolest names in Valorant. I'm not going to lie to you.
Look at this flank. It's huge.
That's true. It is a very nice flank. Look at right now what's exactly happening. This is huge. Zerk is able to find one, but what about Nasty? They're going to get away as well. Big old Nick wants to come on down, but no, what about Tryhard? Showstopper in hand might be able to counteract this same exact flank. You can see the confusion in their eyes from Hyperspace's side. That Showstopper's not going to go anywhere. Everybody else on the attack rushes on through to B and tries to take advantage of it, but where are these defenders that were on the flank? Now they have to rotate to A with the rest of their team as the attackers are trying to hold it down, but Four is able to get a double kill.
And we've reached the end of the flowchart, folks. Now they're lost. They're losing members left and right. It's a 4v2. They have 2 members on site itself, but what do they do from here? They've caused the rotation, so it seems to be the teleporter play, but I mean, the movement's already there. Left. They will get the spike down more than likely, unless Nate can stop this. Nate is in such a great position to do so. Tailwind forward, some funkiness, maybe just be annoying about it, but no, it looks like they are going to play the smart play, go for that retake situation for 4v2. Recon dart over, Zerk gets the kill, Tryhard the only one left, and it is up to 4 to get 3.
Four was the absolute mainstay of that round, no matter which way you look at it, Doc. Not only was able to get the double kill on B side to prevent the attack from coming through there, it was also accompanied with the flank in the beginning of the round, really helpful to make sure it had to go back, the spike had to go back to A site, and already with a huge man disadvantage, it was not a great look for Hyperspace. They won some gunfights, but even then, having those early aggression kills coming out from the flankers and from Four made sure that the round went in their favor and tying things up.
Yeah, if 4 doesn't get those 2 kills there on B, all of a sudden they have full control of elbow, they have full control of the site, they just need to worry about spawn ramp, and it's pretty easy to chain lock people in there when you have things like the Omen, like the Cypher, even the Raze to an extent, because it's just such a tight quarter, you can't do a whole lot. So 4, definitely very pivotal there. We're going to get the Owl Drone here onto the A site, and Nave just keeping the smokes up, but the buy is not very strong here for HSD.
No, it's not. Look at this, a full-on rush through showers, or at least it was going to be a rush at first. The dark covers go on now, but it's all a distraction. They're rotating around to B site. Already Tryhard lurking his way through. May be able to catch someone out inside the teleport if anyone opts to go that way, but it looks like the rest of the group is going to be going B long. 4 was able to get a double kill in that same exact elbow position, not even a round to go, and possibly again might be able to find some more action. Doc, we're going to have to wait and see how this execute goes through, especially from B long.
Yeah, Lotus with the run it back is already onto the site. Not quite going to get the timing to get the kill there, but it doesn't matter. Nasty Nate with 2 going to get the tailwind back up. Curveball out, Zerk in a great position as well. Here we see the hot hands. They're trapped into this spawn door, but they're still hitting shots through it. It's insane from Nasty Nate. Gets 3. Could go for the ace. Zerk steals that thought away, and it's a full house instead.
The rotates were so nice to see yet again from In the Lab. They just collapsed onto the attacking site. And you're right, Doc. That Killjoy utility just seems to be a little too much for Hyperspace.
And this is already looking like such a closer game than the first one of the night. I mean, granted, one of the teams has already won 100% more rounds than the other team in our map 1. So it's good looks here from both teams. We've seen some really nice stuff from Hyperspace Dark to win those first 2 rounds, the pistol and the follow-up. But once the rifles got into the hand of In the Labs, they've been just on point. They're hitting their shots, they're playing nice, and Hyperspace just haven't had a response so far.
Look at the response that we could potentially see right here, Doc. They're all spread out and taking their time. This looks a lot slower than we're used to from their attack.
Yeah, they're hanging out, waiting for In the Lab to get antsy and to be a little bit proactive and try and get, you know, some early picks, because it just worked for him before down A short. I mean, we talked about it. It worked greatly, and they want to keep replicating that. They want to keep Hyperspace Dark in an unfamiliar position. And so now we are going to see Nate a little trapped there in the corner. We are seeing the cage trigger actually going to allow him time to get out. So full retreat. HSD not quite sure what they want to do just yet. They just know that they don't want to go A.
Oh no, I'm a little scared because each time they've rotated the B site, it hasn't ended well for Hyperspace at all, any which way they've gone. Aldron's gonna be going down, spotting out Schmuckles, and even then, they don't have too many ults at their advantage. They do have the Hunter's Fury. That could help out stall out Andy, but even then, they're gonna opt to go and just attack onto the side without using any of them. Schmuckles entering now into Elbow, might be able to find one, but he's gonna Shock Dart instead. Through the smoke, he's able to find Andy. The spike goes down, but even then, blinds galore as Lotus tries to push on up, and he finds the barrel of Zerk, and a double kill, no less. Things are not looking good right now for the attack, but at least it's a 3v3. Hunter's Fury goes down, not finding anyone. Tryhard with an up hit, but even then, they're able to even things out 3-3. These defenders still have the advantage with Nasty getting a double kill out of it. Now, being the last one alive, he's trying to go for the attempted flank, trying to pinch him down, but it doesn't matter. The crowd with one claw can still find the kill, taking down big old Nick. That's gonna be another defuse, now doubling the amount of points that Hyperspace was leading with.
Yeah, I mean, we're seeing these really quick momentum movements from In the Lab. They're getting hit. They're getting, you know, giving up the site nicely. But we see Nate on a huge flank there coming all the way through from the back. They get a couple frags out into that teleporter cubby there. And that just left poor old Nick to do something for the whole team in that really awkward 1v3 situation. Does get one back, but 4 still on target. Gets the frag, gets the defuse as well. So already recovering 2 points towards that lockdown that was already used that round.
One thing to keep in mind too is that we haven't seen a successful ult coming out from Hyperspace yet. The Showstopper missed, the Hunter's Fury didn't connect with anybody, and the Neural Theft still in the possession of that Cypher might be the best intel-based one they have. Oh, but Andy, what are you doing, man? He's able to find the snipe on the Knave! Oh, that's so unfortunate, and all hell breaks loose outside of Marketplace. He leads the trade after trade. Now only 3 left alive. You might need to use that Neural Theft. Now big ol' Nick's able to find 4. Great opportunity to use it, but even then, through the cyber cages, he has an inkling of an idea where Nasty Nate might be. He's gonna use he's gonna use the Neural Theft, but even then, out of mind, out of body. It's going to be Nasty Nate that gets out of the way to prevent them from dying from that Neural Theft intel. Even though Snipe's coming out again, Zerk might be able to find some shots. The Knive's not going to find the Snipe either. It's these last 2 stuck inside of Elbow. Zerk almost able to find one. He finds the tray instead. Lotus left alive. A Snipe though. Rick Dad, seemingly out of nowhere from behind, steals it away from the Jet Knives. Duck, that was such unmitigated aggression coming up from In the Lab that wasn't checked.
Yeah, I actually thought the Knives got the headshot. It was just perfect timing there between the animations. But yeah, I mean, just great aggression once again. You saw Andy get so far forward, gets the first kill there onto Knave, who just wasn't expecting it. They didn't hear any movement. They didn't hear any abilities being used into that market door. And so because of how deep Tryhard had to be there, they just couldn't see anything. So they get the one frag. It trades nicely, but again, then instantly traded back by Nate with the operator, and all of a sudden you're in this 4v3 situation. We've already talked about how Hyperspace, when they fall behind in these early rounds, they kind of fall apart, and it's seemingly the tail of the tape because In the Lab are practiced, they're prepared, and they are winning.
Well, they do it in the lab.
Yeah. For fighting games, fighting games, the lab is where you practice everything. So
that's true. But Tryhard was in a really weird spot there, but they have full control of A instead. Zerk is going to fall. He was great for the trades at the end of the last round, but even then, he's not there to be the clutch master. Instead, Rick Dad, the kill stealer himself, able to find 2 inside of Lamps. That's going to be 2 of the Sentinels completely gone, but even then, though, 2 left alive. It's going to be Knave now, trying to find Rick Dad. He's able to find his imposter, but there's still 2 left. Nasty Nate, unchecked, is able to find Knave, and now only 1 left alive, a 1v3. This one attacker, hiding right behind the armored car, has no idea where this other Jet is, but right around the corner inside the showers, taking a bat that saves. It's gonna be Nasty Nate getting clean, finding Tryhard, and that is another round unchecked yet again in the favors of In the Lab, and it's paying off. These experiments are proving to be a success.
Yeah, they're definitely going to be getting some VC funding soon, I have to imagine, but they're also pretty stocked up credit-wise already. I mean, who knows what they could even buy with that additional funding? But, I mean, look at this. They're seeing production from their duelists. It's Nate, Rickdad, and Zerk at the top. I know Rickdad's on Omen, not a duelist, but I mean, he's duelish light, I would say. And, I mean, just... Yeah, I guess a little, but I mean, look at this. Just so aggressive there. Does have to bust out the Boomba and get away first, but what do? They don't get any damage down. They're still trying to rush on through, and we already see in the lab have already completely fallen away.
Oh, but Big Ol' Nick is able to find the opening pick with the Sheriff no less on their eco round, but it looks like both teams are trying to go for a little bit more pistol action on their own routes. Even then, though, Heaven out from above, gonna be clouded over. It's gonna be 2 defenders from below, having to push on through CT. Tryhard is in a weird spot. He's going to be hiding and waiting for the audio cues of the spike, and it seems like the majority of hyperspace might be trying to go in that same exact route. Zerk pushing up. Not going to find anything just yet, though. It's going to be all hell breaking loose instead. Tryhard and Smuggles able to make the kill feed. A bit of a pinwheel, it seems, between the two.
No.
Andy, no last 2 with a double kill. It's going to be down to a 1v2. In the lab haven't found themselves in this spot in so long, but it's going to be a thrifty win from hyperspace. They just played slow after the plant went down, and that seems to be the golden ticket for them.
Man, that unfortunate series of events for Nate there just feels bad because they tried to get into a position where they could pick up a rifle instead of that operator to try and make better use of these tight corridors, and they just get blown up in the pickup animation, and they just couldn't really do a whole lot. We did see the nice little trade there from Zerk, picks off the Cypher before Tryhard is able to turn on him, but again, numbers. Whoever has more can trade better, can trade more effectively, and do more with it, and so that was what hyperspace took advantage of that time after getting some really nice early picks.
Right, I'm watching right now to see exactly what Nasty Nate can do with his nasty op that he's always been able to be fantastic with. But it looks like no, the recon bolt's going to stave out his position instead. Rick Dad, though, is able to find the opening pick here, but he gets traded out. We've seen so many trades, but Nasty Nate playing the bayonet game so up close gets traded out from behind in Lambs. How did he get there? Nobody knows, but Tryhard able to clap up and find a double kill with that instead. The plant's going to go down, and A seems to be the way to go for a while. Only 2 left alive. 2 of the Sentinels make that 1. Now it's only going to be the Killjoy left, hiding away inside CT. There's not much this underdog can do right now. A 1v3, 1 ult in the possession of hyperspace. They could push up and do something with it, but why bother on a single 4? Except it's 4. He's been able to get double kills here. He's been able to clutch up rounds before, and this round may not be too different. But having a surrounding clinch from behind, though, it's going to be Big Ol' Nick taking down 4, bringing that to another round, coming closer and closer to evening things out between hyperspace and in the lab.
Yeah, things so far have looked very different for hyperspace. I mean, they've been able to really break out very quickly, and it's not allowing the shots from in the lab to really catch up to them. And I mean, we even saw that round specifically. You saw how deep Tryhard was able to get into the site before anybody even really noticed it, and was able to get Nasty Nate there in the back in, you know, U-Haul lamps, and there just wasn't anybody catching, you know, behind them. Zerk tried, but he was caught in the smoke wall, and then once that smoke dissipated, he was looking the wrong way. He falls, and it just left 4-4 to try and clutch up, and it's numbers. You have more people, you get more guns, which means you shoot more bullets.
I'm scared for 4 right now. He's not in his usual lucky spot of elbow, but instead he's playing much more aggressively and towards the back of B site. Nothing's happening just yet, though. It's a bit of a slower round. Recon Bolt's going to go a little too high, I think, for anyone to be spotted on B. But the Paint Grenade's going to be taking some damage on the 4 instead. But there we go, pulling a flight. It's going to be Schmuggles stealing the kill away from Tryhard instead. Andy, though, again, 2 rounds in a row now, able to find a double kill out of things. But where are the rest of the defenders? Where is in the lab? They have to rotate right now. Tryhard, right around on the other side of the dark cover, could find this next Phoenix, but he's unable to find the shots. In fact, no one finds the shots just yet. Nave is going to fall again. Rick Dash is able to clutch these up, but Schmuggles, he gets a triple from it. Zerk, of course, going to find the trade at the very end, but it was one heck of a fight regardless. Hyperspace collapsing themselves on B yet again with all the intel they could, but they're just not able to find these rotates.
Yeah, the biggest issue for them that round is they weren't able to get the spike down. They got onto the site, they got the opening pick onto 4 due to the utility, And so they only had Andy to really deal with, and that tunnel elbow has really caused a lot of problems for Hyperspace. That's multiple times now somebody's been waiting for them and double killed them on top of it. So they just didn't really have a lot of options at that point, and they couldn't get the spike down. They weren't given an option to breathe. The rest of it in the lab rotated so quickly because of the early call, and they just were non-stop oppressing them, running at them, W keying, shooting them through walls and everything. They didn't have the timing.
Oh, finally the Hunter's Fury is going to coming on out. There we go. One kill from Schmuckles, a whole kill feed in the favor of Hyperspace. They're just able to rush on A and make it work so well these last few rounds. In the lab, though, only 2 left alive. A reverse Hunter's Fury going to be coming on out. Not going to find a lot, unfortunately, though. He is able to find big old Nick, but by now, everyone in Hyperspace has just been hiding away. They're hiding in the same exact places before, where 4 found themselves clapped down inside of lamps, but now they're going to be playing a much more aggressive position inside of Heaven, trying to see if they can find the overarching intel, but no dark covers, no intel, no nothing for the side of these defenders in their final round here. Instead, though, they're able to find the double kill respectively without too much issue. Hyperspace not going to be winning the first half, but at least they put up a substantial fight, 7-5 in the favor of In the Lab here. And I'm wondering now with the Killjoy in their possession, Doc, is this going to be easier for them to be just as aggressive as Hyperspace was on the attack?
Yeah, it'll be really interesting to see what the difference in Cypher versus Killjoy brings out here. I think Killjoy just is also better on the attacking side due to the nanoswarms. You can clear out different corners with it, and it does make your pushing forward a little bit easier, if not a bit slower. So I think In the Lab are in a good position to keep that momentum going, but they were halted quite heavily at the later stage of that first half from Hyperspace, who won 3 of the last 4. So if the momentum carries, Hyperspace are looking good. If In the Lab can keep strong and not really fall behind here, as we do see Andy pushing into a paranoia. Oh man, he just completely swarmed. They sent 2 to the teleporter, and they left poor Schmuckles by himself around the B site. But he's in an awkward position.
Schmuckle, you gotta do it right now, man. You gotta find that opening headshot. He does! Quick draw, McGraw's coming. Oh, we don't want to look at that one, though. Nasty Nate's able to find Schmuckles in return. No revolver Rosala here, just a one-hit cowboy. But instead, Nasty Nate has control of Elbow. In fact, the rest of In the Lab have a complete aggressive control over the site. It was a really cool beginning round here for Hyperspace with the defensive teleport to come on through, but now everyone else needs to play catch-up. Lotus and Big Nick are able to find some. Tryhard collapsed up as well, but even then, though, the entire pinwheel in the favor of Hyperspace. They win the first defuse of the second half. And wow, that was looking so good for Hyperspace.
Yeah, I mean, they obviously lost, one member very early in the round thanks to that really weird teleport play that I don't think they simply expected it. And I mean, who would realistically? You sent 2 through bathrooms and then 2 through B teleporter, and it's awkward. It's different, and it obviously worked out. Then they do a very similar play in reverse, where they send 2 people through the A teleporter and then 2 through a spawn, and so it created this really nice pinch maneuver that Hyperspace Dark weren't really ready for, because they had to look at too many angles, too many different players coming at them, and the numbers again worked out in the Lab's favor.
Look at the counter adaptation In the Lab is bringing out because of that. They're split pushing B long and they're split pushing A showers as well. 4 is able to find Lotus with the classic right off the rip. That's going to be the aggressive push coming out from that Phoenix, but there's still one more inside of Hookah. I'm wondering now if they're going to push this instead, maybe try to find Schmuckles and an aggressive B yet again. But how much damage 4 has taken here, that's unlikely.
Yeah, and you can see them falling away. They are leaving 4 as the sort of flank guard to make sure that they don't completely get run up on, as the rest of the team is pushing up here through showers, through A short. They don't have the greatest weapons, though. They're pistols, SMGs, not looking amazing. Tons of smoke coverage, though, for them to keep up. Big ol' Nick here with the judge. Gets a bit of a one-way.
Comes out Nasty Nate with a jumping headshot on the navel. Holy moly. But even then, Zerk tries to do the same thing, doesn't work, and big old Nick brings it back with a trade. Even then, though, look at this shock dart. It's going across the entire world, directly onto the spike, but no one's defusing just yet. Schmuckles is trying to go for another one. Again, he's pulling an average Jonas right now. Unfortunately, though, it's not going to connect with either of them. In fact, pink grenades are going to have better luck. Tryhard's able to find a quick draw McGraw kill yet again, but where are the rest of the attackers?
They're all in U-Haul.
They're still hiding away. I mean, why not, Doc? You have to hide inside U-Haul. It's safe. You can move a bunch of furniture. You have so much success. But the world turns gray and still gonna be handy alive. Rigdad's able to find Tryhard, and there's gonna be an attempt to defuse. But it looks like, no, it didn't quite work out. It lagged out for me a little bit there. But in the lab, finding their first round in the second half is going to be very successful in A.
Yeah, that time, much more cohesion coming out. They were able to get the opening frag and really play off of that. And it did force some awkward pushing forward from in the lab. You did see two members push up into hookah. After that, they had the one that was still there. But then you also had Tryhard push forward aggressively to try and prevent any shenanigans. And so it meant that when the A hit actually came through, they weren't quite in a position to really follow up defensively. Look at this. They have 3 people here in hookah, and there's nobody even there.
Oh, Lord. I'm scared, Doc. The spike is down. No, well, there's 4 around. Possibly retrieve it. They're waiting for that aggressive push coming out from Lotus again. That's not going to quite happen after what happened to him that last round. He got decimated. But now there's 2 in hookah. There's 3 on B in total, but that's going to mean less protection on A site. It's like protect the president. The president only has 2 in protection right now on A, but no, one's going to relegate themselves to B. They think they're going to get debated, but no. No one's going for anything just yet. There's going to be a bit of an assimilation, though, towards of A short, but even then, is that going to be enough? Nate throws out the smoke grenades, and I'm wondering now if they know exactly where the push is going to come from. 2 bodies inside of showers. They're going to be giving the audio cues that the flash burst coming out. The pop flash is going to be in effect, and even then, Nasty Nate just wants to push on up and find the Omen instead. It's going to be the beginning of an attack here, though. Spike needs to get itself onto the side. 1 inside of Lamps. Can the shorty be enough? Doc, I don't think it will be. Let's see what happens with Big Ol' Nick, though, in the middle of this cyber cage.
Oh, more darts coming on through. They may have heard the damage queue as they do get another nano swarm into U-Haul as well, quickly finding themselves 5-on-3 HP. Not amazing for Nate, but they've now hid themselves into showers and gets the head off of Lotus. 2 members left here for hyperspace. Make that 1. Zerk cleans up nicely, and it's a flawless round here. 9-6 now in favor of In the Lab.
I mean, in the lab, they found their golden ticket right now, Doc. They wait, they push aggressively onto A, and hyperspace just seem to keep psyching themselves out, thinking it's going to be B again.
This is an opportunity, though, for hyperspace. They finally have some full weaponry. They have the operator under Tryhard, which the one time they did pick it up in the last round, they got a couple frags with it, even if it was a stolen operator. But now they're on the defensive side. They can hold these angles hard and force somebody to come to them versus trying to have to do the opposite.
Yikes.
And Nasty Nate, just, the A site's open. There's nobody left.
He cracked it open like an eggshell there. Holy, now look at where that spike is. It's inside of A short, and they're going to be pushing on forwards, but already we see the rotates coming through hyperspace. This is a lot quicker than they have brought out in the past, but still, they have to show in the work. But there we go, Nasty Nate in heaven comes down, takes down the Angels, finding Tryhard, and even then, 2 left alive. The Hunter's Fury's not going to work out too well. Nasty Nate's going to fall. Lotus now having the same ground level as everyone else is going to be pummeled instead. 4 is able to find him out, and I'm wondering now if Shuckles can bring it home. We haven't really seen too much of a defensive clutch before since 4 did on B side so long ago, but he's by himself. He has intel, but not a whole lot, Doc.
Yeah, and with just the operator, I think he is going to go for the save here, try and save some economy, because that's a very expensive weapon. You know, 5,000 credits can go a long way here. And Richtad's actually hunting, does see him as well, that make the call. We'll have to see if they actually truly hunt this down, because this could be pretty difficult. Flash in, paranoia. Here's the shot. They're running, gets the shot, and they take it away from Hyperspace Dark.
Oh, we're entering the double digits now. A 4-point discrepancy between both of these teams. In the Lab haven't changed their strategy since round number 2 of the second half, Doc. Ever since they lost that first defuse, they've just been pushing A, really nonstop.
And it's worked. I mean,
yeah, it's worked.
I mean, if they hit a certain point where they're feeling good, they're hitting their shots, you know, it's up to the defenders to disrupt that flow. I mean, why would you fix what's not broken? It's broken. Yeah, that's when you bust out, you know, the gold lining and you repair it. But for now, why bother? Just shoot him in the face.
Be that as it may, Nasty Nate finds another one. That's gonna be a 20 bomb now coming out from this Jet. 20 and 8. And while it's still short, not gonna be short-lived yet, 4 is able to find Schmuckles instead. I'm wondering, is Nasty Nate really gonna be the front runner for an aggressive push with an op? The answer seems to be yes. Try hard with a classic in hand and only a classic holding around the corner and elbow. Tries to do what they can, but no! They survived the first few shots, but the running headshot from Zerk is more than enough. The plant's gonna go down on B yet again. Zerk with a double now. Tries a quick draw McGraw back. That's a triple kill. Line it up. Bang, bang, bang. Straight out of a cowboy movie, man. You just can't compete with a Vandal when you only have a pistol.
5 HP. And a dream.
And a dream. No way. We get a high five for that one.
He dinked him from so far. Like, that is so backbreaking. You know, you see the giant shine as you hit him right in the face, and you're like, you should be dead. But no, 5 HP is all you need to win a round, and it's 11 now. They only need 2 more here. It's full rifles again for the side of HSD, but it hasn't really been doing a whole lot of favors having these weaponries.
And the attack on the beginning, too, hasn't really changed either for In the Lab. They go for the same exact positions every single time, but the running back's a little bit different. It's going to be taken out by Tryhard's op, but Tryhard's in a really weird position to even be using that sniper anyways. But the showstopper, that's in prime position. Maybe that's what they were waiting for. They take down 4, and suddenly everyone's melting away on the attack. In the Lab, 2 ults and 2 bodies left. Even then, the running back doesn't quite work on Hyperspace's side either. They're going to be playing the aggressive with this. Look where they're meeting up now. They're going to be meeting up again with the spike, but all the defense is now on A side for the most part, except for the Sova.
Yeah, they do have multiple weapons here for ITL, so I'm wondering if they're going to try and save him. But it is... No, go ahead.
I don't know, Doc. Oh, I've been sneezing all day, man. I really have been. But no, Nave is able to find Rick down instead. And a double kill is going to be trading things out. Nasty's able to find Tryhard, but can they make it another one? Up now, being on the aggressive look around the boxes. Seems to know exactly where the Omen is, but with them being tagged down, I think this round has been done and dusted. There's really not much they can do here, but even then, Nasty Nate doesn't want to give up. He doesn't care about his KD at this point. He's already set and done for this entire series if he wants to. But looks like he'll be making sure he gets the Vandal instead. Good to go for the aggressive. He goes for the assault. That's going to be Nick instead, who finds Nasty Nate. And Doc, I mean, that was a really, really important round for Hyperspace. They needed that economy.
Yeah, that was such a nasty headshot there onto Nate as well. It looked like he was just running and clipped him right perfectly there. And so it does stave off map point here for Hyperspace. They do have full weaponry. This time they actually have full armor onto everybody as well. So already looking better than the round before. They do have the neural theft, but there's still the knives, the teleport, and the lockdown in favor for In the Lab. So we'll have to see if they break those out this round. They're set up around B, which is great for that lockdown if they can get it off.
Lotus is already in an interesting spot as well. He's backed up by Tryhard, but with an Op and Vandal in possession of both of them here. Rick Dad wants to go for the early flash or the smoke, it seems, to try to stall it on B side, but no, that's going to be Nave instead. But that might be a great preparation. Look at where everyone on the attack is going to be assimilating themselves from. Right outside Octagon. They're going to go for the slow maneuvers. Nasty Nate with the op yet again. Corner checking the full frontal aggression. 4's going to help out a little bit more with the other angles. But Schmuckles, he knows exactly what's about to go down. The lockdown in play. Not going to be destroyed just yet. It's going to be the nano swarms being thrown around. Tryhard's in a great spot for any kind of aggression. Please look at the wrong angles. Nobody's watching Octagon, Doc. And Schmuckles, is that... Oh, I was wondering what he was going to do with that recon bolt, but instead Hookah is able to find a double kill. Screw your flash. I'm going to get 2. And 4 is going to be using that average to push on in. Even then, though, where's Tryhard? Tryhard's going to fall. There's 3 left alive for these attackers. Rick Dad's able to find yet another one. 2 left alive for Hyperspace.
30 seconds left.
But Doc, what's the prognosis? Can Nasty Nate find these 2 shots?
He only needs 1 realistically. If he can hit 1, then there's not much left to be done. Big ol' Nick has to fight into this 1v3 aggressively through ramp. He's going to get a little bit of help here from the smoke, but Nick still has a lot of stuff to work through. He throws at the camera trying to find anybody. 4 has the angle set up. The knives are out for Nate. Can't quite connect. Nick, though, 2 more with time ticking. He actually uses the neural theft. He's really trying to fend off this... that point, but the nano swarm buying so much more time. and he's gonna run out. What can he do?
There's
Die.
nothing you can do. Oh no. Now we're at match point, Doc. In the lab is looking really good right now.
Yeah, I mean, they're looking great. They had such a streak there in the first half. It set them up perfectly here in the second. And we are seeing some fight from HSD. They're having some really stellar plays in certain positions. It's just not quite enough to connect together a string. They are falling behind, and they've now fallen to map point. This is a best of one, so if they fall here, they're out of the tournament this week. But in the lab, they're looking great. I mean, this is a team we haven't really seen before. So to see them come out and play this aggressively and play this strongly, it's really great to see. And it might not be a blowout like the first map, but I think that's overall better to see.
I love close matchups like this. Nasty Nate has been, well, nasty pretty much throughout the entirety of this game. He is 22-10 right now. Zerk, of course, has been nasty in his own right. He's gonna be pushing on up, but there's a cyber cage in his way. Now, big ol' Nick has had that share for a little while now. He's been able to get some crazy kills with it here, but Nasty Nate pushing on up and so much overwhelming forces coming on through. This isn't looking good for A-Site. Well, at least that's what they want you to think. The telemeter comes on through, but Smuckles, what are you doing? Out of nowhere is able to get a double kill out of that. 2 attackers are left alive. They're on match point, but maybe we're getting closer and closer to overtime, and there's only one left now. It's gonna be that Omen. He's completely stuck. He's in the back in the entire map. He's playing reverse defense. Rick Dad's gonna find one, but even then, there's still 3 others to worry about, and he doesn't have the spike. It's gonna be 3 bodies, 30 seconds. He is on a speed run.
Yeah, plus the spike is in such a bad position to try and pick up. It's all the way in the back corner of Hookah, and Nave has the shot, and with 3 surviving members, they should have 3 weapon rifles as well. And I mean, that round was completely saved by Schmeckles, who heard the calls to go A, and instead of going all the way back through spawn, decided to push up through Hookah into Market, and as soon as you hear the teleport play, just turns around. And you could tell from the momentum of in the lab, they didn't expect anybody to be there, so they give up the 2 kills. They finally kill him, but at that point, it's too late. The calls are made, they're stuck into Hookah, and they cannot escape. So map point held on for just a little bit more as Hyperspace Dark are staying alive.
It's a matter of 4 different rounds now. Have to be done flawlessly from Hyperspace. Nasty Knight tries to find opening pre-fire shots. Not going to connect to anything just yet. All the same, though, it's going to be on the other side of Showers. They're trying to find those pre-fire shots, too. Unable to do so. But the Hunter's Fury is going to be a huge audio distraction for everybody, as there's a gigantic caravan heading on towards the center of A. Big ol' Nick is able to find one. That's going to be an early aggression coming on through for the defense. And usually at this point, we kind of get an inkling of an idea from in the lab if they want to rotate. Especially when Schmuckle's able to get another one. It's gonna be Zerk though trying to save the day, but it's too little too late. It's Hyperspace bringing it back yet again on 2 different sites, 2 rounds in a row, now a 3-round differential.
Yeah, and I'm wondering what the economy looks like for the side of in the lab. They do have 1 purchase here, but you can see them actually thinking about it, trying to figure out their best economic decision here. They do only need the 1 round, so I mean, if they decide to save up here and, you know, just go for a bit of a half buy, make sure that they have enough to full buy next, I don't think there's nothing wrong with that. It does potentially give over, you know, double digits to your opponent, but I mean, double digits in and of itself doesn't really mean anything, right? It's just a number on a scoreboard.
I mean, does anything really matter, Doc? Like, why are we here?
I couldn't tell you.
Why do we exist?
That again, no answers here. I just live here, man. I don't know.
Do we even live? Maybe you're a figment of my imagination. Maybe Valorant's a figment of our imaginations. But what isn't a figment of our imaginations at this very moment of time is Nasty Nate. He's pushing up with the Sheriff. We've seen him with the Op. This is just a mini Op into 2 hands. But everybody else on the attack is going for the Eco as well. Nave is taking advantage of that. He's able to find Zerk, but even then through the shower walls, blasting through the ceramic tiles. That's going to be Schmuckles finding yet another one. And even though this is an Eco round, sure, there's still a lot of potential for all 8 people left in this game to really pull out all the stops.
Yeah, I mean, if I've learned one thing from action movies, it's just that bathroom tiling adds more shrapnel as Tryhard takes down Rick Dad. 5v2 now in favor of Hyperspace Dark, and I think you can put this round in the books, and it is a flawless, and they're double digits.
You know, we keep seeing each round differential is getting smaller and smaller here. It's a 2-rounder now. We could see overtime. Historically, a GLG, a lot of really crazy overtime matches always been on bind. You ready for the long haul, Doc?
Oh, I'm always ready, baby.
Me too.
10 to 12, hyperspace, looking for that overtime, which is a win by 2 situation. So if we do find ourselves in that position, you will be knowledgeable to know that it is going to be that first to 2. So first team fights on the attack, then they fight on the defense. If they win both rounds, they win the map. And so we still have 2 rounds to go in the labs. They're peaking aggressively, and they might want to fall away.
Last time Lotus did that too, even with the Killjoy drone on the ground, the turret, excuse me, it didn't end well for Lotus. He got clapped immediately. So I'm glad he rotated himself back this time. Zerk going to go for the pop flash himself. He goes for the run it back, but not going to find anything just yet. It's going to be, though, early aggression coming on the B side. Everyone seems to be rotating over, but it's not going to stop everybody. They know exactly these attackers love to rotate between the 2 sides, but there's dedication to the lockdown as well. The 2 Sovas trade each other out, but even then, look at the plan. It's going to be going down. Everyone going on CT side for the defense. Hyperspace need to go and be quick. They're being stalled out by an undercover Shadow right now, but even then, they have to use this to their advantage. They're not pushing up. They're playing slow, and this could be series point for them.
Yeah, I mean, there's a bit of a flank here with Schmuckles on the Sova. The rest of everybody is trapped into this CT ramp, though. Tryhard hits the shot on a Rickdad. I don't know if they saw anybody else, but they're still keeping an eye on that angle. Big ol' Nick is on to the defuse. Pros don't fake as Nate hits the shot, trying to get in. Needs to stop the defuse. Can't quite do it. And Schmuckles gets the kill. Defender win. Everybody's dead, but you still lost the round.
I thought 100% that was going to go into the favor of In the Lab. They seem to have all their ducks in a row, but even if you have all your ducks in a row, sometimes they can just blow away in the wind. And that's what happened to them on B side there. Hyperspace now have a newfound energy. They are 1 point away from tying things up with In the Lab now. And In the Lab, they need to get out of this bracket as soon as they can. They need to move on forwards, but they're being challenged now in ways I don't think they had previously.
And Nate had the shot. Nate peeked in to the tin can, saw both members, and went for the one that was shooting him. 90% of the time, that's the right call. But as we can see there from Big Ol' Nick, he is a pro. And what do pros do? They don't fake.
Or kill people. Lotus again in Hookah Falls. We've seen that happen so many times, but it serves as a valuable distraction. Look at the rotates are still going to be. Cyber cages and everything galore are going to be happening in the middle of A side, but you have to wonder, the rotates now need to come on through with only a minute left. Nasty Nate again in the ceramic tiling, like you mentioned, Doc. It's going to be Big Ol' Nick instead that finds Zerk. Now the nerf that's going to go down. Everyone on the attack has been spotted. Even then, though, Rick Dad's able to find the trade into a double kill. Seemingly out of nowhere, but Nasty Nate has eyes on one and have it potentially Tryhard smoked away. The sniper can't find the shot, but they're gonna rotate the B instead. Schmuckles is able to find one. 4's gonna go down, and there's still 5 left on the entire board. You have to wonder now, Doc, what's gonna happen next? Schmuckles loses eyesight, but he has to rely on his senses, but not enough. His brain smashes into the ground. Rick Dad's able to find it. That's gonna be a triple into an all onto A site, and again the plant's gonna go down. Last one alive in hyperspace has the op, now a Vandal in their possession. But is the glitch pop going to be enough? Rick Dad, they're going to relegate themselves back into lamps. This has worked out well before when they were on the defense. Why not try it themselves on the attack here? Tryhard's going to be smoked out as well. Blinded out completely for the entirety of this round. Tries to go for some pre-fire shots, but why would anyone be by a green box in this position? They're not going to be, but it's wham, bam, thank you, ma'am. It's a 4K coming out from Ricky Dad, and that is going to be a win for In the Lab. A close one at that against Hyperspace.
Yeah, I mean, you cannot ask for a closer series. I mean, 13-11. Rick Dad, I do see him at the top of the leaderboard, 21-6 at the end of that game, and just insane play there from the Omen player. And I mean, that's a lot. That is a lot of work being done there. Very pivotal in a lot of rounds. And again, the whole team showed up. They worked good in the lab. I'm glad to see him moving forward.
I felt like I could hear some of these names reverberating through my skin there every time y'all yelled them here, man. Because, like, Every time I heard like Schmuckles coming for just for a massive cluster at the end, or the Razor comes out and to clear out the site, this was sick, and it was a genuinely fun match to watch here, Max. But for you, let's go and ask you here first, Max. For you, as of right now, what was the highest point of the match for you? What did you think? You were like, yo, there's no way this could be topped, and then it was topped.
That's such a good question, Ravish. I think there's so many different high points that we saw. It might have to be the very end there. Rick Dad able to find the 4K, defending everything as an attacker, making sure that one lone person at the very end couldn't get that spike down. The stakes were high for hyperspace. They weren't able to bring it through, but even then, it just wasn't enough. But Ravish, before you continue on, I do want to mention one thing. We talked about lemons before the game started. I ran out of my room for seemingly unknown reasons, but I had a reason. Excuse me 1 second. So I want to find out if it's going to be good.
This is actually insane. So a little callback to right at the end, when Doctor was saying a crazy person about, how he eats lemons and shavings.
Yeah, you are a crazy person.
I'm not a crazy person. Lemon zest is a crucial ingredient in cooking. Watch Food Network for an hour, and
I'm saying definitely in cooking, but do you just eat the zest? Is that what I'm getting here, Doc?
No. Where did anything I see there subscribe to you that would eat just zest?
You don't like apples.
The closest thing I probably said would be pickled lemon rind, which is a good topper on an already completed dish. And I love apples. Apple pie is delicious.
No, you don't.
Why don't I like apple?
Told because an apple a day keeps you away.
Bye, everybody. Bye.
I've had my apples, Doc. You shouldn't be here
today.
Can you imagine that was his doctor's kryptonite, man? As soon as he gets fruit going on, but past all that though, here, Doc, looking at it right now, what advice would you give to Hyperspace Dark as they move on to the bracket, possibly to come back next week, so they can polish up a little bit of the gameplay?
So for Hyperspace, I mean, we talked about it earlier in the match where once they have a plan set at the start of the round, and as soon as something breaks in that plan and they lose momentum in it, it seems very scrambly. They lose control of the situation. I noticed it more on attack than on defense. They had a bit more of a solid defensive side, and Schmeckel was very pivotal in that. But on the attacking side, they need a deeper flow chart. If their plan is hit A, and all of a sudden your shower player goes down, yes, you can run through the teleporter, but have something prepared for if somebody's hiding into hookah. Whereas a lot of times we were seeing if that happened, they would just W key into hookah, knives out, and be like, oh, well, we got to plant the spike. So just need a deeper flowchart there and be aware that the game doesn't always work out to plan. You need contingencies.
I mean, that is the key name of the game here, right here, Keg. It is being able to adapt on the fly. Valor with a shooter, it is you cannot stick to one. Or you and I have seen rotations upon rotations of teams holding back, taking Sky from B back to A, back to B yet again. It was almost as though they were trying to spell the alphabet, except just doing binary code, doing ones and zeros back and forth. There was a absolute massive turn of events. But at the end of the day, execution is key. With that all being said, we're going to cut it to a very short break to see if the next teams have what it takes here, friends. You don't want to go anywhere, especially with a match like these. We'll be right back right here on GLG.
Oh, teleports as well. It's going to be Zine with a triple kill. It's an even 2v2. Now, where are the last two alive? Well, they're going to be peeking out slowly but surely. It might be too late for the defuse.
Now.
You have to go halfway. Kaplan's able to find one. That could be the final shot, but no, it's too late. PGT stay in the game. And Kaplan sacrifices themselves.
Unfortunately, the Kaplan right there at the end. Honestly, if I was Kaplan, I'm thinking I have to protect this man with my life and with my body.
Oh, Zine! No! He pushed up too much. That's gonna tell you exactly where the bomb's gonna go. And that's gonna be the plant, sure, but you're in a 1v3 and you're already lit up. It seems like though most of the shots had missed. The paranoia goes down. You missed the op shot, and now you have to deal with 3 more. You get one through the smoke, a triple kill no less. Is he able to find it? No, through the smoke. He's able to find a second one. That's a quad kill. Now, if he can find this last one, he's gonna switch to the Phantom. No ops.
2 cops for that. Thank you. I absolutely love that, man. But yeah, that's that's what the absolute massive success rate for them, because with the C side opening up, which is why I don't necessarily like having Sova playing as the anchor, because you can't do a ton of stuff to push, but Fluffy immediate shot and he's out of there. Which is why I don't necessarily like having Sova playing as the anchor, because you can't do a ton of stuff to push, but Fluffy immediate shot and he's out of there.
Yeah, like a ghost just flittering away, never to be seen again. The Jet wants to contest this too. Fluffy gets 2. Pasito, what are you doing? That doesn't make any sense. You've just wasted your life for no reason. The only opposite, Fluffy cleaning house with a double kill.
As of right now here, Max, it is still only the Killjoy left on the side of the PGT. Now, I prophesied they should be able to get this. As you went ahead and broke it down, it is these facts executing million onto C, to catch an AV off guard, and then Marshall can only do so much.
That hit.
It's, yeah, and
the alarm bot and the Nails form are going to give it away, and suddenly they have no visibility. Any rotates are possible right now, and there's no chance that C site's going to work out, so they're going to opt the next best option, which would be B site. This, of course, already has Darking on their double kill in their favor, but will that be another triple no less? Can the Classic find one? No, Striker gets one instead, and now it's a 1v3. Even 2v2, and every single time so far, Ravish.
Well, to force him off the side out into garage. As trades come out back and forth, Zine gets Felipe. Both GPUs usage to make it out pretty much safely from Messiah. It's a good call by him, but they could go for the defuse right now. So I get spotted out. Swat puts the C4, unfortunately, and not the Ghana trim is clutching as PGT go to match point.
Beautiful work overall for PGT, finally able to bring it back.
They're just okay. All right. I mean, I guess. So here's what I believe they're doing. Is I believe they're waiting for all the UCL to be up and ready. Yeah. I believe they were waiting for the fault line to be off of cooldown, but they all spot them.
It's like Braveheart.
Down in hell, but they put speed spawn in. Actually, all the players are going down his way. The Judge Gaming is absolutely doing so. He's Judge Julian execute.
The op is in play though. Pasito's able to find Fluffy op versus op. But even then, he has to relinquish his position and whip out the knives.
Now the op being down along with 2, it is just a cleanup duty here. Now flawless from PGT. They invest all that they can, and they had a lot to invest. It was the 401k, cashing it with no tax bracket either here, Max. It is all profits.
Closest round we've seen so far between these two teams, without one really just winning yet. And speaking of Messiah, it's just a back and forth. With only 2 left alive now, they have no choice but to push on to C. Kaplan's gonna rotate around, wait for that final push, take down 17 into a double kill, no less. That's a double kill from Kaplan, right off of an ace from the last game. Kaplan is on an absolute heater this tournament.
Man, I mean,
the spike is down, and now you have to get it back. This is a horrible position for PGT. They've lost full control of the spike. Their win conditions gone other than Murder, and Murder is going the other way. Darky's able to find Kaplan, and now it's gonna be a defender win. Wow, how can you be so silly with the spike? They just gave it up like it was nothing, and they full, well, they lied, but
going by Doobie. Finds 1, Dimes, ultimate, not going to find any kills, gets a lot of damage. Doobie and Beckham trading with these assault rifles. Kaplan trying to get onto that site, but can't quite make it through. Does get 1 through the smoke. Last going to trade it back. Kaplan with the 3rd through the stun. The diffuser still going down. Can he find them in time? He can! He's for Kaplan!
He gets the ace and wins the round, brings him to 11.
Grab exactly where he is. Messiah drops directly to the face of it. Sage, and ignores Sage completely. Sage, she's dead. But anyways, that's gonna be really bad for PGT, going for the same place 5 times in a row.
Mel?
Watch it out. A 4K? Mel, can you do it? 76 health and a dream, 3 bullets in hand. It's gonna be a back and forth cowboy bebop style. Only one can come out alive here. And a single breath will take down Zeems if he makes the wrong move.
Welcome back to the desk, everybody. Right here on GLG, I'm Rapture Garbage, joined here yet again by Kegel, the next familiar face and back at it with the boy Seymour yet again, bro. All right, respects. Now that we got 2 more handsome white boys right here with me, I'm very happy to be the only minority. So let's go.
Can't believe you say such.
I don't know what to respond to that.
No, that's fine. I'm just playing it out here. You guys are absolutely beautiful people, and I like that we have success. I like that we here at GLG value diversity wholeheartedly and purely. But you know what else we value here, guys? We also value a sponsorship coming out for a side of Drink Control. Now, Drink Control is a meal. But actually, guess you would call it?
Did you just say?
I'll let you explain it.
Did you just say? Drink control?
Drink control.
Yo, drink control.
Drink control.
Oh, what can I say about this then right here, Ravish? I mean, a meal replacement absolutely gasses your gameplay. And I mean, who needs groceries when you have drink control? Everybody go to drinkcontrol.com and then at checkout use the promo code GLG10 to get a nice 10% discount. What more can you ask for other than this nice, beautiful, luscious
You guys want to
drink?
You guys want to buy me some drink control?
No. Buy it.
Just eat my lemon.
But you know, Max, without us having to buy it, you two can go ahead and purchase your own very own controlled flavors, which on some real stuff you're calling, man. When I went and brought my when I went and got my drink control, I opted in for the cinnamon flavor, right? I'm a big fan of cinnamon toast crunch. This is no cap, right? I wasn't expecting a ton. I wasn't sure what to really see because I love that cereal. Ooh. And when I drank it, I gotta say, number one, it was actually really good. Two, it tastes like cinnamony and delicious. And three, I was full. Afterwards, I had absolutely zero desire to eat. Like, it was because I knew I actually had a full day in front of me. I had a lot of work I could get done, but Drink Control gave me all the supplements that are needed to just keep on going for hours upon end here, man. And you too can do that. If you are hard rank grinding and you don't want to go in for that ramen, you want something to fill you up and keep you tip-top shape. Drink Control is going to be your best friend right there.
Guys,
Max,
I literally just had seafood control. I'm overfilled. Like, I haven't even finished my drink control yet, just because like paired with another meal.
Yeah,
it just doesn't like. Look, I got cookies and cream here.
Oh, and
I got birthday cake here. Like, whew, stuff's got me filled up.
Yo, you know what I'm feeling like? I'm feeling like that I'm having a party right now inside my body here, man. Because not only because they control here, Max, but also we got our semifinals match ready and set to go tell us all about that.
Oh, yes, I'm really excited to talk about DVS versus FP here. There are going to be two amazing matchups. Now, I'm not terribly familiar with their background histories before, but in GLG, they have had success in the past. Now, Seymour, I'm really excited to see us go to, I believe, Bind again between both of these teams. Just gonna be bind all day.
He said it himself. We're cursed sometimes, right?
Yeah.
So it's either Ascent or bind. They don't let us have split. They don't let us have Icebox. They sometimes let us have Haven, but like, I mean, like every once in a blue moon. Now you're saying that not really familiar with DVS, neither am I. But Flux Pavilion. Granted, they just came in round one and literally swept away the competition. Like round one, it was 13-1. Absolutely insane from this squad. I have to say, I can't wait to see what Flux Pavilion can bring in this one.
I'm excited myself here, guys, because from what I saw in the first match, like you were saying, they're called, and they absolutely ran over their opponents. We were mentioning before there with Doc as well on the other side. The true test will be if they're able to make it through these next two rounds. That's really we'll be able to know that these guys are the real deal. And so far, they've been able to show that too. But on the other end, DVS as well have also made it past these past two rounds. So considering we're in just almost the final records of the bracket, the competition gets closer and closer. The level of teams is only spiking and elevated even more so from the beginning here, man, because these teams are so good right from the jump. And when you get less and less of them and pitted against each other, the competition that which goes up between is electrifying. I can feel the static in my hand. I got a Chidori ready to explode with how much just skill is being captured in front of me.
I don't know what a Chidori is, man, but I'm with it. Let's do it. Let's see the energy. Come on, man. Don't laugh at me.
I'm back.
Out.
You know what?
All right. Bye, guys.
I don't even know what to say, man. don't even know what to say, Keg,
Nice
but
knowing you,
you know what I have to say about this upcoming matchup, Keg? Is that we just saw Hyperspace Dark on Bind. And
Oh, now you got me. Hold on.
and we just saw them fall on Bind as well. Now you said it yourself, is that when you pair Hyperspace Dark with Bind, you usually see success, and the Titans already fell in your eyes today. Now we saw Flux Premier earlier on Bind as well, and 13-1 victory. I'm a fan. I'm a fan of this team. I like what I'm seeing from them. So you know what? This gives us the opportunity to build that storyline that if we've already seen one Titan fall in our eyes, you know, it's not out of the picture to see another one fall. So DVS, whatever tricks you have up your sleeve, bring it on.
It'll be a day full of Titan killers all throughout in GLG. But of course, you know, you see that every week too in the Pit of Valor. You know, no big deal. It's just one of the best tier 3, tier 2 places in all of Valorant. No biggie. But I mean, even then though, this week is going to be special because you're completely right, Seymour. We have seen amazing action come on through in the lab. Beat out Hyperspace Dark on Bind, no less, you mentioned. But now I'm hoping that Flux, what they brought out on that 13-1, hopefully they didn't run out of their energy. Hopefully the locomotive can keep going. And that is my big concern for them going into this.
Considering as the state that we are right now between both of these teams, this bind map is one that I know that they're both very familiar with. Like, consider the gameplay that you've seen so far here, Max. What would you say are some common trends or possibly some common traps you find that teams are falling into, causing them to lose that ever so condensed momentum that you and Doc spoke of?
Ravish, you just asked a very dangerous question. I could talk about this all day long. I mean, even in ranked matches, from the lowest to the highest ranks to any competitive match, we always see problems with the rotates. One amazing thing that we saw from the defensive side, I believe it was on Hyperspace, is that they took two different bodies on each side of the teleports on Bind, and they collapsed upon all the attackers every which way inside of showers. Now, that's one thing I really want to see happen again for each of the defensive sides here tonight. Whether that's going to happen, probably not. But more likely than not, we are going to see a lot of stall-out maneuvers outside of A short and probably outside of Hookah as well. And Seymour, I don't know about you, man, but I think that's going to be the number one concern that I think we have for Flux going into this.
Well, with Flux Premier, looks like they're going with the exact same composition that we saw them with earlier. That Raze, Brimstone, Sova, Cypher, Jet comp. So strong on the back of players like Slim, Quiet, and Nair, who has the entry potential of just kings out here. To back it up with Frost and Artie here, I mean, so the Sova and Brimstone matchup that I have between them, they're very good at gating the information that's needed. The smokes from Frost are always on point, and Artie, his information gathering with his arrows are just on point. Now, I'm looking right now at DVS, at their composition, and seeing that they're going to be matching their duelists with a Raze Reyna match. So I'm seeing how that Reyna will match between a Jet and a Raze, because usually the Reyna on Bind is replaced with a Phoenix or a Jet that we are seeing on the side of Flux Premier. So I think that's a really interesting agent to come out here for the defending side. I want to see if that agent can pay off.
You know, we always talk about the rivalries between Omen and Brimstone, Cypher and Killjoy, but we don't really talk about the duelist rivalries too much. Yoru, believe it or not, is in play, and I don't think we've seen him once in GLG, but that just shows how dominant these three different agents of Raze, Phoenix, and Jet can be. And Reyna at times too is dominant, but we don't see her a whole lot on a site that requires a lot of physical utility to go down. I think you're right, Seymour. That's the number one thing I'm looking forward to as we start number one in 15 seconds. It's not going to matter too much on the pistol round, but having her just being able to suck away the souls like a New England vampire in these games could be really devastating to see.
Well, speaking about this Reyna, paired up with the Raze, pushing into showers on the A side, going to be meeting some restriction from the Cypher. Smoked off instantly by the Omen, so they might be going for the ult orb as well, but very patiently here at the moment because information is there for both teams, so they're being patient. But now Nair is going to push into the site. He denied by Dens and traded back from Frost. You see AK drop as well, so that Reyna finding nothing in the showers. The spike goes down at 3-on-4.
Yeah, I'm really curious now to see what DVS's next plan of maneuvers is. Usually these pistol rounds go by extremely fast, but already it's not looking too good for these defenders. They had to rotate around, they had to go very quickly. Subi's gonna fall as well from the lamps, and I'm wondering, again, a 2-to-1 ratio with only classics in hand. They're losing so much ground so quickly, Seymour, and with only those 2 shock darts this one Sova pertains, it's already gone. And they just have to push on up and see and hope for the best.
Apocalypto gets spotted out. Keo doesn't even want to touch that spike. You see the swing is going to be traded 1-for-1. Slim is going to pepper some in this. The wheels are on and they collapse on that last player. Apocalypto cleaned up from Frost is going to give the pistol round to FB here. And where they had a really strong start earlier in the series, they took game number 1 on the back of both pistol rounds as well, Keg. So really good start from this team.
It's a really good start indeed. And that goes to show how prominent, at least on the pistol rounds, they can be with the attack and the defense. Believe it or not, even high up in a lot of like really tier 1 teams, we don't see a lot of teams really winning consistently on pistol rounds. But this second round is going to matter a lot for them as well. This could be a great chance for DVS to even things out, or depending on the artillery and what they want to buy on FP's side, if they choose to buy up, and it looks like they did on Spectres, they could be able to get a clean 2-0 here.
It seems like on the back of these Omen smokes, they're expecting the Reyna to be aggressive, and through the back teleporter, you see a double trade on either side. Keo with the finisher on the Artie puts DVS on the front foot 3-on-2, but a lot of damage went into their Sova, so he's going to be about 25% health. And even still, they're curious about pushing through showers back onto the site because they don't know the positioning of FP, and in the midst of it, they lose one of the players that were on full health. That was Keo on the Killjoy, and suddenly you have the Reyna and Sova stuck at the A site, and the spike's about to be planted on B.
Not only that, the Reyna now has that upgraded artillery that they picked up from one of the dead FP agents. Now, having that Spectre in hand, that could be absolutely devastating for everybody. Apocalypto's going to pick one up as well. They're going to go for a very slow rotate. They're trying to play with the clock right now and wait out for that audio cue for the spike to hit the ground. That's not going to take too much longer. Frost King, having the spike in his possession, might go for the default plant, and he does, but that's going to mean a lot of options for however Apocalypto and company want to play on B. Now, they are going to take that teleporter. It's going to be known exactly where they want to go, Seymour, but I'm really curious to see if they're just going to jump on through Hookah like it's nobody's business.
Well, they heard both pings through the teleporter as well, so they know both of them is going to be in Hookah. Big smoke out is going to provide some uncomfortable gunfights, and as soon as they flood through Hookah, you see both of them go down, preventing the second round for FB, but a lot of economic damage was dealt from DVS in that second round, which ultimately won't matter too much. It's just you're looking now into a rifle round against the two of them, and seeing it as it is, you are going to have that Bulldog buy up from Soupy, so it's going to be on both sides a little bit more of a less kind of powerful buy. Just you're going for the bonus if you're FP, and DVS sticking with their guns.
I mean, why not go for the bonus buy at that point, right? You get extra economics in your pocket. Even if you do lose this next round after here, you don't have to really worry about your economy too much. But DVS, if they lose against Stingers and Spectres after full buying as much as they humanly can, it's going to be devastating from the here for maybe the next 2 or 3 rounds at the very least.
You also have Hunter's Fury, so if you want to give up that spike plant, you might be able to stall it out with that ultimate, but Apocalypto's going to be taking the fight right up close and personal, and a 2-for-2 on either side leaves it even at 3 for the players count. They are going to hop on out, take the TP back to A, where there's nobody going to be defending it, but the defenders are in a really good position to hit that rotate early.
Right, they're going to have a man advantage here. Already going to be pushing him through the showers. He might be able to find something, but look at this. They're already evacuating the premises. They're not going to go through showers at all. They know exactly that the defenders heard those audio cues from the teleporter going on through, and with Jet already on site, having the possession of the home ground, but not too much longer. Soapy's going to find Nair instead. Well, now they're a bit of a crossroads, quite literally if you're the Sova on the spike, and it seems like B is a no-go now, as everyone stays on A. Their plan didn't work.
30 seconds
That's
left.
a huge pick from Soupy too, because it allows for these two players to still lurk on the A side. And Dens has no worry at all because you got AK in U-Wall, able to find that swing and shut down Artie in the end of it. Now, these teams are going back and forth in the midst of this final rifle round, but from DVS, but you're expecting to win that rifle round when you are taking the Vandals up against Spectres and Stingers. Now, this is where the tale is going to start being told in that assault rifles versus assault rifles, as you are seeing the full buys come out from both teams.
Look at the economics too for DVS. It's not out of the woods just yet. If they lose this round, even after winning the last one, they could still find themselves in a bit of a recession yet again. It's not too much different for FP though. There's a lot at stake on this round, and look how aggressive this split push is going to be from FP's side. Both pushing up a little bit more. There was a bit of aggressive push outside of Octagon in the beginning here from DVS, but it wasn't going to be too fruitful on either side. A lot of smoke shrouds going through every which way, but I think just about any second now, we're going to start seeing a few more bodies besides number 5 rotate to B.
Hunter's Fury going to be primed on Artie too, do some damage but not take him down, so he's going to be dropped to 70. That's an ultimate out of the hands of DVS, the first ultimate of the game. On the other side of FP, you have Slim lurking on the A side, so the option is still there to rotate out. It does look like the spike is getting away from Fountain, so this might be a rotation back to the A side where you do have the Reyna and Raze still waiting, and Slim slowly gathering information while Quiet makes some noise at the B site to further hold these 3 players at B.
And notice how only the Omen rotated originally. He's going to rotate back. Everyone else is sticking on B that was originally there when the round started. This is unbelievably smart because they know everyone on the attack and bind rotates like peanut butter and jelly. Speaking of peanut butter and jelly, Nair's able to find one. The bread comes together there, and we're able to see a huge sandwich of kills coming through on FP's side. Then again, though, both the duelists are gone, or at least one duelist is gone. You still have the Raze to deal with, but even then, so much intel-based utility on DVS's side that they could use to take advantage here with the spike going down, but they don't have any of those visibility connections. They can't see anybody.
You're right where you were at the first time DVS in round number 1. This time you have Rifles, Keo, and Dens push through U-Haul. Find 2 picks between each other, but the Molly's going to hold them in that position right now. Nice swing from Quiet and Slim. Good for 1. As Apocalypto goes down, making Quiet give his second. And the Brimstone ultimate, which is hefty in this round, is going to make sure you can't touch that spike. Quiet's going to clean up the last one. And a big round from FP to hold on to their lead with a 2-round lead once again.
Gonna be a beautiful lead. Again, economically, now you're in shambles. For the most part, if you're DVS. You can buy up a little bit more, and I'm really wondering what Soupy's gonna buy. And AK. If they're able to buy up, no, they're gonna play the saving game. You have to at that point. If you buy up yet again, you're gonna have the same exact result and lose on the defense. You need to stay as a proper economy. But what we saw last round was really nice for them playing a very defensive game. They didn't play too aggressive except for the beginning of the round, and we're gonna be seeing that again, albeit this time without Vandals. It's gonna be Sheriffs instead.
I do feel like this is going to be a lot more fast-paced than the last round, considering Slim's not lurking over at the A side. He's gathering with his team at B. So a lot of positioning gained through long right now. And the Hunter Fury going to burn by Artie as well, as he doesn't know where Apocalypto is. Is he able to find this player as he dances around? Finally going to take him down in the last shot. So Artie finding the better of the Sova duel, and Nair through the wall taking out Soupy. That's full site control to FP right now. They're going to get the spike down, and this is a really good start to the round from FP. Granted, you only had pistols from the side of DVS, so this is kind of a given that it would happen. Just thought I'd see a little bit more fight back from DVS.
Many bodies hitting the floor now. Dan's trying to play quick draw McGraw, waiting to see if he can find anyone right down the other ways of the hallway on CT, but it's going to be Artie on elbows. Smoke's in the way now, trying to find those pop shots too. It seems unlikely as the entire caravan wants to go and assimilate and destroy Dens. But even then, there's no point. He's just got a sheriff. Why take the risk? But Dens wants to take the risk. It's nothing but a benefit for him to try to find at least one kill before being destroyed by the spike. But it seems like it's an inevitability that he can't find anything. He tries to go for a very, very desperate defuse. That's not going to work either. And he's going to be destroyed without really much of an economic benefit. But then again, though, FP now 3 points ahead in Flux. Well, you got to keep in mind the history of their team so far this week, Seymour, is that DVS, or at least the team going up against Flux in game number 1, they only got 1 round on the board.
Well, really at this rifle round now, I have to see the split decision from DVS, where you know that Flux are very capable of making those late round rotations back and forth from A to B very comfortably. So I want to see them on their toes. I want to see them expect this kind of lurking presence that Flux has. And you already see the slow take to Hookah. is going to be brought to the attention of the Rays and the Reyna, who are not on A this time. They're going to be in hookah. Dens is good for one. Quiet now is going to be out of this play, and the showstopper, it's going to go for the Jet, hunting, but not finding the kill. As the Jet gets away with a tailwind, but still that first pick is going to leave DVS with an advantage.
Look at the different ults DVS have to work with too. They were able to buy up some artillery in their advantage here. They have the Vandals, but even then though, the lockdown could be absolutely paramount depending on where this spike goes. We've seen it work for FP on A and B so far. One way is going to be hitting down in front of Slim, but even then though, it's a one-way. Sure, Slim might be able to skirt around it just a little bit more since nobody's watching those angles. I'm most curious to see how this push-up's going to go. Killjoy's not going to be on the site, I don't believe. No, it's going to be the Omen who could TP behind everybody. But then again, look how aggressive this assault's gonna be.
Have the stim beacon as well to just give you a little bit more speed in the quick draw. Soupy is gonna hit that swing onto Artie, even it up, or give more of an advantage to DVS now, 2 players after Quiet went down early in this game. Now the lockdown holds down A like you said, but the spike is gonna be going to the B site where Soupy hits that fast rotate off their teleport. And they shot down with a nice 3-piece, so it's not going to be a repeat as round 1 for Flux, and another round is going to go in the hands of the defenders here. They find their second.
It's going to turn B into a complete microwave that last round. Seymour, DVS play that again on the defense really well. They were able to rotate just a little bit more, have some bodies on A, but the one way I really think kind of was the tipping domino, the kind of scare off FP into rotating the B, and it seemed like it was a trap that was just laid out for them to fall into, and I'm wondering now if FP can hold on to this 2-round lead, as now I think everyone's in a very comfortable spot economically, but Nair with an operator is the most scary part of this.
I'm really interested because the Empress hasn't been gained from DVS yet. They're actually 5 out of 7 points to this ultimate. So that goes to show that your Reyna isn't finding any value in this game so far. In fact, they only have 1 kill. So really lacking on this duelist side is this Reyna pick from DVS, which I was already a little bit skeptical about in the agent selection for a map like Bind, but we had to see in the early rounds AK start to pick this up. They're still lurking at B. The attack is going for the A site. Smokes are out for Frost King. The showstopper on top of that is going to push all the way into U-Haul. Not even find the kill. Soupy is going to escape with a kill of their own.
Look at all these different shots missing. Gale's able to find another one too. And FP down 2 different bodies. At the very least, though, there's 2 lit on DVS's side, but the recon bolt's going to go down. Not going to find anything in time, though. Dens is able to find RP instead. And this could be another flawless round, or at least it's just about them. Always going to find Kyo, but even then, all the bodies melt away on FP's side. This has been working really well, and you're right, the Reyna isn't really necessarily finding all the kills, but at the very least, she's not overextending herself either.
Exactly. And the fact is that you need that Reyna kind of patience. If you're not taking the kills, put a little bit of a presence on the map that you still know that Reyna can take your head off, can escape with that Devour, or overheal at the sense of that. And now they're going to put the operator in the hands of AK, so I want to see the positioning of AK in the sense and see if they go for an aggressive snipe right off the bat, because you do have 2 players and the rest of your team grouping up at A for the attack, so AK have really good opportunity to shut one down early.
Yeah, definitely want to keep an eye on a whole bunch of different people right now for this matchup, but look at the split push going through showers. We haven't seen this just yet, and AK, the Reyna with an op, is able to find Nair right off the rip. Okay, you don't really see a Reyna with an op too often, but she's making it work.
And definitely, you're going to put it in one of the hands of your duelist. Now, Den's backed into a corner. You got Slim right across the side, and that nade is going to do a hefty amount of damage to the Spike Blender, as well as that Cypher, and a 3K across the board for the side of DVS. Another shutdown for this attack on FP, and nobody left alive is going to provide this defuse out here. Who are they going to hand it to? Looks like it is going to be the Omen hopping on that to get a little bit closer to your From the Shadows. Actually, they gave it up to the Rays, so closer to the showstopper is this team. You have the Empress as well into the next rounds, and the Empress combined with that sniper, you know, you take a little bit of damage, and you get it, but you still find that one-shot kill and get out with the overheal as well as the Devour. So I want to see if they commit that ultimate. On the other half of it, though, okay, you're looking at FP's attack, and they have that Hellfire once again. So the opportunity arises for Flux to go for that really quick plant, do a really dynamic or a really static push, get that spike down and play off-site for that Hellfire.
I really want to see this Reyna put in more work here. I think this is much more of an aggressive comp coming out from the side of DVS. I think that's what they're really trying to bank on. And it makes sense given that there's a Reyna, the Killjoy, and even the Raze. So I think once we swap sides, we might see AK put in a little bit more work. They are 5-4 right now, which is really good, all things considered. But the main concern, and we did touch upon this quite a bit, is that you're losing a lot of that physical utility. With the Phoenix, you had those walls, you had the mollies, you had the pop flashes too. With AK being relegated to the operator, no less, it's an interesting choice, but it does make sense that you want to pair it with the showstopper. But Seymour, you have to think about the rounds also where there is no ult for that Raze, and that's where I'm really concerned about this.
Now we got a game pause here on the map. Look at this scoreboard, you know. You see DVS, they had a slow start here, Keg, but Soupy's really picked it up in this Omen role. 8-4 to shut down these attacks early. And AK, who 2 rounds ago was 1-4, is now 5-4. So I called them out and they started heating up here, which I like to see. True. The duelists, you know, Denz and AK starting to find their footing in this game. But as we hop back into it, still stands that you want to see this Reyna pop off with this sniper rifle. Well, I'm looking for a really quick attack from FP to get the spike down and play offsite for this Hellfire.
They're starting things off on this next round, though. It's going to be 4-4, completely even across everywhere. But look at the shower push coming through. This is overly aggressive. We haven't seen this from DVS just yet, but it's all going to be smoked out. Everyone's biding their time, and only an undercover Shroud is going to be dividing both these teams. Shock darts are going to go down, though. They know that there's some people in the ceramic tiles not too far away, but they're not able to find any hits. Instead, they rush on through. Keo's able to find both of them, but Naird finds the double kill. Okay, that's going to be a great trade for trade on both sides. A 3v3 now. As we enter 1 minute left into the round, the spike plan's going to go down, and now we have to see this Reyna Raze combo really flourish.
And the Hellfire was burned to open up the site, so they don't have it for the post plan. In fact, they don't have the Molly either. So the Molly's going to be in U-Haul to try to hold back a little bit of spacing for Quiet. Naded out of U-Haul as this attack is progressing. We're going to be taking control of the spike. Frost King with the crossfire from Showers. Dense is good for 1, but Frost King getting the better of him for 2. There's a Reyna versus a Brimstone to take this site. And the Jet to back up the Brimstone in Showers. A crossfire is there. They have the check available. An AK, a sniper, and a Dream here. He's going to find the better onto Frost King. And I get out of here. If I was you, AK, take that as a blessing and run with it. As Nair's the next one up to follow. Let's see if they get the timing. They're not going to. So 5-4 for FP, but a very costly round.
I know I keep harping on this, but I'm really wondering if having Reyna on the op is the best choice here for DVS. Had they had a see, they throw it off the Apocalypse, though. That's such a better choice. Because had AK had the Vandal in that instance, they would have won the round. No doubt in my mind. Finding that one shot onto the Brimstone already convinced me that Nair would have fallen as well inside Showers. Already, because you had to play so slow, you had to relegate yourselves to the TP, and plus the economic thorn in the side. Oh no, they swapped back! No, go back! Ah, jeez. Seymour.
The sniper. Only good to take out the drone, and you're going to be forced off the site. Now, Dan's in a really awkward position. Has to force the paint cans into Ihuka just to get out of here, just to make sure that you have a little bit of an opening from one side of this fire. Quiet still not placed into Ihuka either, so a really slow push here from Flux, as they're just biding their time, waiting for anything that they can to confirm that B is where they want to go. But they know that there's at least 3 players over at B. So it's time to hit that TP, go to A, where your Killjoy is going to be watching, backing up. The alarm bot is there, and the nanoswarms are down.
That's right, a full sledge coming on through on the A side here. Nanoswarms, instant beacons every which way, but even then, Quiet goes through a stampede. They're able to find so much. Artie's able to find one, but even then, that spike is still in the ground just yet. AK's gonna fall. That operator that they were holding on to for so long isn't gonna hit into the ground. Dan's almost able to find the show-stopping hit onto the spike, but instead, it's not gonna quite work the way they had hoped. Now, Sova versus a duelist, and a Sova duelist mirror mode matchup right here might not be enough. Denz misses the shots. They go for the teleporter on the B, and with 24 seconds left, this is gonna be one heck of a trip going on through. But look, only once rotating. It's gonna be the Raze instead. Sova not too far away. They were waiting for the audio cue, and the Jet is hiding inside the teleporter. No one's going that way, and that's going to be even more time to waste for Nair to try to get back onto the site. But Seymour, look at where these last two are. They're stuck. We talked about this in the pre-show. This is a tough position to be in for anybody right now. Either way, they have to push up. They have the recon bolt. They're able to stall things out a little bit more, find some intel, but where is this Jet especially? She might have some utility that could block everything, but these two are long gone away. And then there's the Hunter's Fury coming on through, finding one with a triple kill, no less, from Artie. Can they make it for the answer? Maybe, yes, but it comes just in time! There you go, FP, with barely any seconds left on that defuse. They pull out the stops right away, hiding as long as humanly possible.
And that's it, exactly the need that you have for FP on this attack. For Bind, you know, something that we both say is that the defenders usually find a lot of comfort on a map like Bind, but you know, FP, a very strong attacking team. We saw it earlier in this tournament. Now we're seeing it again here, taking their lead back to 2. A potential kind of takeaway from this is that FP, if they keep this momentum, they might have a really good difference when they do swap onto that defense. But in this round, it'll be very telling because they've been very close, and this time you have not really a lot of ultimates to work with. A neural theft right off the bat. You have to be pushing into this lockdown that Keo is waiting on the A site.
I love the positioning right now inside Showers. AK looking at right around the corner. The Owl drone's going to be stopping people for a little bit longer, but it's going to be a bit pushes in other different directions. The early teleport does go on through the Cypher onto the other side and might try to bait out some of the rotates coming out from CT side, but no one's going to fall for it just yet. I'm waiting to see now where that spike's going to go. It's going to be rotating around the B side here, Seymour, and with only 2, maybe potentially 3 on side of B, I'm wondering if they're going to fully dedicate to the site.
AK rotating back to the A site. Do know that the inception potential of FP is there to go from site to site. Very aggressive stance from Apocalypto. Are they going to be expecting this? As he's here, he's been here countless times, but this time, this late into the round, he is good for 1. Instantly traded. Spike should go down. No paint can to stop it either. The spike being planted, flank out from Soupy, finds one, but Quiet instantly the trade in the lockdown primed here for DPS. Gonna be taken down from the Hellfire, granted from the spike plant, so I didn't really see a lot from that lockdown after the Hellfire was gained, but this retake is gonna be very troublesome for DPS. The flasher on the side, Dens for a 2, Nair, last one alive, and Keo to close it out. A big, ecstatic flow through from DVS as they are able to take their 5th round.
That was really nice to see. The double ear coming out from AK, blinding out everybody, not only on the green box, but blinding everybody on side of Elbow 2 was paramount to winning that round, I would say. Sure, it was definitely a 2-to-1 situation. The other Killjoy was the fall. I'm sorry, I believe it was Slim that fell. But KO and AK being able to clutch up at the very end there was so good to see. But the story going on here is that B site is not really the stronger site for FP either. They made a desperate maneuver to go to B site. They got the plan down, but they just weren't able to find any of those resources to bring it back. A site has worked a lot better for them, and I think this time they led the go for the rushes in the beginning here, especially from Showers, but look at where the Killjoy and the Reyna are already. They're prepped up and ready for this assault again.
Kid's gonna get aggressive. Showers, look at what's waiting on the other side of the smoke. The Boomba, the entry, they know AK's here, has to get out fast. Showstopper from Quiet. Checking the corners. The Lear is going to provide the exit and the Nano Swarm to give him a little bit more space. Now that is a Hail Mary if I've seen one, and it is not going to land in the end zone on a player, but on the side wall, Soupy is good for the shutdown onto Slim, and maybe a few entries here will provide the site, but you're really banking on that Blade Storm to take Soupy down so that you can get the spike, and it doesn't come through, so Frosty has to wait even longer. Now, they're cleaning up very well on these players, but they're using so much just to do it. This late rotate from Frosking might be able to get that spike down, but you have a one-on-one now to bank on.
Apocalypto goes for it again. He finds the spike. It's going to go down. It's completely alone on B site. Now, there are two different bodies on FP that can go and retrieve it. You don't have 200 Furies in a round, so DVS can't use that same exact trick again. But that was a great way of stalling things out. 15 seconds left. These two need to push on right now. The thing is, though, Apocalypto only has an op. He could swap things out potentially for a Vandal, but that requires him to push all the way into sight. The Shock Darts might be able to do a trick. They do! Apocalypto finds Quiet with another utility, and a classic brings things back! A triple kill, no less, in a magnificent clutch. Seymour, that might be the coolest clutch I've ever seen in competitive Valorant. The Hunter's Fury comes out. He takes down the Brimstone. Then the Shock Dart denies the plant again. Then, when all seems done and dusted for both teams at the same time, the classic at the very end adds the icing on the cake for a beautiful triple kill.
It and Artie, 7 health between the two of them, K. That I said that showstopper early in the round was the biggest Hail Mary I've seen. Well, that Shock Dart was a Hail Mary for the touchdown in the end zone, and that was incredible from Apocalypto. Now, let's see if DVS can hold on to that as we swap sides back to the pistol round. DVS on attack. Nair gonna get aggressive for this defensive side into showers, where we saw AK here a lot of the time. Now let's see if the Jet's any different. The Paranoia not gonna land, only on the Brimstone. As the Flood comes through, Apocalypto is gonna be the one to put Kip Frost King in the dirt. The TP's coming out for some last minute help. A trade, and once again, favoring DVS.
Oh, but look at AK for
FP.
The early plan coming out from AK here is going to be beautiful. Already a pistol round. We saw the very first one be very slow, but in the favor of FP. This time around, an even 6-6 going into this half. It's going to be interesting to see how the other defenders want to rotate around, but as soon as Quiet jumps onto the site, having no other intel, it's going to be everyone else melting away. Beautiful work. And I told you, Seymour, this is where we're going to see these duelists shine. The fast plant that comes down from AK, able to get right into the position outside of lamps, melting away everyone on FP. They have the Cypher, but they don't have the Killjoy utility to stall out a really fast plan. Now, the Tripwires could do the work. The Cyber Cage could do the work. The issue is it depends on where all this utility is going to be placed. Now, we do see Slim with one putting it near the entrance of lamps, and that's really good, but I'm wondering how long this Cypher can stay alive depending on where he plays.
Quiet. Aggressive Hookah. Has to shut down the Boomba, and the paint can's not going to land on anything because there's nothing to follow up that Boomba. In fact, the rush is going to go back to the A site. Smoked off for a little bit, so delayed by a Brimstone smoke. That's going to be a long one for DVS. Here you have the utility advantage when it does come to rifles. Another smoke to delay this longer, Keg. This is just the calm before the storm. As they're still grouping through the A site, you have 3 players on the defensive side just to hold this off, because you want those 2 players over at A to make sure that nobody rotates in the late game. So now the smokes are out. The Reyna's going to leer on. The spike should be falling slowly. A big pick from AK is going to push through. Devour just to get information, and the rest are following in suit. Now, Frost King luckily gets 1 kill, but I doubt he is going to last any longer than this. He's going to take his sights in to U-Haul. He is good for another 10, so where I did count him out, he's good for 2. Now Artie to help out, a 2-on-2 out of nowhere. FP, this is doable.
It is doable. The positioning now all inside of Hookah for the Hookah for Lamps in the defense. It's going to be able to find one. Apocalypto is going to take down Quiet, but even then, you have to be careful. You do have all that utility. Again, we saw Apocalypto with that nasty utility only a few rounds ago, but Artie doesn't really have that same exact prowess. He does have someone on his board, but the Stinger versus Stinger battle, it's a bring around the rosy between these two, and Keel's kind of off to the side. Even then, though, they stalled off the plant just enough. It doesn't matter if they fall at this point. There's no time. Keel gets the headshot, and DVS take a lead now, 2 points ahead with a flawless so far attack. And these fast plants, no rotates, no BS coming out from them. They're able to just directly get onto the site, plant, and reposition themselves really far back to make sure these defenders have to use utility to get themselves onto the site, have no intel really directly about where these attackers are going to be, and they have to use more time and resources to even things out.
Closest you are right now to an ultimate is the Hunter's Fury on DVS for this attack. But AK is not too far away either from this Empress, so a few kills and Altor put some ultimates in the hand of DPS for the upcoming rifle rounds. Especially if you can take a few rifles out of the hand of FP, it really put you at a good equalizer going into the next now. This is going to be a very chaotic push as both teams going to find their first on the AK as Frost King goes down. Already through the smoke, finds Keo, some deep shots onto the site, and the shock dart for Apocalypto to follow up on these SMGs, getting a lot done on the B site as they do have the spike down. Quiet and Nair for 2, leaving all alone Apocalypto. And as expected, the rifle's going to take the round, but a very good round nonetheless from DVS.
And plus, 2 different bodies on that rifle round were fallen on FP side. At the very least, that's going to hurt the economy just a tiny bit more. But now we're going to have to see what DVS wants to pull out. Their economy now going into this 3rd round. It's going to be the first round that they've lost. I think they went for a bonus last time around, but now they're going to force up into rifles of their own. Those 2 that died on FP side, they could force up, but they can't necessarily get all the crazy benefits of having a Phantom and a Vandal. In fact, they can't even with heavy armor. They have to go for Stingers and Spectres. It's going to put themselves in a weird ping-pong position if they can't win this round or if anyone else falls. But now DVS, they have such a great idea and lead, and Slim changes things up every single round. That camera, let's go back to that camera really quick, has a beautiful entryway into showers that it was sorely missed when the sides were flipped.
No way they expect the camera to be that high, so that's a really well-placed set of utility. And if Keo gets spotted out from that, they're going to know that this is going to be a split push right here from DVS. Look, they have 3 people very spread out over on the A side, 2 people lurking at B to work together, and playing for picks. Really good stance from DVS to take this round. They're going to get the Alt Orb. You have the Hunter's Fury. Now you're closer to that Showstopper. As well as I said, the Empress 2 going to be coming on board if you find maybe 1 kill now. Once again, the calm before the storm here, Keg, as it's very undecided where these attackers want to go.
We do see the spike in the middle of A short, though, but look at 1 pushing up on showers. This is where one of the tripwires are, and this is where the crux of the Cypher's plays are at. But there we go, tripwire going to go into effect. Hunter's Fury comes out at the same exact time across the map, but even then, none of it even connects. Now, I'm wondering now what AK is going to do. He's going to be pushing up into Lamb. Soupy's able to find Slim. That's the only base of intel they have. I'm sorry, Sentinel they have gone. Now, Nair's going to be pushing on up in return. It's going to be more than 1 body. AK is going to fall. Nair's going to find a Nova, but no, he's going to get traded out instead. It's an entire trade fest between these 2 teams. Bring it now to a 3v3. Apocalypto brings it down to a 3v1. He's going to find 1 more, but Dens trades out, and that is going to be another round in the favor of DVS. They played it slow in the beginning. They took advantage of the almost lack of global Sentinel abilities, let's say, from the Cypher, right? Because most of what he had planted was inside showers and really only inside showers. They played it slow, they took their time, and when they rushed into the site at the last second, it seemed like FP was kind of caught off guard.
It's not even that.
What's up?
It's not even that. Slim's having a tough game in total. 2 and 13 here. Not really finding a whole lot on this Cypher, even aside from the utility. So a big play, too, from a DVS was that Hunter's Fury was able to find a little bit of damage onto Artie, so that will swing very easy for that Vandal to find that kill in the later ends of the rounds. Now you got the Bladestorm from Nair, hoping to shut down a hookah push. But still a slow play from DVS with the spike lurking towards the A site. Now, take a look at this spread right now from FP. They're really hoping for a B hit right now. A is wide open. So if you rotate here from on the side of DVS, that's a free plant over at A.
It's wide open, but the only caveat are the Cypher traps in play. Apocalypto's able to find the opening pick, but even then, though, he finds the double kill, no less. He's almost going to find another one, but gets traded out by Slim. Slim is still alive, and as soon as he falls, now A is truly open. Cameras and tripwires completely gone. You have to rely on the Showstopper now on FP side. Quiet, though, in a 1v4. Only a Sheriff in hand. Is it worth using the ult? Probably not. In fact, they're going to get traded out immediately. No time to even think about bringing it out. AK's been on an absolute tear in this second half. I want to see the scoreboard again. Let's see exactly how much of a tear it is. There it is. Okay. So 10 and 9 is still vastly different from what we saw at the end of the first half from them. But you're completely right. It's these supporting agents coming out from FP's side that just isn't really bringing up all the muster that they need to. And even though they're able to put down the groundwork for just stalling out the pushes, even as aggressive as DVS is, it's not enough. They're still making their way through.
Even still for Quiet, I mean, every showstopper I've seen from Quiet has been shut down or not landing on anybody. Luckily, Nair is here with the operator to find that opening pick because Nair has been standing on their head for Flux Premier. Now, Soupy is going to find the equalizer on the flank through Market, or exactly on the flank through Market, so they're going to shut down that player, pushing through a main and even it up 4-4. Now, you look across the board, 3 ultimates against 3 ultimates. Flux, you have that Brimstone ulti, so as soon as you hear that spike go down, you might want to pull it. The only thing that's not favoring you is that you're getting aggressive, and there's 4 people on the other side.
That's true, and that is not a great notion to be in. Frost King barely inches his way back, but it seems like he was detected just very shortly. He's able to find one, gets traded out immediately. The Hellfire's off the table, but now there's still the double showstopper on both sides, and we can see that early aggression coming out from which way or another before the spike goes down. But instead of a showstopper, we're going to see a different kind of... Never mind, we do see the showstopper. It's going to be the Hunter's Fury trying to combat against the Sova. Then right around the corner, it's going to be the Bazooka in hands. Finding a Bazooka Joe finds Artie, but now the double showstopper comes on through. Not going to have the same Death Star effect as as Dens did, but Quiet now having to force their way forwards. It's gonna be one to fall, but even then, we could see the Empress here. One of my favorite abilities in the game. Having the operator in hand. Still not sure how I feel about that with the Reyna, but no, doesn't quite make it work. It's all gonna be blinded throughout, but they might be able to find the quick stop shot, but I don't think they realize that the fuse is happening inside, or at least around the corner. Oh, the Reyna can't find the shot, and that's going to be another win for FP. Quiet finds the operator. Anyways, AK falls.
Quiet threw their gun away, and he didn't even grab the operator in time.
I did not see that.
So Quiet has to buy up a whole new rifle, back down to 100 credits. And honestly, it's another thing there. Yeah, you found the round, but I have to say, Quiet just still is flying under my radar here. That's another showstopper with no value at all. Luckily, your gun is working because your ultimate seems to be off the table here for this sense. FP, they pull it back by 2. Starting to mount some momentum for a comeback. Quiet for an early peak, but no kill in fact for either side. You only have the Brimstone ulti too for Flux, so that Hellfire better kind of turn up in this round.
Apocalypto does have his Hunter's Fury, though. We saw him put in so much work only a few rounds ago here, but instead it's going to be the Omen going for the TP pick. Not going to do a whole lot, though. It's going to just extend himself farther away, get closer to B-side to help for the rotate going on through for the rest of the Spike and company. But look, a bit of a Showers presence as well. They're all over the board right now. It seems Apocalypto in the Killjoy pushing up, but this is where Slim usually has all of his utility. Slim, of course, is no dummy. He hears the footsteps not too far away, but he feels going to push on up, but Apocalypto's just a few millimeters too high. This is going to allow so much time for DVS to push up into Hookah now. They are blinded out, sure, but I really want to see that Empress come out here.
In good hold on what I'm seeing from this attack. Lockdown in Showers is going to really push off the A site.
30 seconds left.
But Nair, still a really good hold on Showers. Has some good sightlines to hold on to. And the Hunter's Fury from Artie, from Apocalypto, pardon, is going to be trying to hold them back even longer. 0 detained. AK still going for the plant. The Hellfire to push them off of this, so they get another ultimate out of the hands of FP. Let's see if they can get the spike down now. Quiet should be the one to shut it out. He's going to find the spike in that 7 seconds. This is going to be a round for FP unless some late-end heroics come out in the kill feed. They just left it for way too long and found nothing off of that lockdown.
Yeah, that lockdown was a really interesting choice. At first, I was a little confused, but I understand what they were trying to go for. What was funny, too, because of that lockdown, I'm not sure if FP was thinking maybe it was, like, you know, a trick or a debate or whatever, and they rotated around to B very slightly. It was only for a few seconds, but they realized it was a full dedication to A. But even them, having that advantage being on site with DVS just did not get the plant down in time. They were still stalled out a little bit more, and the Hellfire was the icing on the cake.
Smoke's down.
Now into this round. It's looking like a more solid B hit here. A faster B hit from DVS. Then taking some heavy space to Hookah. you have the Empress, your favorite ultimate that you've been waiting to see here, matched up against the Neural Theft on
Yeah, come
Slime.
on, let's see it.
And they haven't even primed it, you know. Emperor's still waiting on. They're going to leer out. They're going to take themselves onto site. Still not taking control of this ultimate. In fact, AK is going to find a kill before doing so. So you might not even need to use it with Soupy find that second. This might almost be a guaranteed round in the sense that Flux, you know they have a broken buy here. So maybe it's the best thing not to see the Empress come out on board.
I know. It makes sense not to use it here. They do have the 2-to-1 ratio. But even then, it's just so cool to see. Even after that first kill, that could have gone really well to use the Empress. But even then, no, now it could be a good time to use it. Slim and Nair are able to find 2. And now it's just going to be up to the duelist. Yes! It's the Empress! Okay, let's see what Emperor. Oh, Empress. Oh my god. Reina's able to find 1. Taking down Slim, but even then, through the nanoswords, finds the triple kill. That's why AK picks the Reina. That's why the Empress is awesome. But please don't pick up the op because of it. They don't.
To be honest, if Nair held that defuse, they would have had it too.
That's true.
It's unlucky for the Jet, but you know that's why we say pros don't fake. You know, do the whole thing. And you know, if Nair didn't fake that, that would have been a round win for Flux. But the Empress coming out on top for that big plays from AK. Where in the start, you might not have wanted to use that ultimate. Slime really opened it up for Flux to kind of force that ultimate out of the hands of DVS. So now you have 0 ultimates on the board for DVS. You got a Bladestorm for Flux. It's going to be pulled as well, getting really aggressive A main. You're setting up for an A attack, so this might come in handy.
Oh, but Slim holding a very aggressive position. No, but the Warrior Bell, a double kill with the knives are going to take away 2 very important players off of DVS's side. AK, though, operator in hand and going to be watching through showers, waiting for anyone to rotate through. Spike plant's going to go down, but little do they know, or maybe they do, there's a double flank nearby. And it's going to be the Sheriff in hands of the Brimstone and the knives in the hands of another one. But I'm wondering, is this Jack going to play up in time to be able to meet up on the eyes of DVS? Many different people are wandering around trying to use as much utility as possible. The Boombot goes through, not going to find anybody, but there's a skeleton team coming through on lamps that I don't think anyone's prepared. They're all focused on the Jet and the Brimstone. A double kill from Denz. But hey, from the back, Denz is going to fall. Artie's able to find 1. But even then, the skeleton crew is turning into real skeletons 6 feet under. A triple kill from Keto is going to bring home the match point for the attackers.
Match point.
And I have to say, I did like the escape from Nair, as they did get out after that double kill with the Bladestorm. But in fact, with that pick opening up from the side of Keo out of showers, it totally opened up for that spike plant in favor of DVS. And then FP, they had to set up a collapse onto site from all angles. They had the pinch from defender spawn through market. They just weren't able to take the gun or take out the lines that were in lamps. And at the end of it, you're just fragging out if you're DVS like you've been doing all game. And now you're on match point. You got all the confidence behind you, and you're flooding through A, B main, B long to take control. All 5 players are out. Denz opens it up, a big play for DVS.
Ready, they're pulling out all the stops. They want to go aggressive. They don't want to give any inches or miles for FP's side. They already have 1. The showstopper's going to go on through. Not going to hit anything in CT's side. But look how aggressive they're trying to be. This spike is dedicated to B, it seems. Hunter's Fury's going to go on through, trying to delay the plan, but it's able to tag at least 2 different members. Now they're trying to go for the audio cues. This is the time for Quiet to maneuver and slither his way through and try to find something. But you got to worry about Slim. He's been detected by the... Oh no, I'm sorry. It's going to be the Jet that's detected. I'm tripping over my words, but even then, Slim inside of Hookah, able to find another one. Already finds AK, but even then, no one's able to make any grounds on the defense. Everyone on the attack's relegated to Octagon, and they're able to follow up the kill feed there. Slim with a triple kill, no less. This Cowboy's still got a few more moves inside of him before the game's over, and they're both going to be in double digits.
His double digits finally gained from Flux, but I have to tell you that my skin was crawling in that sense. I mean, I don't know if you caught that showstopper, but it dropped Quiet all the way down to 4 health, having to push out Elbow, got cleaned up, and Nair and Slim, who were just popping off with that crossfire from Defender Spawn and Hookah, were just providing so much damage onto the likes of DVS that they were able to shut it down and very suffocate these players back into Gardens, and there's a firing range from the rifles of Flux to take out the remainder. And in turn, They do have a 2-round lead still, but Flux were able to close the gap a little bit and stay alive in this game now. You're looking at this next round, round number 23. You have Neural Theft, Showstopper on the side of Flux. You have To the Shadows if you are DVS. Now, you might be looking for a late game lurk to get that spike down, but if not, you still have a little bit of a cushion. Quiet finally finding a kill with that Showstopper. And then maybe the paint can's on top of it. Slim's gonna have the backup, and they shut down this attack in full form through showers. Gonna force DVS's hand.
These aggressive plays are not working for DVS whatsoever. They tried going aggressive last round. It got shut down after the spike went to the ground. And now they're trying to go through A site, and it's getting shut down even harder. 2 bodies already gone. Both of them had ults that could have been paramount for winning this final round in this game. But no, not to be seen just yet. Instead, we still have Under the Shadows, like you mentioned, Seymour, from the Omen. But even then, though, A is the way they want to go. Playing it slow seems to be the key here for DPS. They've played slow in the past. They've forced out the rotates, or at least baited out the rotates on the B side, but only 2 are still going to remain. They're the non-duelists, the slower ones of the round. They played a much quieter game. Slim with the camera in hand, overlooking everything like a global spy, trying to see who's going to push first, but he sees the Leer, he sees the bodies of Reyna. They're pushing through showers and trying to find one shot. Slim's able to find one, but gets traded out immediately. Artie's able to find another one, and it's going to be up to one single Omen to try to make something work, but Frost King says, not today. We're going to almost bring this to overtime by a single point.
Now, I have to say that I think it's when I call players out is when they start popping off, because Slim, he was, what, 2 and 13? He's now 11 and 18. Absolutely bringing it back for Flux, really being a staple to this comeback for their team. And, I mean, you burn the Showstopper, so you have no ultimates left on Flux for this defense, which is going to be very hard since you're matching up against the Lockdown, To the Shadows, as well as Hunter's Fury on the side of DVS. So looking for DVS to stomp through this round here with their ultimates. If you want to just close it out here, you might as well take the opportunity of 3 ults to none.
That's true, but we've seen the aggressive plays from DVS before, and they seem to be not doing as well as they have in the past. They're kind of tripping over themselves. I'm wondering now if they're going to try to go for it yet again on B. Last time they were able to get the spike into the ground, but they weren't able to find their footing on the site. Frost King's able to find the opening pick. The spike goes down yet again for 2 rounds in a row. Now, they have the option to just push back and rotate to A now. Slim is alive, so there's tripwires on A side, sure, but that's not really much of an obstacle if you just rush on through. But they're trying to play slower now that they have the disadvantage. What? Where the lockdown comes into play. This could be fantastic for them to push on through. They're trying to stall everyone out, but not a single member really of FP is moving too much. They can just hit in the side of elbow. They don't have to go anywhere for this ult to not really be that effective.
Now, in the sense, they're able to collapse as they have a rotating player too, Quiet, lurking all the way in the back, might be able to catch off Apocalypto. Luckily, he gets that Hail Mary with the Hunter's Fury, so they trade out in the sense, and Quiet, they finally know where he is. Spike is down. The collapse is in turn. Quiet for another one. Now on site, Nair and Frost King going to be checking the corners, getting rid of this team. Flux is up against 1, and Artie is the one to shut down DVS. And a tie game is going to send us to overtime in this sense, and they didn't even need the Brimstone ulti in the end. Very thorough from Flux. Very tilting, I'd say, if you're DVS, is that lockdown. It's the second time I've seen Keo drop it on their attack, and no follow through once again gives up a lot of space to allow Flux to kind of suffocate them in once again and take them from all angles.
To be fair, though, that lockdown didn't really push away any of the defenders either. They all just relegated themselves away to elbow. And yeah, there could have been capitalization on the B site lockdown. I'm kind of surprised we didn't see a rotate into A site with that one. I really thought we were going to see that with the teleport. But they just kind of stood there and waited for it to finish and try to take down any detainees. But we don't really see detainees too much with lockdowns if people know how to play and maneuver themselves.
And these people definitely know how to play, Keg.
Exactly.
We're in overtime here. To win by 2, ladies and gentlemen. Dance is going to be forced out of hookah. Going to be providing a lot of damage on back. There's actually that paint can isn't going to land on anything. Quiet. Look at how confident he is with Slim. Working hand in hand in tandem. Going to locate the head of Dance. Leave all alone Soupy on the side. He's going to get right around the corner. Quiet. What a swing around to take down that Omen. Apocalypto is good for 1, but Artie's able to close it down to a 2-on-4.
Two left alive now for DVS. They held the lead for so long in the second half, and now might be the time that FP brings it back here. Oh, two left alive. Both with Vandals and Vandals and Phantoms in their hands, though. Let's see Keo, and he pushes up. Not gonna find anything immediately. In fact, he's smoked out. Cyber Cage is all throughout, but the spike, it's right there. It's so tantalizing for them to get. The Reyna trying to provide that cover fire. The recon bolt's gonna go down. They hear the audio cues. It's gonna be one falling, but is that gonna be another? No. It's a stall out. Both heavily damaged, though. Not a lot they can really do. Slim and Frost, like Men in Black, they come in at once. Bam, bam. Quick silencing headshots, bringing them into the lead for the first time since the first half. And now they only need one more round to bring themselves much, much further in this tournament. And it's certainly not the 13-1 they had in the very first game streamed here tonight, Seymour.
Well, let me tell you, it was 4 rounds ago is when DVS gained match point and Flux Premier turned on their engines. They've brought it back. Now they're on match point themselves in this overtime. And you really have to give it on players like Quiet, players like Artie, and players like Slim, who have gained their confidence back after a lackluster first half. Now Quiet and Nair off the Boomba and Rifle. They shut down the attack through A main, leaves only 3 alive for DVS, and they're going to be grouping back up for the A site attack with presence in showers and the spike down A long.
That might have sealed the coffin right there, depending on what DVS wants to do next. Their attacks were really nice to see in the second half, at least in the beginning. But once FP started adapting around their micro adjustments, especially with Slim in the showers, that seemed to have worked really well. I'm wondering now if they want to go for A again. DVS is not a team that likes to rotate. FP is a team that likes to rotate, and on the attack, they didn't really need to either. Now, it seems like they are trying to go for a bit of an adjustment here. They are rotating as I speak, but look at that. Already 2 different bodies on B, all alone with the spike, and 2 different guards nearby, sure, but it's a much slower game here. They don't have any intel to verify where anybody is here. There is 1 recon bolt in the possession of DVS, but it's not going to be used just yet. Look at how close they're pushing up here. All different angles coming throughout. Good swarm grenade might be able to get directly onto the site to stall things out if they want to, but wow, that was accurately placed. But Frost King finds Apocalypto. That's what matters most. And there's only 2 left alive here. They might be able to push on up. No, another one's going to fall. This could be at the final stand. Dance is able to find Slip, but it's going to fall to Frost King again. A defuse comes on through, and a heroic celebration coming out from Flux's team. That was a very close call for them to possibly not make it to the championships.
You really have to give it to Flux there. I mean, their mentals were strong to the end of that game, and players who I called out for not showing up in the first half took it to their own to really send Flux into the later rounds of that. Now, you're looking at this scoreboard. It does not tell the tale because my man Slim at the bottom there, he might be 13 and 20, but I cannot count the amount of times he had some heroics in that defender side. It was an absolutely amazing road for Flux, and I'm still a fan of them. Even though it wasn't a 13-1, I got a better game. I was 14-12 and a well-deserving 14-12.
It just seems like these matches keep getting closer and closer here, guys. You keep moving up throughout the bracket. You got to remember, because this is semis, we still got 1 final match tonight to go, that being a grand finals, though. So we already know who is going to be considered another FP1 as overtime. The other match was not nearly as close here, Max.
Absolutely. I mean, it wasn't the 13-1 like Seymour said, but even then, though, it was one heck of a matchup here. I harped on AK so much in the first half about using the op, but in the second half, going aggressive with it, it worked out pretty well. And I love seeing that Empress clutch come out from them, and it was just amazing to see their little evolution go through towards the very end of that game. But I think one person we need to highlight, we don't have an MVP screen as far as I'm aware of. I do want to give part of the MVP to Slim. He held down the fort on A site every single round, and even with the tripwires, a little unorthodox, but they made sense, was able to stall out the shower push that I think DVS really wanted to go for towards the latter half of that half so much, and they weren't able to.
Which is why I personally prefer, I find Cypher's really on bind, because you can be a lot more aggressive and be a lot more I find Scorsese with it, with your positioning, especially with the cameras, because you're able to find out so much more information, especially when you've seen how teams are so opt in so often to go for these quick rotates too. You can hold down on B while having a camera on A, and it can be really easy for you to find out there's so much information depending on where that is placed. With that all being said, the folks consider FP we regard the finals to be facing in the lab as well, who finished 13-5 in the previous game. So, I mean, I got to say, in the lab was absolutely crushed. So we'll see how much of a fight FP is able to put up. Seymour, any final thoughts before going into the finals?
I just can't wait to see these teams. I mean, what a wonderful ride, but an overtime loss. It's time for us to take or an overtime win in that sense. It was a long game, so it's time for us to take a little bit of a break, grab some water, some snacks, and get prepared to bring you a fire grand finals. Can't wait to see it. So stay tuned for some more GLG.
Recon Bolt in the possession of DVS, but it's not going to be used just yet. Look at how close they're pushing up here. All different angles.
Teleports as well. It's going to be Zine with a triple kill. It's an even 2v2. Now, where are the last two alive? Well, they're going to be peeking out slowly but surely. It might be too late for the defuse.
Now.
You have to go halfway. Kaplan's able to find one. That could be the final shot, but no, it's too late. PGT stay in the game. And Kaplan sacrifices themselves.
Unfortunately, the Kaplan right there at the end. Honestly, if I was Kaplan, I'm thinking I have to protect this man with my life and with my body.
Oh, Zim! No! He pushed up too much. That's gonna tell you exactly where the bomb's gonna go. And that's gonna be the plant. Sure, but you're in a 1v3 and you're already lit up. It seems like though most of the shots had missed. The paranoia goes down. You miss the op shot, and now you have to deal with 3 more. You get one through the smoke, a triple kill no less. Is he able to find it? No, through the smoke. He's able to find a second one. That's a quad kill. Now, if he can find this last one, he's gonna switch to the Phantom. No ops.
2 cops for that. Thank you. I absolutely love that, man. But yeah, that's what the absolute massive success rate for them, because with the C side opening up, which is why I don't necessarily like having Sova playing as the anchor, because you can't do a ton of stuff to push, but a fluffy immediate shot and he's out of there. Which is why I don't necessarily like having Sova playing as the anchor, because you can't do a ton of stuff to push, but a fluffy immediate shot and he's out of there.
Yeah, like a ghost. Just flittering away, never to be seen again. The Jet wants to contest this too. Fluffy gets 2. Pasito, what are you doing? That doesn't make any sense. You've just wasted your life for no reason. The only opposite, Fluffy cleaning house with a double kill.
As of right now here, Max, it is still only the Killjoy left on the side of the PGT. Now, I prophesied they should be able to get this. As you went ahead and broke it down, it is these facts executing million onto C, which are catching AV off guard, and then Marshall can only do so much.
That hit.
And
the alarm bot and the Maelstrom are going to give it away, and suddenly they have no visibility. Any rotates are possible right now, and there's no chance that C site's going to work out, so they're going to opt the next best option, which would be B site. This, of course, already has Darking on their double kill in their favor, but will that be another triple no less? Can the Classic find one? No, Striker gets one instead, and now it's a 1v3. Even 2v2, and every single time so far, Ravish.
Well, to force him off the side out into garage. And straight to come out back and forth. Zine gets Felipe. Both GPs usage to make it out pretty much safely from Messiah. It's a good call by him, but they could go for the defuse right now. So I get spotted out. Swat puts the C4, unfortunately, and not the gun. Trim is clutching. That's PGT go to match point.
Beautiful work overall for PGT, finally able to bring it back.
They're just okay. All right. I mean, I guess So here's what I believe they're doing. I believe they're waiting for all the utils to be up and ready. Yeah. I believe they were waiting for the fault line to be off of cooldown, but they all spot them.
It's like Braveheart.
Down in hell, but they put speed spawn in. Actually, all the fighters are going down his way. The Judge Gaming is absolutely doing so. He's Judge Julian execute.
The op is in play though. Pasito's able to find Fluffy op versus op. But even then, he has to relinquish his position to whip out the knives.
Now the op being down along with 2, it is just clean up duty here. Now flawless from PGT. They invest all that they can, and they had a lot to an advance. It was the 401k cashing it with no tax bracket. Either here, Max. It is all profits.
Closest round we've seen so far between these two teams, without one really just winning yet. And speaking of Messiah, it's just a back and forth. With only 2 left alive now, they have no choice but to push on to C.
30
Kaplan's
seconds
gonna
left.
rotate around, wait for that final push, take down 17 into a double kill, no less. That's a double kill from Kaplan right off of an ace from the last game. Kaplan is on an absolute heater this tournament.
Man, I mean,
And
that's right down.
the spike is down, and now you have to get it back. This is a horrible position for PGT. They've lost full control of the spike. Their win conditions gone other than murder, and murder's going the other way. Darky's able to find Kaplan, and now it's gonna be a defender win. Wow, how can you be so silly with the spike? They just gave it up like it was nothing, and they well, they lied, but
Going by, Doobie finds one. Dimes ultimate, not gonna find any kills, gets a lot of damage. Doobie and Beckham trading with these assault rifles. Kaplan trying to get onto that site, but can't quite make it through. Does get one through the smoke. Last gonna trade it back. Kaplan with the third through the stun. The diffuser still going down. Can he find them in time? He can. He's for Kaplan.
He gets the ace and wins the round, brings him to 11.
grab exactly where he is. Messiah drops directly into the
lost to
face. Sage and ignores Sage completely. Sage, she's dead. But anyways, that's gonna be really bad for PGT, going for the same place 5 times in a row.
Mel?
Double.
Mel?
Watch it out.
Mel?
A 4K. Mel, can you do it? 76 health in a dream. 3 bullets in hand. It's gonna be a back and forth cowboy bebop style. Only one.
Oh.
Teleports as well. It's gonna be Zine with a triple kill. It's an even 2v2. Now, where are the last 2 alive? Well, they're gonna be peeking out slowly but surely. It might be too late for the defuse.
now.
You have to go halfway. Kaplan's able to find one. That could be the final shot, but no, it's too late. PGT stay in the game. And Kaplan sacrifices themselves.
Unfortunately, the Kaplan right there at the end. Honestly, if I was Kaplan, I'm thinking I have to protect this man with my life and with my body.
Oh, Zine! No! He pushed up too much. That's gonna tell you exactly where the bomb's gonna go. And that's gonna be the plant, sure, but you're in a 1v3 and you're already lit up. It seems like though most of the shots had missed. The paranoia goes down. You miss the op shot, and now you have to deal with 3 more. You get 1 through the smoke, but triple kill no less. Is he able to find it? No, through the smoke. He's able to find a second one. That's a quad kill. Now, if he can find this last one, he's gonna switch to the Phantom. No ops.
2 cops for that. Thank you. I absolutely love that, man. But yeah, that's what the absolute massive success rate for them, because with the seaside opening up, which is why I don't necessarily like having Sova playing as the anchor, because you can't do a ton of stuff to push, but a fluffy immediate shot and he's out of there. Which is why I don't necessarily like having Sova playing as the anchor, because you can't do a ton of stuff to push, but a fluffy immediate shot and he's out of there.
Yeah, like a ghost just flittering away, never to be seen again. The Jet wants to contest this too. Fluffy gets 2. Hasito, what are you doing? That doesn't make any sense. You've just wasted your life for no reason. The only opposite, Fluffy cleaning house with a double kill.
As of right now here, Max, it is still only the Killjoy left on the side of the PGT. Now, I prophesy they should be able to get this. As you went ahead and broke it down, it is these facts executing million onto C to catch an AV off guard, and then Marshall can only do so much.
That hit.
And
The alarm bot and the Mano's form are going to give it away, and suddenly they have no visibility. Any rotates are possible right now, and there's no chance that C site's going to work out, so they're going to opt the next best option, which would be B site. This, of course, already has Darking on their double kill in their favor, but will that be another triple no less? Can the Classic find one? No, Striker gets one instead, and now it's a 1v3. Even 2v2, and every single time so far, Ravish.
Well, to force him off the side out into garage. As trades come out back and forth, Zine gets Felipe. Both GPs usage to make it out pretty much safely from Messiah. It's a good call by him, but they could go for the defuse right now. So I get spotted out. Swat puts the C4, unfortunately, and not the Ghana trim is clutching as PGT go to match point.
Beautiful work overall for PGT, finally able to bring it back.
They're just okay. All right. I mean, I guess. All right, here. So here's what I believe they're doing. Is I believe they're waiting for all the utils to be up and ready. Yeah. I believe they were waiting for the fault line to be off of cooldown, but they all spot them.
It's like Braveheart.
Down in hell, but they put speed spawn in. Actually, all the fighters are going down the way. The Judge Gaming is absolutely doing so. He's Judge, Jury, and Execute.
The op is in play though. Pasito's able to find Fluffy op versus op. But even then, he has to relinquish his position to whip out the knives.
Now the op being down along with 2, it is just clean up duty here. Now flawless from PGT. They invest all that they can, and they had a lot to invest. It was the 401k cashing in with no tax bracket either here, Max. It is all profits.
Closest round we've seen so far between these two teams, without one really just winning yet. And speaking of Messiah, it's just a back and forth. With only 2 left alive now, they have no choice but to push on to C. Kaplan's gonna rotate around, wait for that final push, take down 17 into a double kill, no less. That's a double kill from Kaplan, right off of an ace from the last game. Kaplan is on an absolute heater this tournament.
Man, I mean,
The spike is down, and now you have to get it back. This is a horrible position for PGT. They've lost full control of the spike. Their win condition's gone other than murder, and murder's going the other way. Darky's able to find Kaplan, and now it's gonna be a defender win. Wow, how can you be so silly with the spike? They just gave it up like it was nothing, and they full, well, they lied, but
Going by, Doobie finds 1. Dimes ultimate, not going to find any kills, gets a lot of damage. Doobie and Beckham trading with these assault rifles. Kaplan trying to get onto that site, but can't quite make it through. Does get 1 through the smoke. Last going to trade it back. Kaplan with the 3rd through the stun. The diffuser still going down. Can he find them in time? He can't. He's for Kaplan.
He gets the ace and wins the round, brings him to 11.
grab exactly where he is. Messiah drops directly to the face of it. Sage, and ignores Sage completely. Sage, she's dead. But anyways, that's gonna be really bad for PGT, going for the same place 5 times in a row.
Mel?
Watch it out.
Mel?
A 4K? Mel, can you do it? 76 health and a dream, 3 bullets in hand. It's gonna be a back and forth cowboy bebop style. Only one can come out alive here. A single breath will take down Zeems if he makes the wrong move. But that's not gonna stop Mel looking around, having that bomb down already. Someone's gonna go for that diffuser, or you're gonna get a 4K, and there you go, an ace coming out from Mel. That's what you want to see in the Grand Championships.
You could not have written it any better.
All on A. Sort of, kind of, because there's still 2 members at C who are simply not in a position to help out here.
Yeah, it's a very interesting play. I guess they're going to try and come for the flank, but it's going to be up to Itachi to hold this one down, and that's not going to last very long as Felipe drops both of them real quick. Now they're going to...
We get the next drop. We said it was defensive favor, but let's see how the defense fares. With Messiah already down, is looking more and more grim.
This has historically been a worser sight for PGT because they don't go here. But no, it looks like no matter what on the attack, you don't mess with PGT. Felipe's on a triple heater right now. Not able to find the last 2 hiding in screens. We've seen Fluffy and Kaplan in the same spot, but never mind a quad. Can this be ace number 2?
Found one.
No, for the series. Come on.
They know he's there. Give him the ace. No. And to support the jet rushing on in, but the spike is not down as of yet, but Sword comes on the back side. Nice immediate headshot on Poppy. See? But there is a lockdown used well to force him off the side out into garage. As trades come out back and forth, Zine gets Felipe. Both GPUs used to make it out pretty much safely from Messiah. It's a good call by him, but they could go for the defuse right now. So I get spotted out. Swat puts the C4, unfortunately, and not the gunner. Trim is clutching as PGT go to match point.
Beautiful work overall for PGT.
This is really tough, and he's been a bit of a precarious position because if he were to get spotted out by the opposing opponent picking out from garage, he could be in a tough position, but the site opens up, and immediately 2 down here as AV strikes first, and then strike quickly. Almost all of Kane falling apart. Strike coming here for the upper short. Striker J gets a triple, but to get a quadra, and there it is. What a way to start a round.
Good lord. Yes?
No, so as you mentioned here, Max, within the question of their economy, try to go ahead and push down in onto C, but it will be But Miku stave off this spike is dropped at the back to pushing through window, get one, but Striker is just destroying.
Wow. I mean, overall, you know, we talked about Striker before, not really showing.
Which AV was as well. And you see the immediate rotations from all of AV as well as they completely sniffed and read through this, which will cause the immediate rotation. Look at this fake. This is beautiful for PGT.
This is really effective right now. 5M, though, looking to get the flank. And there you go. Headshot. Wham, bam. Thank you, ma'am. It's going to be Fluffy gone again. He has just not been having a good few rounds themselves. With Needle falling, that's going to be another strong frag coming out from the KJ side. That's going to be really good. The man disadvantage down by 2 now for Lunar. And in a pistol round, you don't want to lose many numbers right off the rip. But with that plant still ticking away, Ravish, we see the recon bow going down. The info's been found, and it's just Frag City, both sides. Sure, you lost 2 members, but Scrim is able to string together a double kill at the very end. That's a strong round.
Comes in, gets 2, Needle gets immediate refrags as well. In 1v1 position yet again. We've seen this before. Extreme is committing to the plant. He wants to at least get it halfway. He does so. This is absolute fusion. But they don't know he's down in the smoke. He's committed back to it. He's making it. He gets a shot stun. He gets it. But does he have the time? A couple more seconds. And he gets the defuse as well. PGT on match point.
Call them Danny Phantom because
We're trying to commit to the site here. But it's just been Pig City.
yeah, I mean, when it comes down to it, there hasn't been a lot of macro strategy coming out from either of these teams. It's really come down to winning these gunfights. Now, there's a lot of gunfight potential in this garage area, but there you go. Kaplan's going to get the top and find Pacito.
That's so much
Zim now finding
information.
another one, and one more goes down. Zim is able to clap a double kill, and they're able to keep themselves ahead of the thing. They go on the B site. They see that there's no evidence of attackers being there because they've rotated back to A. We've seen this happen so many times before. If that first sight doesn't succeed, don't try to contest it. Run for A. And there you go. The Omen with the spike goes for the teleported plant, but gets shot down by Mel. That's going to be a strong pick coming out. And that spike still hasn't reached the 4. 30 seconds left. The 3 going to a 4K as Kaplan falls.
It's going to be tough to try to go for the retake. I thought he comes in for the side, Judge goes in for the smoke. We smoked out, trying to wait in, gets the Sova with Judge Gaming, and it's just green and red across the board, but more so green. And AV have done it. From what look like a detrimental positioning, they come in fast, they come in hot, and they are your pit of Valor. But Zyre noticed it, but Express gets shot out though. That's, I mean, good stuff for AV. Strong opening is the. Welcome back, everybody, to the desk. As my camera has just died right as we're about to go ahead and go live. I'm ready to be able to tell you this information. Is absolutely fantastic, and I love that I'm able to give you this as we come on, which is so great, so great, absolutely fantastic. Right now, you can see the program that I use right now, right in front of you too. It's a great piece of hardware that I do recommend to anybody coming out. As I am back for just a couple of seconds, so I'm trying to get my message across really quick, guys. This is the finals. What are we expecting to see? How you're feeling going into this? The best of 3. Going to bind that we are going to ascend to 2 maps that we see all the gosh darn time, Doctor.
Yeah, I mean, it's been bind all night long. It's a bit of a break. Typically, we get Ascent all night long. So, you know, we're ping-ponging back and forth. But, no, I mean, they're solid maps. The teams know them. The players know them. They're practiced. I mean, for the grand finals, I don't really expect much else. I wouldn't expect to go to Icebox or Split when there's money on the line. So, I mean, it makes sense that both teams kind of played out this way. But I mean, we've kind of seen the tale of 2 teams, right? Like both of these teams have had complete blowouts. They've had close games. And so when it comes to how these 2 teams interact on the maps, I don't really know who's going to be coming out ahead.
Colin, what are you thinking?
Gas. We just saw ITL. Well, we didn't see it, but we just heard 13-5 victory in the semifinals. FP 14-12. We saw it. They had their backs against the wall. Gas is gonna be the story here. Flux Premier. I mean, do they have the energy in them still to push for this grand final? because that is a hard semifinal that they just fought. And they just had to work for it, like more than they've had to work in the rest of this tournament for today. So I wanna see them kind of maybe look to kind of not come out the gates so strong. Just start using like smart plays, in fact, and maybe that aggression not holding them so forward, but they're just kind of patiently letting ITL play into the traps that Flux is set. And if that's the sense, then they might be able to ride the wave in this grand finals and hold it together, because when they were playing together, concise and strategic, they were a very dominant team.
Now, this is a shorter tournament, though. So, I mean, we capped it at 16 teams. We've only played, this will technically be like the 4th round. So, I mean, realistically, the teams have only played 3 games of Valorant to get to this point. So, I would honestly be surprised if either team is gassed realistically, because, I mean, who doesn't play video games in at least 6-round bursts or 6-hour bursts, right? I mean, like, who can only game for 4 hours? Really? Those are rookie numbers.
Rookie numbers indeed, my friends, but these guys are absolute pros. We're looking at Alex make it, Alex make it so let's go ahead and get into the first map of the finals of the night for the return of the Pit of Valor here. Casters, take it away, starting with Seymour.
Well, Ravish, I mean, you've been such a fantastic show host for the day, so why don't we give you some fantastic energy in this grand final? Isn't that right, Doctor? We're looking right now, Bind. We've seen what Flux Premier has to offer, and Arena is totally different here. I mean, Quiet, who's been playing the Rays all day long, might have been seeing what Nasty Nate and the squad of In the Lab have cooking. And this Reyna might just be that kryptonite that he's been looking to dominate them with on the other side. I mean, you're looking at that Jet Phoenix setup to really provide that aggression on the back of the Sova and the Omen, providing very dynamic attacks in the sense. So both of these teams really strong, a little bit iffy with that Reyna, but we saw AK kind of show some potential, and I know Quiet has the fragging capabilities, so I want to see Quiet being aggressive on this agent.
Yeah, I mean, I was going to bring up the fact that Reyna can be so pretty useless when you don't get those frags, but I mean, Quiet has been pretty standout tonight on that Raze, and now we get to find out if it is the player or if it is the agent. Obviously, it's a gun game at the end of the day, so it's whoever shoots first, hits first, gets the shots on target, but I mean, those paint cans, those showstoppers, they do some work.
Dudes, let's hop into this grand final of Foot. Attack's going to be in the hands of Flux Premier. In the lab, going to be cooking up some nice defensive strategies. That defensive strategy going to be very aggressive plays as Rickdad moved alongside their Jet to find that first blood, but giving up the B site for still holding the reins. Not going to step off too long as through the smoke. They're going to put them at a 5-on-3. The teleport's coming on back into lab surrounding Flux Premier. A good opening from Arnie might provide that escape to the defender spawn, and so they're going to take it and they're going to hold on to it. The spike hasn't gone down yet, so an opening on A site for a free plan.
And I love this play. It's so wild. We do get the Molotov still in hand, so Frost King will be holding on to that. They will find out in just a second that it is going to be the fully plant, as Nate has moved all the way up to these boxes. They heard a lot of teleports, but I don't know if they're going to be expecting Nate, and they're actually going to Molotov spawn where, unfortunately, there's nobody there.
Time is against In the Lab right now. Nasty Nate spots the back of Frost King, but doesn't have to get them. Rectad gonna clean that up for the second in the round now. Nair, the last one alive. Luckily, you got that spike down because you were not in a good position. Now, they had the chance, but In the Lab playing together, playing for trades, not needing the trades, but still in turn playing so smart in that retake. 4 stay alive and they get there first.
Yeah, so far so good. They are going to buy up here, take some of that money, reinvest it into some SMGs, and come in strong. And I do like that, you know, Flux, they're not playing overly bold with it. They're just going to hang on, you know, take the brunt of this save round here. But like you said, In the Lab, not needing to really trade all that much in the pistol. They just simply won their shots, and they came out ahead for it. They won the round. They're looking good. Let's see them continue the streak.
Nasty Nate spotted. Missing a few shots on that Sova dart. through the smoke. The classic not that he could against the ghost as the ghost finds two, and Rick cleans up the next two through the doors. Now Quiet still alive on that. Reyna's gonna overheal in the corner of lights. Did we find that first and only kill and the second kill so far for Flux, recovering a Spectre, holding strong into the light side of the A half. You do have Spike down in showers as well, Doctor. 3 players to make sure that this Reyna doesn't get any more. Maybe the armor provided will give him a kill, but 4 with that Stinger shuts down the rest. The second round for the defenders. A very thorough one with very good shots from the chip.
Nate even got stuck on the tailwind, still got a frag after that, and then was like, oh wait, I still can't be here, and finally tried to get out before falling, but Rick Dad had their back, picked up another 2 frags nicely in place, and so now it is 2 rounds, but it is finally time for Flux. They have a full rifle round, 5 full automatic weaponry in their hand, and they're looking to stop this streak from in the lab.
Well, anything that in the lab can grab here is just going to be extra for their sense, because rifles against the SMGs should automatically find the round win. Now 4, very aggressive position. The Lear's going to hold them back, but they're still going to find a kill. Now 4 should not have found that, but in doing so, a 4-on-4 now for the Spike to go down on the B site. They're going to be planting default as well, holding on to Garden. Boy, Slim catches off Nate on that flank as well. So good opportunities to know the sense of in the lab. Now Nate waiting for Slim to push through TP. Has the sights here. On the side, Vandal finds the kill. A 3-on-3 now, because on the other side, it's the opening for in the lab to take it down. Now the wall is going to hold off on this defuse. They're going to stick it near through the fire is going to find Zerk, and they are going to actually take it because they hit that defuse in the later ends of the rounds, and the pros do not fake. In the lab, right out from underneath, Flux Premier find the third.
That was minuscule seconds away, milliseconds. I think that's the word I'm looking for. But it was incredibly tight there on the screen. We actually saw Tailwind forward, trying to get through that flame wall to try and shut down the defuser, and it was just a fraction too late. So it is 3 rounds in favor of in the lab now. They are still going to have to go up against rifles in favor of Flux Premier, but we'll have to see now that in the lab have rifles if it actually matters.
Attackers. Spike. Moving over to the A site. They're going to group through A main. Now Zerk around the corner. You could flash this to get a peek because there's 3 people on the other side of that, but you might not even get that but chance as you're going to find a first headshot and get traded out instantly. Now back and forth as Rick 10 has that crossfire. Good for 2. You're only down to 2 players. Make it 1 for Flux Premier, as Rick Dad is really that thorn in the side of Flux Premier right now. Now Quiet pushing through showers is good for 1. Has to overheal after taking a few shots through the smoke, and the recon bolt going to let them know that he's backing up back to that Altor. He's going to grab the Empress. Still have 1 Lear to work with. 3 overheals to get you through this. Now, a 1v3 is not out of the books for a Reyna player, especially a player of Quiet's capabilities, but at the same time, really want to give up this Phantom. I mean, it's worth the try, but you have to push through the smoke into the turret, as well as 4 watching you. So you're gonna let them know that you're on site now. Quiet gonna be chipping away from this. 30 health after from that turret, and Andy Fu to shut down the rest. A 4th round from in the lab, and all on the back of Rick Dad.
Yeah, that was a really strong round there. And from the Omen, we saw it earlier in the night. Rick Dad is insane on this map. I mean, we saw 3K after 3K after 4K last time they were on the Bind map. And I mean, that's a lot. It's the Omen player. They're the smoker. They're the teleporter. They're typically on attack, even the spike holder. And from Rick Dad, he's the fragger. He's so on point with these shots. And yeah, that time he only had to fight through 37 HP, but everything before that just worked. He's hitting the shots, making sure that Flux just cannot get onto these sites in any meaningful capacity, and he's very mobile across the map as well.
Well, Hunter's Fury
gonna take up that player, grabbing the alt orb, and Zerk, who's been such a good entry right now for the side of In the Lab, is gonna find 2 on the opposite side. Now Bladestorm is finding some value, so you are down to 70 health, but at the same time, you find a kill with your ultimate, which isn't the worst. So you're looking to gather that spike, pick it back up. It's locked down in hookah, and locked down very tightly because it does look like In the Lab knows they have spike control. And that's going to be Flux Premier having to back up, regather themselves, and push into this team. Now the Flash is going to be going for Fountains as Zerk looking to find some information. Already is there, but they didn't catch him. They didn't see him either. At the same time, Zerk is just waiting it out. They know that this is going to be coming at some point. Nair with an axe out. So I think he's bringing the wrong gun to this fight. You're down to a 2-on-2 after the trade subside. Artie does get one with the shock dart, but Nate's turn with the Bladestorm as they're going to be using not just one ultimate, but 2 ultimates in turn to hold down. Because In the Lab, they did use that run it back. And at the end of it, Zerk did lose his life. You're down to 12 seconds now. If Artie wants to take this, you got a Sheriff against 2. The updraft from Nasty Nate. The Bladestorm is going to be useful. And a 3K for the 5th round.
Incredibly strong stuff there from In the Lab. They are just so on target right now, and it seems like there's nothing Flux can do. Now, they do have full weaponry once again. Last round was a bit short. They had some Sheriffs and things like that, but Nair now has this Operator, and this could be pivotal. If they can get the opening frag in these rounds and give them more room to breathe and more room to maneuver in the maps, then all of a sudden it could become different. But if he gets shut down right at the beginning, it's 5K just completely wasted, and we're not going to see In the Lab know. They might know now that the Operator is in play, but from the way they've been playing, they're playing so defensively that they probably wouldn't even really be out of position for the Operator until much later in the round.
We've seen Nair on the Operator before get a lot of picks, but this time you're playing In the Lab, who hasn't really shown too much aggression in the rifle rounds. The Emperor is going to be pulled as well from Quiet, but in the midst of it, 4 takes that entry frag onto Slim. Now Quiet good for a 2, and then Empress doing the job that it needs to. You're going to spot out that nobody has rotated just yet from Defender's spawn. You still have Andifu with the recon dart onto site through elbow. Tagged up with nothing so far, but Quiet's going to be pushing on through the Brimstone smoke. Locates the head of Andifu. 3rd one, working on that ace. Nasty Nate's going to be on site now. The last one standing. Quiet, 1 kill for this. Snaps over for the head. Locates it. Ace for Quiet. And the Reyna's good.
Hey, we asked if Quiet could frag on the Reyna or if they needed the paint can handicap. I think that just about proves it. Ace all by themselves off of just the Empress, and it was just easy. There was no chance for In the Lab to do anything about Quiet that round. As soon as that Empress pops, they were in the fray, and they just hit their shots. And I mean, it's just crazy to see how these talented duelist players can really operate that ability. I mean, you saw him play the edge of that smoke in tunnel perfectly. He just tried to play on the edge, got just a little bit of vision there from the ultimate itself, and then killed him. And I mean, even there, just pops out of the spawn door and just takes the head right off of him.
Immediately into this round, In the Lab lose 2. Quiet continuing their spree of terror. A good stance right now for Flux Premier to find their 2nd round on the board and start their so-called comeback. Slim good for another one, who actually goes down by the turret. The Hellfire is going to force out 4 into the corner, spotted out by Frost King. So doesn't even need the Hellfire, really just using it to put favorable position in that gunfight. Take a look at number 4, the last one standing, the Omen of In the Lab. Rick Dad holding on to this Operator for dear life over at the A site, because that was very decisive from Flux. A very well-checked round from the Duelists. And I mean, off the back of Quiet's ace, they keep their momentum forward, and they find their 2nd.
And they are hunting Rick Dad. 96 HP, just needs to stay alive. Throws out the smoke, but is it going to be enough? It should be fine. 12 HP? Yeah, it's fine. Just like, oh man, the nerves of steel to just hang out in the smoke like that and try and not die to make sure that your team has a weapon in the next round is bold. But I mean, look what they're backing it up with. Sheriffs and Frenzies and Classics. It's the best you can do, sure, but it's not a good look.
In the lab, who went 5 rounds in a row, have now lost 2 rounds to Flux Pavilion. We're starting to gain a good tempo for their attack. And Quiet really showing the confidence here. Push it back by the Nano Swarm. Went for the follow-up, but only a Frenzy, so you don't want to peek too much. You really want that favorable fight for that pistol.
Yeah,
It does look like the attackers are moving over to the A side, Doctor, where you have 2 people waiting.
Yeah, Slim's been so good around this A site. He's constantly a thorn in the side as he just falls to Nate's operator. Gets a second one onto Frost Kings. Gets a third onto Nair. Shuts down the enemy operator. And it's just 2 members remaining. And that operator was well worth the save.
Last player standing.
1, 2, 3 with that operator. Felt like just a walk in the park. You'd say a cup of tea for this Jet. Now Quiet on site, surrounded from all angles. But it's Reyna. I mean, this is dangerous. Look at how scared they are of this. The double peek, Andy Foo's gonna find it. Yeah, I mean, you can't blame him because it's Quiet on the other side, on the other side of that gunfight, but very patient in taking that round. Nasty Nate with some nasty shots. That Omen carrying that operator was the done deal for their 6th round.
Yeah, I mean, you gotta see the peeking there from in the labs. I mean, they only had a Sheriff and a Classic there on A short, and they both swung at the exact same time. And you saw Quiet try to focus on the 4, but in the end, they just didn't have that instant headshot. They couldn't get the spray transfer over, and the Classic comes out ahead. They have rebought the operator for Nair, though. They have a bit of an economy going for them now because they won those 2 rounds in a row, and so they are going to try and push on through here. They're checking for Nano Swarms. They're trying to not get caught here as they do get Alarma botted into another Nano.
And Nano Swarm, very smart positioning for, not putting Lightning in the same area twice. He's gonna be really stuck in the tube here. Has to fend for his life. His swing, Slim gonna take that kill. So for Flux Premier, gonna take the first blood in this round. Instantly traded from Andy Fu in the Brimstone smoke, so gonna use it to the advantage. And Quiet not losing that duel, or not winning that duel the second time around. Now Nair, who got the op, is gonna meet their doom to Rictad, who hits that flank, finds that operator on the rotation, and really gives in the lab a good chance on this retake. Already on site. Evens it up, finds a second to give them the advantage, looks for the 3rd, but Rictad keeping it on a 2-2 standing. Andy Fu working alongside Rictad.
Player standing.
Frost King making sure they can't take control of the site. Slim with the crossfire, and that's another round for Flux Premier, keeping it at a 3-round deficit.
Yeah, that was a great round there from the side of Flux. They were really in the face of in the lab, and so there were a lot of situations where they were just too close, and they had a split second to hit the shot. Mostly when we saw Zerk and Nate pushing through the doorway there, they pushed into just Frost King, who was ready for both of them. You even saw the operator shot come out, and it just went just to the left of Frost, who was able to close out the shot afterwards. Tailwind not available, so you lose. And then, yes, Nair lost the operator, but guess what? They were able to pick up somebody else's, so they do have it now for the 3rd round in a row. We'll have to see if they can actually hold on to it this time with 2 members pushing into them, 3 members actually.
Last time 4 was here, you found a 1-for-1 trade. Now Quiet does back off because you expect that aggression here, as Quiet's still going to check for this Killjoy, the KJ. Hookah. Turk gonna let them know they're there. 24 health left on Quiet, make it 0, as again the Killjoy bests the Reyna in the gunfight for Hookah.
Yeah, 2 HP left is not a strong showing, but at least your body, if you can flank well, you're at least keeping your turret up, your Alarma bot available, so you're still providing value just by surviving a stiff breeze at this point. And look at the rest of the team from Flux. They're not sure exactly where they want to be. Artie is trying to make sure that they don't get caught out into the same trap that their previous member did. But are they ready for this?
4. Look how low 4 is, and it's only just a swipe for Artie to find the toes of that Killjoy, but still the crossfire set afoot with Andy Fu inside Cubby. Nate, Nair, Gonna even it up 3-on-3. Zerk's just trying to throw some shots in the distance here. They're staying even in this as the chaos is on foot for both teams. Now Nate with the Blade Storm drops the spike. It doesn't get planted. 6 seconds left. Make it 5. Slim has to put this down, and at the same time, Nair with the Blade Storm. And the operator's just gonna back up and off the round of a Thrifty in the lab every single time that Flux Premier finds a round. In the lab says they can do that too.
Nate once again putting the team in the backpack, strapping it on, and climbing the mountain. Just pulls out the knives, gets a couple very crucial frags, drops the spike as well just as the clock hits red. And with only one member remaining, yeah, Slim had that great flank on through spawn, but that's not the point. You need to get the spike down, and unfortunately for Flux, they just simply weren't able to do it. They ran out of time. They had that really problematic slow play around Hookah because of what 4 was able to do and stall them out. And look at this. They're concerned about it again. The shot doesn't even go off, and that's Quiet finally coming out ahead.
Well, Nate going down as well. That's a huge pick from Flux. But Zerk has been in the spot before. Can you find the second one? Only gonna find Slim in the sense. Now run it back. Maybe gonna find the death of that Jet. But I don't know. They're getting really aggressive here. Do they know that that was just a run it back? Ricktad's going to be here, and they have the backup from Zerk as well. The flash from both the Omen and the Phoenix going to swing them wide. The Blade Storm on the edge. Zerk for another one. Quiet trades it out in the midst of it, but it's Classic versus Classic. And the Reyna is really in a tough position. Emperor's going to be on board. You have the Omen down to 3 health. That is going to be the rotation on foot, because you're gonna hit that TP if you're the Reyna. You're gonna try to put that spike down. And they know that you are there as well. Andy Fu, Hunter's Fury possibly. 34 seconds, and this is the inception that we've seen from Fluxpear all the time as they go right back to the A site where Artie has a very strong position.
There's no way they expect him to be here. The turret should give him away. Look the right way. All right, so they know somebody's there. They know that somebody's there. Hunter's Fury coming out, kills the bomb carrier. Just stay alive. There's 10 seconds left on the clock, and they can't get him down. Andy, with the shot through the wall, picks up the 8th round in the first half here for In the Lab.
I have to say, I mean, that Hunter's Fury was very well placed for Andy Fu. I mean, holding on to it on that B site. I mean, granted, put me in that position. I pull that Hunter's Fury. I try to take that bomb with the B site in its end, but they really held their own. They predicted the fake, and they know Flux Premier isn't afraid to go for that Inception, you know, rotation on a rotation on a rotation. Back to the B, back to the A site, pick up that spike carry right away, and that turret placed very well to allow for Artie's position to be known now. This time, the attack very fast here. Nanoswarm gonna keep him at bay. Quiet gonna have to push into a very uncomfortable spot. Andy Fu, another double kill to open this round up. In the Lab looking for their 9th.
The craziest thing about In the Lab is their strongest players aren't even necessarily the duelist, as Andy picks up a 3rd kill as Nate drops the spike again. It's happening to Flux Premier. They are falling apart at the seams. It's like Oogie at the end of Nightmare Before Christmas. It is just everywhere right now.
I've actually never seen that movie. Now, I've seen a lot of movies, but I've actually never seen that movie.
I know that you're in college and you have homework and you have things that actually matter in your life, but after this stream, once this series is over, just watch it. I know it's not Christmas time. I know it's not Halloween time, but it is a classic. You gotta watch it. You gotta see it.
Well, maybe if In the Lab are gonna take this, maybe I'll have time to go watch The Nightmare Before Christmas before getting my homework done. Then bedtime, doctor. You know, out here we got respectable times for school in the morning, but nonetheless, Pit of Valor is gonna keep us up all night as it is a 9-3 half. In the Lab leading it. Moving over to the defense is Flux Premier. Nair really aggressive down showers, tagged up from the shock dart. The backup's luckily there because Frost King keeping their teammate alive. The shock dart gonna miss. Nair very holding on to this in the last point. Andy, for what you gotta do it to him? He's got a family. 4-on-4, make it a 4-on-3.
A 1-tap Andy coming on through. We'll have to see if Quiet can do the same. The answer is no. Zerk gonna heal up a little bit with the hot hands here, and you do see Andy just keeping an eye on this teleport play to make sure that that doesn't happen. Nobody's gonna come through here. They're going the absolute widest possible routes through each spawn. We'll have to see if they expect Frost King from Fountain here, and the answer is negative, as 4 just gets one tapped into oblivion.
This could be a tough sight here, but if Nair finds this kill, so he
Oh
does.
no.
Gonna give the go-ahead for the retake. Now Zerk flashes onto that corner, spots
right
the
in the
toe of
kneecap.
Nair, leaving Frost King all alone at crossfire from either side. Rick Dad just has to swing, looks for the back of this Brimstone, and takes them down. Now you knew the play fake was coming. You're gonna dink him down, and Rick Dad with a 3K. Once again, a 3K in this matchup to win out the round. 10-3 in the lab, find double digits.
This is looking very unfortunate for Flux Premier. That round means that they get the buy up here. They presumably win this round, and then it's up to that round afterwards with the full rifles to potentially make match point or map point 4 in the lab. And look at this. They're thinking about it. They're trying to go for this second round buy up to maybe get cheeky with it. If they lose here, that could be the game.
At the same time, though, if you win here, that would be huge for these defenders. And submachine guns on defense, very, very strong utility, especially in round number 2. So Flux Premier with a good chance at splitting even on the opening rounds for this half. Kind of shaking up in the lab now. Artie's gonna go down, and Nasty Nate finds the second one on the Slim, who swung wide as well. And all of a sudden, Flux Premier, who went for this lackluster force buy, are losing it at the seams. 4 with another 1-4 goes down, and a 2-on-2 in the midst of the trades. Frost King helped out with Andy Fu, and suddenly Brimstone and Jet to clean up this round.
But the spike's all the way back at spawn. They took complete control of the site, and they never grabbed the spike. Frost King now could be getting a little bit wise to where the spike may have been. It is picked up now, and Rick Dad trying to make the slow play back. Doesn't want to make too much noise. The spike will be planted in just a second, and Nasty Nate's in a crazy position, actually, if they decide to go for the teleport play. I think that once the spike's planted and they've realized what's going on, oh no, they're going for it. The teleporter.
Oh, and Bulls seeing red. They're gonna rush into hookah. They don't check their corner. That is rule number 1 for an FPS game. You gotta check your corner. Nasty Nate, he's like Luke with Yoda in his backpack here. Yoda be the rest of it in the lab, just carrying them through Dagobah.
They didn't even
11 to
pretend to
3.
check. Like, you know, I could understand if maybe you see that like quick little flick and, you know, just like, all right, I didn't see anything, I gotta move on. But no, they didn't even pretend to check that corner. They just went full on W key through hookah, and I thought it was gonna be a trade, right? Like, we see Nair go flying in, Frost King's a little bit behind, and there was no trigger discipline from Nate there. He's just like holding down the left click, I gotta get the kill, and Frost King just ignored that and was like, no, I gotta also W key, I gotta keep going. And so Nate just gets both of them with barely anything left in the tank, and it's now 11-3 in favor of In the Lab, and it's looking to oh no.
I mean, you find the head of that Reyna, you do a little bit of damage, but the Reyna's not going to be able to heal up because the Jet finds the kill. Now Zerk going to follow through with the rest of this damage. Rick Dad and Andy Fu, it's looking like a team kill across the board as 3 players finding 3 kills in the sense of INTL. You know where the next is Slam head hunting with the Sheriff, as there is a new cowboy in town, and that is going to be the Cypher here.
He does have
Spike is down. A 3-on-2. What do you have to work with here? No ultimates on either side. Already knows where Killjoy is at the least, but not a lot of health. Not a lot of utility. Shock Dart locating for any damage that they can take. The Recon Dart not going to locate anything, and Slim has to dance with the devil here.
Slim could die to the turret.
And that is not something you want to die to. Artie and you all look for the second, only good for 1. Slim is in the toughest position he can be in here.
No time.
Well, if he just waits, if he looks for some exit kills, he can take down 2 with the Sheriff. He's not even getting the chance. 4 is going to get that turret kill after all. And they're going to find map point on Binds.
Turret killed him. That's unfortunate. You hate to see it. But yeah, map point here on Blind. This is our best of 3 grand finals. So at the very least, there is still 1 map remaining after this. We'll just have to wait and see. We're seeing a broken, scattered by here from Flux Premier, but it is all they can afford. It is all they have left in the tank. Whereas when you look over at In the Lab, they're fully kitted. They have some savings. They're investing in the stock market, and they are looking to push aggressively onto the A site as we see Flux do some shenanigans over with the teleporter.
Looks like In the Lab's going to the moon. And Zerk, he's not going to make it. He's going to fall a little bit short. Rick Dad keeping them on pace, though, to make it on time. And Nasty Nate updrafts into heaven. Just holds back the rotation. Cleared out by the Hellfire. Has to get on out, taking a little bit of damage as well. So they're going to be forced onto the site. Quiet finding the first trades back and forth. Frost King keeping them at the advantage and all alone. Rick Dad, we've seen him get 3Ks before. He starts off first onto Slim. Spotting him from behind. Hunter's Fury as well. Going to be burned right here. It's Flux Pavilion Premier. They have to find this round. It is do or die right now. Sticking the defuse as well. Rick Dad's going to go down. Plenty of time to finish it off. And Frost King on 4 health is going to be 2 points closer to the Hellfire. 1 more round closer to a comeback.
Frost King had 4 HP at the end there, so if like 1/4 of a bullet more had hit him from Rick Dad when he was rounding that box, that's a very different round. Yes, he lost the trade on the already straight up 1v1, but it could have been closer. If he gets that kill onto Frost King, I don't think he pushes as aggressively there as we saw, but I don't know, Colin. This is a long ask here for Flux. I mean, they have to win the next 8 rounds in a row, and yes, In the Lab are a bit weak in the weaponry right here, but 8 rounds? 8 stinking rounds?
I mean, they made quite the hefty comeback last game, and you can see some players turn up. Might be able to start off on this defense here, but it's definitely a big ask. You do have lockdown as well as from in the shadows for Lab. Here's on what they're going to go for, because with a player down, I assume they're just going to play for a pick, try to even it out, and then either go A or B, whichever they prefer to. But as the time dwindles down, they're not going to be playing for a pick in the long run. Going to be sending their sights to the B side with the drone opening it.
Yeah, just a minute left on the clock, 50 seconds, but they're getting some calls. They don't know exactly what to do. This is the more stacked site, believe it or not. They have 3 members here, 4 Flux here on the B side. Look at how deep he is. They don't know. They're both ships in the night. The smoke skill has like 20 seconds left on it, but Quiet still has the shot, and only 1 member remaining. It's just 4-4 with this Stinger. 97 HP on a turret. They're found out, and they're just going to be running away for the next 20 seconds or so.
4 has a nasty shot, and you only have an SMG, so you might as well just YOLO it into the site. Absolute just mark spins there to put him down. Flawless round for Flux Premier. 5th round as well, as you say. 8 turn to 7. And you got the Empress on board as well. Quiet 14 and 14, starting to find that footing finally on the Reyna. An agent who hasn't really been put to the potential in this game. Yeah, you've had the ace, but aside from that ace, I haven't really had any notable thoughts about Quiet
also
on this
like
Reyna.
3 Empresses ago.
Yeah, so I have to see Quiet right now on this Empress. Probably use it here. I mean, you're still on do or die, so burning an ultimate is probably your best foot. On the other side, though, In the Lab on this attack, dedicate the lockdown to site control, get the spike down, then use your Hunter's Fury to stop the defuse. Quiet totally neglects my thoughts. Pushes down long and finds first blood.
Yeah, just gets the kill raw as we do see them break onto the side. Zerk able to get one with the run it back before breaking away, but the flank from Quiet once again does damage, and now it's just up to the 3v3. They do still have the Omen teleport with the spike in hand. Nasty Nate, 6 HP. Oh man, this is scary for them. Planting is holding. Planting now in play. Already, what is? How did I already get there? Why is somebody looking? Where is everybody?
This round is a question mark for me. I mean, There's so much happening here that probably shouldn't be, and if they can clean up Nate, watching over this, who's 6 health, the defuse is totally viable. Now, Nate has to try to do something. Artie's gonna clean it up for the 3K, and not much you can do in that sense, but they didn't have spike. They didn't have spike planted for showers. They had spike planted for Andy's shock dart. But at the same time, I don't know. In the lab, they just look like they're trying to bully their way onto site and win out this round, as we've seen some very smart plays from them to get to where they are, and now they're just walking forward and hoping something happens.
Yeah, that one was a bit brutal to watch, as you know, they kind of got under the site, but it was a bit messy. Quiet with the flank just did so much damage, and showing restraint with the Empress as well, so that they can continue to have it in these potential clutch situations that may or may not come up, as we do see Nair with the operator just kind of chilling.
Ooh. Zerk with a lot of space onto the A site, getting a lot of crucial information. You're all the way into the lights. It's going to provide the rest of your team to come on through as well.
This did burn them last time, though.
What I don't like to see is the Killjoy on the B site. That's your lockdown. You're going to have to teleport if you want to put that lockdown onto site in the later rounds. Zerk pushing a little bit too far forward. Frost King with the fadeaway on Andy Fu. And the rest come with the cavalry riding their nice horses and having their shining armor here. You're down to 2 players in the lab. A 2v4. Spike is going to go down on the B site, as now this lockdown has potential to slow down this retake. Nasty Nate, we've seen what he can do with the op. What can you do with the mini op now? You know, Slim's along the corner. You're going to go for the shot, but down to 22 health. You have to get out. 4 is going to find last minute kill. Now all alone, he has to find the rest of it. The Stinger pushing away at these players, but what are you going to do against a Vandal? Artie's going to clean it up. You're going to get that defuse, and the Empress held off as well still from Quiet. Flux, they're starting to find what we saw at the end of that last series in the semifinals.
Yeah, we are going to get a buy round here from in the lab, so we'll have to see if they change something up here. We'll have to see if they go for a more aggressive take or the passive stuff that we've been seeing. There's a lot of ultimates available right now for Flux, though. I mean, we've been talking about the Empress for the last, 3 rounds or so, has been holding stalwart on that, hasn't felt the need to use it. Now we also have the Orbital Strike and that Hunter's Fury, both amazing tools for delaying the plant, for countering the plant, for clearing out sequences that you won't want to face check. And so we're actually getting the Empress popped. So after all that, just going to rip it at the start of the round. It just gets annihilated by Zerk. Oh, pain. Nair just traded back onto Andy, but the ultimate's just wasted. Gone. Forever.
How are you going to do so much in the past 2 rounds without the Empress? Finally pull the Empress in one tap. Luckily, the takeaway is that you had a teammate even it out. So Andy Fu going to go down in the lab. Still have that lockdown on the Killjoy of lab. Haven't used it just yet. Zerk lurking at the A site, so potential for the TP back over. 2-2 split from the defenders from A to B. So they're just waiting to hear anything that they can, get any information onto Flux to dedicate their positioning for it. Looks like he's setting up for this lockdown. They are going to drop it. Force off Frost King from the site. Hellfire is going to negate this instantly. He's just waiting. They're not even going to make it through in the site, taking so much damage as well. And Frost King going to put them down as they funnel on through. He's good for 1. He's going to rotate back into elbow. And a 4-on-3 now for the spike to go down.
And the Hunter's Fury coming out as well. The spike actually gets planted. You can plant on through that. Does kill Rick Dad just as Frost King dies. So it's a 2v3 situation. Operator in hand of Nasty Nate, who is caught out by that Recon Dart. Will they trade out for a different one as Zerk picks up 1? This is incredibly tight. There's only so much HP left, so much lesser now. The spokes are in. The op is on. They're pushing on through. He goes for the frag and already picks up a 3K.
Comeback's still going.
It's comeback season, baby.
Woo! Flux Premier, where was this in the first half? I mean, we saw some brilliance as well, but They're looking like a whole different beast right now on Bind. As you're back to the Blade Storm and the Neural Theft, you had to use the Empress, the Hunter's Fury, and the Hellfire in that last round to win it out, but using
You didn't
those
have to use the
guaranteed,
Empress.
you still, yeah, I mean, you used it, didn't get anything from it. Didn't really give you a win, but it didn't give you a loss, which you're lucky for. Now, Nair, Operator, has the backup, so the Recon Dart not going to spot this aggression here. Andy Fugo going to go for the imp. But no kills. The kill was picked up from a teammate. The teammate was watching their back. Was already who got this. In the shadows used as well from Lab is going to give Heaven control to the attackers. They're going to go for the spike down with the smoke of the jet to help watch it out. So 4 is going to put that spike down, get a little bit more progression to your lockdown, and they're going to just find those post plants for a 5-on-5 retake.
So weird. This is such a weird spot to find yourself. The recon bolt this time does get used. Quiet takes out Rickdad into Heaven, and so now the pinch can come in. Zerk trying to get the shots onto these bathroom players, able to get one before Quiet continues the rampage onto the site. Nanoswamp trying to buy some more time, but Nair with that Vandal takes them out. They're on to the defuse. They do have the shock darts though. Shock darts incoming through the sky. They get it to half though, so they can continue to keep it going. Pros don't fake. They're trying to get the shots on target, but it's not enough. Defender side win, and everybody else dies, and it is now looking incredibly dire for In the Lab. They've lost 6 in a row.
What's their economy looking like too? It looks like they're gonna have to force. It looks like they're gonna go for like a force buy for a few rifles, but ultimately make sure that they have pretty good buy going into the next round in case they lose it. You do see a Stinger, Ghost, Sheriff, Vandal. That's interesting. Zerk, but he does have run it back, so totally not aside from the point. You do have Bladestorm as well and Nasty Nate, so you could be banking on the run it back and the Bladestorm to give you the advantage in this. With the information going to be gained as well from Quiet, you're going to get down, spot out 4. And in turn,
Player 4, not the number 4.
Yeah, you're going to spot down the player 4. The rotation 2 coming out, and that Brimstone backs up to the defender spawn, getting ready for this attack.
We're seeing Artie jumping on through here. I think he might have just peeked Nasty Nate a little bit. They are caught on the camera, but Nair still gets the frag, has to use a knife to break the tripwire, and this is looking tough. They're already down a player. They're in some bad spots. Zerk has to somehow pick up the spike, which is in the ops crosshairs.
You okay?
No, not. But they are going to get the Leer to help Nair a little bit. They're shooting it. Can't quite hit the op shot, but they are able to recover the spike, but they're chasing him down. Just a little bit of a tag. Oh, that's a lot of damage. They do get back onto the side safely, though. And so what's the call? Well, look at Slim.
Oh,
No,
Slim.
The spike's right there.
Will the real Slim Shady please stand up and then sit right back down because Zerk is existing on this plane. Andy Fu gets traded out now. A 3-on-2 in the lab. Going to burn this run it back, which I expected them to with this Vandal buy up. He's going to be pushing the defender spawn. Nair going to be watching for it. Gets rid of this ultimate now. Still a 2-on-3. Not finding anything. Bladestorm of Nasty Nate. We're holding that front line of defense. Head is gone from Artie. And the next one's gone. Nair. Oh my Zerk. And Nasty Nate might just be the backpack that In the Lab needs. Now, after losing so many rounds in a row, you are down to Frost King, holding back on your first map win here. He's going to stick that defuse. Zerk is going to shut him down for a 3K. And I did not see that one coming, Doctor. What a play from In the Lab. Mainly Zerk and Nasty Nate.
No, I mean, they won it on a Thrifty of all things as well. I mean, you just don't expect those types of plays, but they made it happen. Nate with that ultimate coming in clutch at the end, getting the nice one tap into that little elbow area there. Replenish the knives, didn't even need them, but Zerk hit that amazing shot onto the Heaven operator, and that basically sealed it right there. Like, even if Nate didn't do anything else that round, really, that headshot from Zerk did so much to save that round, and it gave him the 13-9 victory.
You saw the two right at the end here, guys. All they literally had to do was play that time. And with the Jet 2, like you mentioned, right, peeking through elbow, just made his one night flick, just clean, evens up the odds with only the Brim left here, man. There's only so much he could do. Now, if they peeped one at a time and gave him those crucial 1x1s, he might have been able to actually clutch that round. But at the end of the day here, finally, we see ITL take the first map. But because honestly, I gotta ask y'all real quick, bro. The entire first half, even a bit of the second half, it seems like they had it. ITL was absolutely crushing. They were at 12 for so long. They were on match point, but FP would not give in, Colin.
Was it 12-4?
I think so.
12-4, Doctor?
12-3, and then they won 6 in a row.
Oh, what a good stance from Flux. I have to say, I mean, yeah, you lost map number 1, but hold on to that. I mean, you're going into Ascent next map. We haven't seen Ascent on the board, so maybe in that second round that we didn't see Flux premiere on stream, that might have been playing Ascent off screen. So we don't know what they're well practiced on, but heading into Ascent, hopefully this is their bread and butter, and hopefully they can bring this back. You already see a lock in for this map as well, Doctor. As we are wasting no time, we are hopping right to the second game of this grand final. Slim's going to guarantee a killjoy.
Bye, Rabbit.
Bye, Ravish. We love you. We love you.
But yeah, I mean, the players, if I'm in the lab, I just want to go. Like, I'm carrying that momentum as much as possible into Ascent here, which, as we've seen in the past, can be very deadlocked, very even map across the board. This is one of the maps we see overtime on here most at GLG. And so, yeah, you want the momentum from being able to take off that victory in map 1 and play with that. You don't want to give Flux any opportunity to reset that mental, to come in strong, to come in with a little bit of a breather. You just want to run it. Now, obviously, both teams readied up, so they're both ready to play. But as we head into potentially the final map of the night, I do want to say, folks at home, if you have enjoyed this series and you think you could take on any of the teams we featured here tonight, go ahead to click that Battlefy link down below. Our signups for next Wednesday's Pit of Valor are live, and we are capping it at 16 teams once again due to just the sheer insanity you guys put on stream. So be sure to sign up early. Be sure to get your name in as quick as possible. You are not going to want to miss this opportunity.
If you're also enjoying the stream, hit that follow button for Twitch. Always appreciate it for those new faces. If you're new around here and you've been enjoying the show, Ascent is going to be where we're finding our second map of the grand finals. Ladies and gentlemen, we're hopping in the lab, looking to close out for the 50 Beans Flux premiere after a very strong end to the second map, falling short in the round count, but strong in their passion. They're looking to bring this back, tie it up, and send us to a map number 3. Give me what you think about these agent picks, Doctor.
So looking across the board, we got a breach, which I always love to see. It's the agent I find criminally underplayed, but I understand that not everybody can be the buffest, toughest man on the map. Sometimes you do need to play some of those duelists, but other than that, I think it's a pretty standard thing. Brimstone, we've talked about it at length, those Molotov setups. This map has a bunch of them that you can play around with, especially on each site. So just strong stuff. I do love the breach. I think it's great for this map. There's tons of walls you can flash through. The Rolling Thunder can break up the entire site on both of them, so it's very disruptive.
Does look like the attack on A side is going to be underway. Nair tailwinds in off the back of that Lear. They're going to give up the A-side play for a 5-on-5 retake, which this pistol round is already looking like it's going to be chaotic. Slim finds the first one, instantly traded out, so keeping it even, keeping it tight. Both of these teams just waiting on the smokes to dissipate before they start it off. Nair gets the spot on 2 for Heaven. And the breach looking like they're going to open this up on the back of the flash. The Omen Nair holding back even more. The Jet's on fire right now. Back and forth. It's Christmas in the kill feed. A one-on-one between Nasty Nate and Artie. And we've seen Nasty Nate. We've seen what he can do.
Can he do it again? Proso fake. He's gonna hold it. He's gonna get it. The defenders, they hold on to round 1. Oh, nasty Nate. Get in the backpack in the lab.
Yo, what is happening? How many times do we have to see fractional seconds on that board between the shot being fired, the hit being recorded, and the defuse coming through? It's just so crazy to see this. How many times has it been, Colin? It's been like 4 freaking times tonight.
Too many. Way
Like, what
too
can you
many
do about it? Like, like the
It's just a
smoke
nasty Nate
dissipated.
clutch potential. Look, we're even talking over each other because we can't even understand what just happened. But let's try to understand the second round. Slim, Quiet, and Nair. They're gonna try to bring this on back. They don't even care what just happened from Nasty Nate. They want that 1-1 split, and they are taking it with force.
Planted.
They just killed them all. And the lab didn't. I don't even know if they landed any shots, if I'm being honest. All of those HP bars on the side of Flux look extremely healthy. And, like, they had that really nice crossfire between Ali and Secret, and it just amounted to nothing, realistically. And so now it's this 2v5 retake situation. They are going to find a couple members, but there's literally somebody in every crevice of this B site. Like, there is almost no opportunity to break your way into it. And look at this. They're just pushing on through once again. Flawless is the round, and they break even 1-1.
Now, you all wanted a grand final. Bind was a slow start, but it was a heavy finish. In a sense, we are to the moon. Let's get that $sign GLG money, because this is what we came for. 1-1 right off the rip. Flux Premier don't even care that Nate has that clutch potential. They're going to bring it right back, force them on an upgraded pistol round. Upgraded pistol only being 4 on that frenzy. You do have Nasty Nate with the Blade Storm and the full armor, so that might be what you need to shut down this B attack. This B attack's coming in very fast.
Yeah, but they're chucking knives, and they're not ready for the quickness of Slim, as they are going to take this orb as well. They take a little bit of damage to the shock darts, but again, it's just pistols from the side of In the Lab. They lost the force up. They weren't expecting the counter force from Flux, and so now with the first frag, you can see that the rest of Flux are going, all right, we'll just go to the A site. We have market control. There's nobody to stop us. We do see 4 tucked neatly into the entryway there, but again, it's just pistols. What are they to do? They killed Frost King, I guess.
Oh, Lear aggress
Spike planted.
through a main. Don't even give 4 a chance there. And now a solid round from Flux after their absolute firing range of a take on B main, or on the B site. They're gonna take control of A. They're gonna take their second round, the lead as well, as this is the first time in the grand finals, Doctor, that Flux Premier has been in the lead.
Yeah, and this is a great start for them. They now have to have the opposite problem that we typically see, where now they have the bonus round incoming, where they're fighting into the fully kitted up rifles of In the Lab. And this is kind of when, in the first map, things got completely out of control, where In the Lab, they got those rifles, they won a very similar defuse clutch as well, and then there was just no stopping them in the first half from that point forward. And we're going to see Nair with the knives start up the round here, trying to see if we can get some magic happening. I don't know. It's tough. I don't know where to call this map. It's been wild the whole way through.
You should run.
Lockdown. It's going to be pulled. The attackers looking to take control of A site very swiftly. For not giving it up, he is outside of the lockdown radius. Underneath Hell, they know where he is, the Phantom. Good for 1 kill. Slim, the Blade Storm going to trade him out, though. So the Phantom's going to be recovered by the Reyna. That is a good player to have, that Phantom insight. You've seen what Quiet can do with that rifle. Now the retake's going to have to come on board with a 4-on-4. The Flash is going to look for the entry. Nasty Nate doesn't even have to walk through to find a kill, but trades are forth for both of these teams. Absolute carnage on the A site. Nair still with the Blade Storm pops. He's going to turn it into a 2-on-2. Flux Premier holding on to the site with dear life. A split between Hell and Generator. The two players pushing through heaven. They're going to have to speak it at the same time. That is very thorough from the two of them as they work in tandem in the lab. Hand in hand, take that A site back.
This is something I've been saying about In the Lab all night long. Their trade peaks are on point. They've done it all night long. Every time they're in a situation like that, they trade perfectly. And what they do is they create these really similar peak situations where you kind of just get caught in the middle. You're crosshair, you get confused, it just goalposts them. And like, you cannot win in these situations. The only opportunity for Nair there was to hear the sound cue and counter peek at the exact same time, but they didn't, and so they end up in this 1v2 situation and they fall just the same as Frost King did.
Andy-Fu aggressive.
Oh man.
Ruby main. Nasty Nate doing what Nasty Nate does best, but Quiet doing it even better. Andy-Fu makes it an even 2-on-2. So they have that crossfire in courtyard, the B site. Andy-Fu doesn't even need the help from Rick Dad. It is going to be the advantage 2 in the lab. A 2-on-3 in the sense, but yeah, Spike is down in favor of this Omen, and they're going to hold on to it.
This is insane. This map has been non-stop action the entire way through, and we're seeing such reversals from the teams, really. Like, we're seeing now the attackers coming through defender spawn. They have lost the spike, and so they need to somehow recover it within the next 50 seconds. It isn't even 2v2, so there is still hope. And because of how slow they're playing it, In the Lab aren't really going to know where they're getting flanked from, and so you can see that both players looking opposite directions. They're going to have that recon bolt to try and find some information, but they're feeling a little worried about just trying to pull it out right now because they don't know when exactly somebody's going to peek. And I mean, look at this, they're going to get a little bit of information there with the shot, but it's traded nicely.
What a comeback from Flux once again in this round. 3-2 in the lab. Every single time you see a very strong position, the clutch potential of both teams come alive. I mean, you got Nasty Nate, who does what he does in that first round. He sticks it, he holds on to it, and puts them in that pistol round lead. But ever since then, I mean, you've had absolute terror from the side of Flux, not just in the hands of one player. All of them are alive now. Granted, Nair is 9-3. He's already has his Blade Storm, and he's done quite a hefty job with it. But right now, in round number 6, in the lab, a good opportunity to even it out. You got Lockdown, Hunter's Fury, and the Rolling Thunder, so you can give up site control and retake it with very, very good zoning ults.
Yeah, I mean, they are a bit short on cash, so they are going to see this shorty get caught out by the drone, which is a little unfortunate, but down to 20 HP, 1 bullet could still make it happen. Lear comes through, and it's not going to happen. So this should be another round in favor of Flux Premier. They should be going 4-2 here. We'll have to see the weapon buy up next time from In the Lab to back up those ultimates you were just mentioning about. I'm curious how close. They actually just gained the Omen teleport as well with the death, and if they kill Nasty Nate, they'll have that one too. So they should... They'll be coming into next round with 5 ultimates.
This is quite the match. This is definitely different from Bind. I don't think I've seen such a back and forth Ascent map, Doctor. This is both of these teams well deserving to be in the grand finals, and that's 15 health.
See ya.
Wow.
Man.
What a shot. Only 15 health, though. Able to take the rifle out of one hand, but Nair gonna make sure that you do not hold on to that Vandal next. Now, the second round lead for Flux Premier here. 4-2. Absolutely insane plays. What do you think here?
Man, I there's a lot of action. This is so much different than map number 1, the Bind. And I am curious about Nate going with the Sheriff. I guess they're just trying to be fiscally conservative. I don't really... I know you got the Blade Storm, but I feel like you're down so many rounds, you should want to buy the rifle. But hey, he's on stream. I'm just here to talk about it. And so Quiet has been so pivotal in a lot of these rounds. And now that they have this full weaponry behind them, they have the Empress available as well. We'll have to see if they pop that this time.
Zerk here. Flash out to tree.
Blocking sight.
But not going to follow up on it. Trying to hold them back even more. Market going to be blown through as Quiet finds the first
overheal.
blood. He's going to leer out, get across into the market with taking minimal damage as well, only down to half. Does look like B is only occupied by Andy Fu, who's going to find that opening pick back and forth. Rolling Thunder going to be burned, but nothing on the back of it. Slim going to take out Zerg. Nasty Nate going to go down to RT. Big plays from Flux as Andy Fu gives up the site, and Andy breaks it on through now. A 3-on-1 for taking down Quiet. Working on a 4K for this round. Has to find all 3 kills if you want to keep on holding on to the tight game that you have. But at the same time, your economy isn't that great, so not against 4. Holding on to this rifle, playing for some exits.
Right now, the only member that has above 1K, I believe, is Nate, who had 3,300. And yeah, I mean, 4's at 0, Rick's at 0. Nasty is the only one that's not broke, and I mean, that was because they made the conscious decision to buy a sheriff this round and rely on the knives that didn't pan out. And so Slim, they're rich, they can afford new weapons. So 5-2 now, and I am curious what the buy up here looks like for in the lab. I mean, it's not looking good.
Take a look at what they have to work with here in round number 8. 4 ultimates still for Flux. You use that lockdown to hold on to that B site. Now you have Arsenal to work with in this round. On the other hand, Hunter's Fury in the shadows and Lockdown. Already Lockdown going to be gone as 4 goes for the aggressive play for the trades. Favoring Flux. Because there's only 1 going down, 3 in the hands of in the lab, out of play now. 4-on-2. They're rotating over the B side, which is unoccupied, and they're gonna have a successful free plant, and it looks like they are gonna have a 6th round by the looks of it.
And this is just so baffling. Looking at what In the Lab's been doing these last couple rounds, they're not buying weapons. They're making these uncharacteristically aggressive plays, and it's costing them. It's costing them a lot. They've lost pretty much every round. They've won a couple of them, mainly off the back of Nasty Nate. And so now, as we head into 6-2, the halfway point of the half is past us at this point. And so, do In the Lab change their game plan? Do they try and get a little bit more going on? They're making a ton of noise right now as Andy just gets obliterated, and Rick Dad's the only one alive with a stolen Phantom. Or is that? I think that's actually his Phantom.
It's his Phantom, but I'm surprised that Andy even went for it, and the fact that Rick Dad did not look like he wanted it at all. So Rick Dad's gonna hold on to this Phantom. No ultimates were used from In the Lab, and no ultimates were used for Flux. It was just pure on guns against guns there. And really that aggressive play through a main, questionable in the sense because you had the ability to work with your ultimates as well as strong rifles too to back it up. So all in all, In the Lab looking to hold on to their aggression. I'd like to see them slow down a little bit on Flux because it looks like Flux are just firing on all cylinders and just locking on the heads right now. So I want to see some ultimates burnt in this round. I want to see some slow play.
And so 2 rounds of Sheriff buys gets us an operator in the hands of Nate. Tries to peek mid, but is immediately smoked off. Andy's going to get a little bit of knowledge there with the Owl drone. But Nate's forced to fall back. I mean, he basically threw 2 rounds away to make sure that they have the operator now. And it turns out they might not even be attacking that site. So Andy, very forward. I wish they would play a little bit more defensively.
Attacks are going B site or to the A site. 7 Brimstone of Flux. It's gonna be holding on to that spike. You got a lurker quiet watching courtyard. He finds anybody on rotation. That's just big pickups from this Reyna, doing what the Reyna needs to do, and that is lurk and murder with that Phantom now.
It is going to be setting up for the lockdown on A. You are going to have Nasty Nate with this operator. Not even backed up here. A lot of space to work with this. So off the back of this, even opened up right here. Going to take the shot through the smoke. Not going to find a kill. Detained nobody at all. A 5-on-5 right now. Nasty Nate's located. Has to back up and hold on to this. And the Hunter's Fury going to even back off this plant even longer. Still going to follow up with it. Spike's going to go down. A 5-on-5 retake, Doctor.
This is a little bit awkward for in the lab, though. They do have that operator, which is not amazing at site retakes. They do see quiet just as the orbital strike breaks off the lockdown. Once again, the counter is true. Andy gonna pick up 2 right away. That Molotov is gonna buy a ton of time, as we do see Andy picking up a 3rd for themselves. As Zerk takes out Quiet. There's only 1 member remaining, and they double peek him. Andy with the 4K. And what are we talking about? In the lab's trading patterns, they're so crispy.
Just so thorough as well, just hand in hand. I mean, I don't know if you remember in the early round, I think it was when In the Lab found their second. It was Rick Dad and Andy Fu who doubled down, double peeked off of heaven to hell, found the pick, and then in tandem found the second onto Nair with the Blade Storm through generators. So not afraid to work together to clear the corners, and when they clear the corners, they're doing it so thoroughly and so efficiently that Flux are really struggling when it comes down to those team fights. So a lot of times when Flux have been finding their succession in these rounds, they've been one-on-one gunfights that they've been catching off for rotation and off the aggression as well. So this is what I like to see. Both Lear's gonna be pushing them onto site.
No.
Frost is gonna find Andy Fu, and Sight's in favor of Flux. They're gonna get the spike down and play for just the win here on the retake. Nasty Nate, oh my lord!
That's a shot and a half. If they lose the round now, that is unfortunate. They just completely wipe Quiet off the map, who's been so pivotal in these rounds. Nate picks up the Phantom that was gifted to them to pick up their counterpart. And look at this. The spike's already down, but it's a 4-on-3. And Nate is taking this game so personally. Dies to the Nano Swarm, but it doesn't even matter. The round's over. It's 6-4 now.
Wow, Nasty Nate really took that into his own. The clutch potential from this player just to do what he does best, and that is slay your enemy team into oblivion, is next level. I mean, it had no scope from the operator. Some might call it lucky, but when you're Nasty Nate, that was calculated. And we are hopping into the round number 11 here, Doctor, with the Blade Storm prop for Nasty Nate. 10-10. We've seen what he can do with these knives, but on the opposite side, you got Empress, you got Hunter's Fury, you have a Blade Storm of your own. Tell me, what do you want to see here?
Oh man, I think we're gonna see an Empress popped, maybe a Hunter's Fury for knowledge, but right now they're just gonna trade out some smokes and some recons. We are gonna see Rick Dad just completely annihilated so far forward. Here comes the Empress as well to fight off Zerk, who's hiding out over by a window. Oh man, this is tough for in the lab. They've lost every round where they lose the opener so far, and it's looking to continue that way as Empress is primed.
Quiet, make some noise here. Alarm bot, Nano Swarm. Wow, that is all of his health just gone from the utility of 4. Traded out by Artie, so they're going to hold on to the advantage in player lives. Andy Fu going to make sure that it stays as even as he can hold it, as well as pull the Hunter's Fury to try to disrupt this plant, but the plant's going to go down. Hunter's Fury, minimal damage. Last one alive is going to be Frost King on this Brimstone. He doesn't even have to kill that recon dart. The Molotov holding them back into trees longer. They're going to play together. This is what In the Lab do best. Let's play in tandem. The Owl Drum's going to spot him out. 4 is not even going to need the help. He's going to locate the head of Frost King, give that 5th round to In the Lab. And now we are at a really good spot where In the Lab could end this out 6-6, along with the Blade Storm on Nasty Nate, the now lockdown on 4. They have a lot of utility to make sure that they can keep this as even as possible.
And they were able to save the operator as well, so Nate will still have that tool available. And like you said, last round and a half, they could end this tied. And I can't help but think what would have happened if they didn't have 2 rounds of full armor Sheriff from Nate, right? Like if one of those rounds had just been full classic and saved the 1800 credits, or is this 1600 credit? Whatever. Difference of 200 credits is meaningless. But like, imagine that much economy being, you know, put forward towards this operator quicker. I mean, it has obviously been very impactful, at least mentally, to the team. Ooh. They're playing so much better now that Nate has that in their hands, and the runs are close, but they're still W's for in the lab.
The one thing we've seen from Frosting day in and day out is whenever a lockdown is pulled from the enemy, his Hellfire destroys it. So now you have the Hellfire and the lockdown on either side. Probably there to counter. Defender's going to pull down lockdown. I expect that Hellfire to destroy it as fast as possible. You're going to burn that Hunter's Fury too to keep them tamed inside heaven. Quiet going to take that opening pick. Already off screen, going to find that second. Really putting in the labs in the dirt. Four going to hit this flank, open up with a kill of his own for this retake. A 3-on-4. The crossfire's here. The Hellfire is going to be on site. Nair taking so much damage. The attacker is still going to find it in the end with really strong post-plant positions. When it comes to that A site, so thorough in taking it. And in the lab, you know, when you're not going for those trade picks, when you're funneling in one at a time, it's really feeding into the strong suit that is Flux Premier, and that is taking those one-on-one gunfights.
Yeah, and you can see the frustration coming through around that Brimstone Killjoy interaction, because they are trying to set up these, you know, set plays where they use the lockdown to push everybody out, maybe catch somebody in rotation, or just, you know, really disrupt them. But because either the Hunter's Fury or that Orbital Strike is available every single time, the Killjoy ultimate's effectively meaningless, because as soon as it comes down, it just disappears. And because the rest of Flux know that the lockdown's a non-factor, they don't need to move from their post-plant positions. They can just hang out, wait for somebody to peek them, and then just win the gunfight from that point forward. And because the rest of In the Lab might be getting over-aggressive due to the presence of the lockdown, they're very punished by being out of position like that.
Back to the pistols now in the second half. Molly from Frostking kept it back for her. Oh my lord, through the smoke. The right click is going to land right on the dome of Frostking.
Oh,
Shock
13.
Dart takes down 4, down to 13 health. Wow. Absolutely panicked right now is the Killjoy. So you have to rotate back forward, mid-control in favor of In the Lab. They're going to look to just bide their time. Freak out the likes of Flux and hopefully try to pull some rotations off of them back to the A site. Already have the Reyna getting out to the defender's spawn, so this might give you that opening that you need. Now Nair really good at defending here. He's gonna push on in off that tailwind. Zerk caught with the flash in hands, and a big double kill from Nair to put it on a 3-on-3 as Richtad locates the Reyna, takes them down back in CT spawn. Slim makes it a 2-on-2. Nair spike control, has to back out, allows Slim just push up even more through market.
Oh, the door
They're going to rotate on back. They're going to do what In the Lab likes to do and play together, holding hands.
I do think this is the right call. They bust on the door so much quicker than if they were just solo. I am curious how much ammo is left in that frenzy, or if they've traded it out for something a little bit more ammo full, as we are going to get Richtad with the flank from behind, and now it's just a 2v1, and we know this is the Lab's specialty. They know exactly what to do in this situation. I mean, look at this. It's not planted for them, but they don't care. They just need to sneak up on them. They know they have the time, the presence, and the patience, and Andy with 2 kills that round brings them within 1.
I had it a little bit backwards. I don't know why I thought that the nanoswarms were going to block off that defuse, but it was Slim going for the defuse, so I was a little bit confused. I'm like, why aren't the nanoswarms coming through? And then my brain starts to work, you know, and I realize what's happening in front of my eyes. Anyways, pistol round this time, going to Flux, or sorry, going to In the Lab, as they do find the first round once again for the half. And bring it back to a 1-round deficit, as a matter of fact. So back on this attack. Not looking too bad. They did have a nice shake-up in the middle of the map to kind of pull some players off of the B site. When they finally got onto it, they had really good control. And this is a good start to the second round of the half, as 2 kills now in favor of In the Lab.
Did In the Lab win both pistols on bind too? Are they 4-0 in pistols?
I believe so, my friend. If not, it must be 3-1. maybe the second half of Bind pistol round went to Flux. Not too sure.
Either way, they're in good shape to win this round as well and tie it up. The HP bar is on the side of Flux, not amazing. They're both about halfway as Andy with the long-range Spectre, flashes and everything. Look at it, like, the breach is so problematic. It's like, you got triple flashes, you have the rupture, you have the lava burst, and you have to dodge all of them or you die, basically. And Andy picks up a 3K to double up his double kill from last round, and so that's tying it up. 7-7 piece economy, looking good. Full weapons from Flux Premier, so we'll have to see if this is a true bonus round for In the Lab.
Now Zerk, who's playing the Phoenix back on Bind, he's been having trouble on the breach for a map like Ascent, but I can't put it behind him because, I mean, playing a breach on defense isn't going to be the easiest suit to have. So I want to see Zerk really kind of utilize your kit for this attack in favor of your team, because In the Lab with this breach pick has a really good opportunity here to just enter in without any contention between all the utility that you did name. Artie and Andy Fu side by side here. Big pick from Andy. He's going to recover this Vandal. It's the opening for In the Lab.
I was a little concerned that wasn't going to quite go Andy's way, because from our perspective, they were lined up perfectly. You hear the orb start up. Nasty Nate, you got a marshal, my guy. What are you planning on doing in that situation? But yeah, I mean, they do trade 1-for-1 so far. A bit of a self-blind there. Quiet on the other side of the door, looking to probably get dead, I guess. That's, again, not what I was expecting. And now Nair is walled off. Spike down, 4-on-3 retake. Oh, man, that's huge.
It's a big bait, though, from Zerk with that door being dropped. Big
lava. Look at
lava
so
push. He's just pushing back the rest of this retake. See, this is why this attacking kit on the breach is so good, because you're able to stall out Heaven, stall out these lanes for so long. Now Rick Dad gonna locate the noggin of Frost King. He's gonna put them into the hands of Slim, who's all alone looking to skedaddle out with this Vandal. Locks down a kill, hoping to get out with this assault rifle in hand as well. Oh, the double nano swarm. 4 has to look for this possibly. Slim gonna take another kill here, Doctor. But still, nonetheless, In the Lab, they're taking that lead right on back.
That's pretty bad for In the Lab, too. They went from potentially having 4 rifles, or 4 weapons into the next round to 2. I mean, it's their buy round, so they're not heartbroken about it, because I think they had a couple salvaged rifles from FP who had bought up that round. So 6 in one hand, half dozen in the other. But now it is this rough-shod round for Flux, who had been in the lead for pretty much this entire map so far, and things are slipping away now that In the Lab are on the attack. They have the weaponry, they're feeling themselves, and that's a bold peek from Zerk there.
Bold with a capital B. But we saw what he did on the Phoenix. We know that he's not afraid of Flux here. Past couple of rounds, we've been seeing First Blood go to In the Lab. Quiet very low. If you go for this peak, you might be losing your life.
Or it could take a life.
Could take a life and devour out. Because that's what Reyna's just like to do. Especially with a Sheriff. The one-shot potential is there. Holding on to the corner with Zerk. Right there. The one-way provided from your Brimstone. Quiet. I know you want to do it. I know you want it. He's going to go for the shoulder peek, but no shot from this Reyna. Oh, does he want to go again? Round 2?
3 people there, and nobody hit a shot. It's only 30 seconds left on the round. In the Lab have committed to the ace site. The Brimstone smokes are going to start dissipating. They haven't checked right side for the Reyna, though. They are just a second too late. Quiet hits the 1 tap as Slim also picks up a kill. Bucky Gang shows up as well, and there's only 15 seconds left. Where's the spike?
For round that In the Lab hopefully was going to take with ease now. Flux, a 3-on-2.
with Slim holding on to that Vandal from last time. A good 1-for-1 leaves Ricktad all alone. Vendor's Killjoy lockdown, not going to detain anybody. And Ricktad, maybe the auto is going to hold them out, but the Molly is going to keep him on his toes. He's going to burn to a crisp. And that is back to a tie game, 8-8. 8-8 with a beautiful lockdown, forcing them off-site.
Any cheaper?
Uncounterable, by the way.
Yeah.
It's like, what are you supposed to do in that situation? You tried to teleport, bait them away, but the Molotov landed right at your feet, and Ricktad just was trapped. I mean, they get the kill onto Nair to stop the defuse, but there's so much damage coming out of that Molotov, and you just have to eat it. Yeah, you could have actually teleported and done the double mind game, and you might have been able to secure the round there, but I mean, once that Molotov's out, you're toast. So now, Colin,
Empress.
what is this round here? Like you said, we got the Empress, but it's tied up. We got operators, we got rifles. This is a spicy round potentially.
This is a big tell right here. The Alodrone's not going to spot out Nate. And in fact, Nate's not even going to go for the shot. Check the corner. Nair's going to find it. That is what I wanted off that operator duel, is which one's going to take it. And the fact that it was the Jet, you might be forced into using an ultimate like the lockdown, like the Hunter's Fury, just to get onto the site and make this possible. The Hunter's Fury going to be the first one in here. The lockdown used as well, but Quiet's here. The Devourer's going to get them out. That's a huge setup from Flux right now. 2 big plays on either side of the map from both duelists. As Zerk finally finding the first one for in the lab. They're going to get this fight down. And they're going to hopefully play a 4-on-3, but with Zerk going down, it's a 4-on-2.
This is literally the one time the lockdown was going to be able to be used, and it is absolutely collapsed. The smoke's going to come on through. Hello? Team? Question marks? The rifle's been traded out here for... Oh boy, Nair falls down to Andy, who just absolutely took over the round. Bro!
Leave it to in the lab to do something like that. I mean...
I counted him out.
Andy has 20 kills, man. Like, yeah, we talked about Nasty Nate in the start of this game, who had an incredible clutch with the defuse, but...
Watch right here.
Look at this, Andy Fu, headhunting.
Killed...
That's a deathmatch right there. That is what I see in deathmatch.
Here.
He kills Frost King by accident because he was in the background while he was trying to shoot the guy in front of him, and it just tapped, and so he gets the extra frag. He doesn't have to worry about that, and then he just gets a couple kills through smokes, and Andy, with just the chef's kiss of clutches there, keeps his team alive, and now FPs are on pistols. This is scary for them.
Now, folks at home, you wonder why people shoot after the shoulder peek. It's things like that. That you never know. I don't think the Owl Drone actually spotted Artie. A deep smoke, questionable. Not going to keep him back. In fact, that's what's going to keep him back. And in turn, a 1-for-1 trade off-site from Quiet and 4. The Reyna going down, but not before doing some damage. And Frost King absolutely bullies his way into the site, takes down Nasty Nate.
What is this door made of?
Pistols are looking good right now for Flux, but it's turning out the way that you expect it to in the long run, and the rifles are going to be taking this site with relative ease, and they're going to have a really strong post plant. What can RT do with Nair alongside them?
So they do have a little bit of one-tap potential. They have the Sheriff, they have the knives out here, as we do see Nair getting a little aggressive. Recon Dart should tag up nobody, I guess. I thought I was going to get at least one. Nanoswarm does buy some time here from Nair, who does need to somehow break through. Flashed up as well. Things are looking incredibly bad here. Just the continuous flashes. Recon Bolt to get knowledge, and 4 just shoots him in the back. That's cold-blooded.
Flux are going to
check
drop
it,
another round here. Artie's good to take the rifle out of 4's hands. And in fact, Andy Fu is going to go down because of that, because he cannot escape the depths of that explosion. Now 10th round, double digits going to be reached first again from in the lab, as they were the first to get it on bind. But if you want to tell the story here, I mean, it was what, 10-3 in the sense on bind. This time a lot closer, 10-8. And you're looking at round number 19 in the fact is you have Rolling Thunder as well as Lockdown for in the lab, so you might be able to see both of those working in tandem to clear the site efficiently, get the spike down, play a 5-on-5 for the retake, and do what you do best. Play those hand-in-hand trades, play together, and then hold back Flux as they try to funnel in one at a time. But on the other hand, you have Empress, you have Hellfire, you have the Sova Hunter Fury, and you've already lost Nasty Nate if you're in the lab, so not off to a good start.
And you could actually see the economic damage that Ari did last round by getting the one kill and then causing the second death to the explosion, because they came into the round 0 credits there onto Nasty Nate, as we do see Andy try and get something done. But yeah, 0 credits on the Nasty Nate, and there's a Bulldog in play as well. So they were completely tapped money-wise, and here comes that explosion. The orbital strike just completely annihilates it.
Well, we've been seeing the Hellfire countering out that lockdown. Now the Hunter's Fury going to be used as well from Flux to hold them back, and already, in fact, going to find a kill. Quiet with the second. So now you're down 2-2 on 4. And Quiet is going to find the death to Rickdad, who recovered that operator, but not for long. You're only down to 1 in the lab. Burns Hunter's Fury and the lockdown, and they still don't find a round win. So that's a lot of utility burnt in this round for a whole lot of nothing. Slim's gonna take that last one, gain a lockdown of their own, and
they've no money.
Flux has a good chance to tie this up here. As you say, they have no money.
Yeah, I mean, let's take a look at this scoreboard. It's in tatters. One member below 2K, which is going to be Rickdad, who, or not, excuse me, as Nasty Nate, actually, who did have 0 last round due to the operator buy. And so, I mean, this is actually quite disastrous for the team overall, because they're potentially going to lose here, go down, or tie it up 10-10. And then what does their economy look like for the rest of the game? Because we are in the end stages of our game. Any team that gets the 13 first wins the map, and there's not a lot of money left in the game. There's not that many more buys.
Oh, Nair Dominair can do with this operator. Big pick at first to take down 4. But honestly, 4 just looking to be as fast as they can. Quiet can have a double kill. They're putting down these pistols before they even get on site. Somehow, some way, Andy Fu prevails with this ghost. It's not really what you want to peek into. The operator going to put Andy Fu in the grave, and left alone Nasty Nate. Death by turret? Question mark?
I would just try and get that spike planted so that... You cursed him, Colin.
Death by turret. Ooh ha ha.
I mean, I was going to say you plant the spike for the credits, but, I mean, I think you don't even have the time for that, because as soon as they hear that sound, they're just going to rush you and take you out. So, I mean, it's tough, because now, again, 10-10, economy, they have a full buy on the side of in the lab, but they don't have a lot of liquidity backing it up. I mean, a couple hundred credits a piece, except for the one member at 1,300. So they need to win this round, and then the round after that as well, which, as we've seen so far, is incredibly difficult for them.
Now we see, as I said, in bind quite a bit. The calm before the storm, and the rolling thunder is going to be the storm to chase it in. Nasty Nate, hopefully not going to die to the turret this time, but once again, taking a little bit of damage.
Spike planted.
They're going to force off the site with this rolling thunder for a 5-on-5 retake, as I called in the past round. The lockdown from the defenders going to have nothing to dismantle it, like the Hellfire that is on Flux Premier. Andy Fu, actually, I was very, very wrong. Hunter's Fury is going to be used, destroys the lockdown. Quiet in turn is going to find a double kill. Slim with a third. They're dismantling in the lab, as in the lab suddenly out of their comfort zone. Quiet with another one on that classic swap. And Ryan, he is going to be the one to close this round out. Puts Flux Premier back in the lead.
And they just blew everything getting onto the site and didn't leave much in the tank afterwards. the lockdown, like you were saying, is actually impactful there for Flux. I mean, yes, it was broken eventually, but there was a split second there where you have to make that call, right? It's not like we're on the Brimstone. It's picked to do that. So anytime you hear the lockdown come in, you instantly just orbital strike it. When you have the Hunter's Fury as in the lab, you need to think about it a little bit more, because if that lockdown hadn't been so late in the round and you didn't have 3 members hanging out in hell, you can save that Hunter's Fury, fall away, and wait to use it as an anti-defusing tool. But they don't have that option, and so now they have weaponry, but they've already lost 1 member, and Quiet's able to get out pretty much scot-free, just damage lost.
How many times is Nasty Nate gonna get first blooded here? Quiet doing
A lot.
fragging out. Still has a Leer if you want to burst through that smoke. And site control right now, 2 in the lab, but surrounding it is the likes of Slim and Quiet on either side. Now Quiet's down to 36 and Slim tagged up a little bit and forced on back by the rest of this utility from the breach that you do see, just stalling this retake so long, Doctor.
It's not a lot left, though. They have to get onto the site here. They are going to trade very nicely, but it's still a 3-on-2 situation. They're getting more kills. They're sticking the defuse, and it's a 1-on-1. They're just sticking it. You need to hit your shots, so you need to go for it. Zerk does it, finally showing up in the map, and what a time to do so.
Nasty Nate can do it, but you can't, Ryan. Now, I know you want to stick that defuse, but even though he's going to get first blooded round after round, he's just got that defuse clutch potential that you don't see in a lot of Jets. Now, Ryan was holding it as long as you can. You knew that smoke wouldn't last, so you had to go for the challenge. Zerk going to take the win on the duel and put us to an 11-11 here, Doctor. We are 2 rounds on either for either team away from another overtime in the pit of Valor tonight. And Flux premiered. They've been in that position before and they were able to clutch up. I'd really favor them if this went to overtime.
Yeah, I mean, if it hits overtime, I do think in the lab are just something different right now. Yeah, this has been very close overall, and they've looked shaky a bunch of times, but I mean, they've done it time again. They've had very strong starts. That's not the best, as we do see Andy falling, and so this seems to be the call to hit the A site. We're getting that lockdown again. No cancellation this time. Flashes and Leers being traded, but there's no real progress being made here. The lockdown's over, and they don't have the spike down.
Now is the time to get that spike down as they know it's going to be cleared. Rickdad gonna thoroughly check hell, and on the opposite side of the map, Nasty Nate gonna be absolutely run and gun from Frost King. You're only down to Rickdad and Omen for the potential ace clutch here. Quiet's gonna make sure that can't happen. You're gonna get that defuse. You're gonna be put on map point here if you're Flux Premier.
I think they're broken. I don't think in the lab have any money because they won a round, then lost a round immediately after. If some, but it's not enough for a full buy.
Well, you look at this here. Look at yeah, you're right. Look, Stingers, Classics, Bladestorm, and TP for their side. Not a lot going here for in the lab, and what I thought was going to be a potential overtime. You're really banking on this Vandal from Zerk and Nasty Nate with the Bladestorm.
Get out of my way!
And I think at this point it's a lot to ask, right? We haven't seen the same production on this map from those players that we saw previously, and it's just not working out the same way. And so they are going to get some good damage down, but they're not going to pick up the frag just yet. Nasty Nate only has 2 knives left. This is crucial that they get a kill here. They need to replenish these. They don't have anything else afterwards. So with the door going down. All right, there it is. That's exactly what you needed. Gets a second.
Oh! Nasty Nate heating up here when you need him most. Already backside. Zerk's gonna find that head. The Vandal doing what it needed. The assault rifle putting Slim all alone here. Now a 3-on-1 for overtime, Doctor. You don't have any ultimates on either side. This is just gonna be raw gun skill from Slim to enter in, and you have the turret from 4 to be that first initial sight. And why not? Why not have an Odin for this deep pit on the B half? Concussion is going to hold Slim back even farther. The time's not in favor of Flux. Gonna be spotted by the turret. The flash is gonna have to go ahead. This is it. This is Flux Pavilion. They're gonna be stuck in overtime against In the Lab. And really, you gotta give it all to Nate. The clutch potential this Jet has. And he is not stopping in the later rounds. Get as many kills as you want, Slim. We're headed to overtime.
And I really cannot state how impactful Zerk has been in the last 5 rounds or so. You saw that 3K, you saw that round, you saw the clutch up before that as well. And we're seeing just shining bright moments from In the Lab in these weird situations like Andy in that basically ace round where they just kill everybody. But Flux have been playing so well across the board as a team, as a unit, that they're shutting people down quiet. The breakout here on that Reyna is just completely playing lights out here. And as we head into overtime, it's up to clutch factor now. Can the two teams really hold it together? Because this is either a 2-0 victory or a 1-1 heading into map number 3. And this is a win by 2 situation.
This could be it, folks, for the grand finals. If In the Lab could step up. I mean, Nasty Nate in that last round, he showed what he hasn't shown in a while in the second half. That double kill might just be that burst of energy that In the Lab needs. On the other side, Flux Premier, able to do what they couldn't on binds. Bring us to the distance. Bring us to overtime. They want Haven. They need Haven if they want the title of Pit of Valor champion here. Pause in the midst of this energy, able to settle the storm, able to calm your nerves. Take a look at this scoreboard. Andy Fu 24-16. I do not know how In the Lab have a tie game when you have Slim 23-14, when you have Quiet 22-18, and you have Nair 22 or Ryan 22-16. As well as having Zerk and Rickdad all the way at 11 kills. Like, this is incredible that In the Lab have the clutch potential to even take it to overtime when you have just absolute the slay power just showing off for the likes of Flux.
Yeah, the math's a little off there if you think about it, but however the road we find ourselves here, and look at the aggression coming in from In the Lab. They found out where everybody's coming from. They get a huge concussion there. Stim Beacons, and the break is down. There's 5 members here. The lava burst going to come on through. Nano Swarm's doing so much damage. 4 gets 2 kills. Already picks up 1. Can 4 get more? 4 gets none, as already gets 2. And now the flank from Slim could be so pivotal. They're going to come through tree, but it's not before Nate takes down Artie.
Oh my god.
Is just now planting in a 2v2 situation.
These teams want it, Doctor. Back and forth from either
2v1.
side. The guns are blazing. Rickdad takes down Slim. They know where the last is. He's gonna convey himself and cover in the brimstone smoke. Rickdad, does he know?
Lasts forever.
He must know. The brimstone smoke after this patch is gonna give him so much time. Frosting playing this so well. He knows where the last is. A 1v1. Playing the time as well. Rickdad, you have to make the move. The headshot, does he have to defuse? Whoa.
Let's go play.
He's got
It's
it.
going to say
He's
10.
got it.
So In the Lab showing their clutch up once again, and this is so nail biting. And I do want to point out, I said he had 10 seconds, and look at that, 10.18. I can count.
Just big brain. You can do what no caster can, and that's count numbers.
Just don't ask me to add them together. I can just count. I got 10 fingers. I got 10 seconds. And now we're seeing In the Lab here on the attack. They're stronger of the 2 halves. And so it is all the way up to Flux now to shut them down, bring it to a second overtime so that you can stay alive here in this best of 3 series. And they have the tools. They have the skill. They've done it before. They can do it again.
What was it, Tony Romo in the Super Bowl who messed up doing math during the Super Bowl? And so it's just an international thing. It's not just an esport caster thing. It looked like wow, big shots before. Ryan taking down a half and through the wall. Frosting finds a lot of damage down on 4, and Slim with the 2K. They're feeding in to the wolf herd of Flux Premier on the break of a flawless. Andy Fu on 4 health. Wow, what is this game we have in this grand final? Neither team wants to give up.
Spikes in tree too. Like this round is chalked. We're heading into second overtime. There is literally zero chance Andy wins this round. 4 HP. They know exactly where he is. He still doesn't get the spike. Yeah, no. Second overtime on your wave, folks. I hope you guys are ready for the drag out series ahead of us. Teams are prepared to go the distance, and they are making it happen. Just run in, Andy. Just get it over with. Go into second overtime, man. You got 4 HP.
Terrible.
All right, let him take his time, man. You know, you might just provide a little extra time to think over, like, when we go into second overtime, what do we want to do? We're back on defense. It was a really close defense, too, when we found that 13th. It was just a one-on-one that Rick Dad had to clutch. Actually, a one-on-two that Rick Dad had to clutch, and a nail biter at that. So I gotta say here, I mean, in the lab, they do it non-stop, able to keep themselves in this Ascent match. And Flux Premier, when they won it, they just full confidence body the enemy. And look at this aggression from Nasty Nate. He's gonna get control of B link through mid. Back to A is gonna be quiet, pushing in with the Leer. Nasty Nate with the crossfire is gonna be found from Slime. Nasty Nate first blooded again.
That's actually a disaster, because that was such a crucial play the last time they were on this defense. Zerk's gonna pick up 2 quite nicely. Stays very healthy as well, but Quiet is still on the board. The Queen of the Empress is coming through. Those are the same word. Doc, what are you doing? It's math, not English, and it's a 2v3 situation now, and Quiet with a 3K locking the round down.
All right, Zerk. First, I have to get through Quiet. Quiet, not an easy opponent for you to go against.
Switching sides.
Match advantage to Flux. So they are on the brink of a 1-1 tie here.
Right there.
Look at what we have to deal with. No ultimates, Vandals, and Phantoms. Nasty Nate pulls out the operator.
I mean, you got to, right?
Wait.
Like the complete glass cannon operator, because you can't buy your teammates armor for some reason. I actually don't understand that one. I'm gonna be honest with you folks, but this is it. This is do or die for In the Labs. They've fought this hard. They don't want to go to map 3, I have to imagine, but Flux, they're doing everything in their power to break it down, to keep it going. And look at how passive ITL is playing. They've not played this passive this entire map.
If I had a nickel for every single time Nate got first blooded, I would be very rich, and I wouldn't play. It wouldn't be. I would do the same thing. I would play this passive too. So, Andy Fu gonna look to open up the site for that push from trees here. So quiet, so thorough. Neither team wants to give up, or, well, In the Lab doesn't want to give up this round, but Flux, they don't want to give up the initial blood here. It does look like the spike is favoring the A side.
Quiet.
Rotations are going to be coming in, but take a look at number 7, Frost King. If he swings through his smoke, oh, if he just spots ahead, Frost King could be the go-ahead for them to find this. Nasty Nate, Quiet finds a kill. He's gonna get out with Devour. Another first blood to In the Lab. You're gonna go for the plan if you're Rick Dad. You're gonna play that 4-on-5 for the retake. Make it a 4-on-4 as Nasty Nate trades it out.
Dashes into him.
Oh, this is huge. Frost King on the flank is gonna pay off. There's absolute pandemonium here in the overtime rounds. Is In the Lab, they just have to defend like their life depends on it, because their Ascent life does, in fact, depend on it. Now through the floorboards, they're going to be taking so much damage. The Molotov going to force them off. The rest fall in turn. Rick's the last one standing. He definitely has to clutch up exactly like he did last time, but Slim is going to send us to Haven. We're going the distance here in the Grand Finals.
Defenders
It's a best of 3 for this exact reason. The team held on, took a beating in map number 1, and brought it back, did the due diligence, put the time in, and they won a double overtime 15-13 in favor of Flux Premier. And they're taking us, like you said, Colin, to Haven.
Wow. Ladies and gentlemen, what a grand final.
It's insane. It's just nuts.
In the Lab had no business being that over, but somehow they were. And Flux there is firing on all cylinders. Ravish, welcome back, my friend.
If I had any hair under this beanie, I would tear it out. At this point, I would like I'm watching, especially those final rounds, man. Like, not even just the overtime, but just seeing how Flux was able to climb all the way back up. And the lab truly was working and tried to make the best of the situation, but with the way they went about it back and forth, you saw that perhaps, hey, maybe Flux is better. Ascend is their map, but ITL brought it back to overtime, looked to be in their favor. But suddenly, when it came down to the attack, they fell apart each and every time in the one defense round and double overtime where they got 4K'd, man. Quiet. With the absolute silencio of a dink. Didn't even let anybody know until they were all almost dead here. And that's where I saw it. Yeah, it was just truly silent but deadly.
Well, Quiet, who was not really there on Bind, made a name on Ascent. Wow. What a showing from that Reyna. Just again and again, just finding first blood, finding 4Ks, 3Ks, 2Ks, whatever you needed there. That Reyna showed up and did the job. Now, like I said before, I mean, in the lab, they had no business being in that overtime. I mean, 3 players cracked the 20 kill mark. It like before you even hit double digits, it felt like for that round. So absolutely crazy for both sides.
Yeah, and I mean it's like you said, Quiet only had the ace on Bind and didn't really do a whole lot afterwards. But coming in, that double duelist composition actually started becoming problematic. You had Quiet on the Reyna, you had Ryan on the Jet, and they both were holding the same site a lot of times, and there wasn't a whole lot for in the lab to really break through. They had a couple things, and I really think the difference was the lack of killjoy. I think that the fact that the ultimate never went off ever was so problematic to the game plan of in the lab that they truly didn't know what to do against that sort of situation.
Information can be absolutely key, especially when you're able to use it to your advantage. The lockdown too is a fantastic tool on Ascent because it allows you to either take control of a side or be able to clear out a site as well. It's especially if you aren't able to have any counter to it at all, and like that on the other end too, which we saw. Picks like the Reyna, which Flux brought out as well. Reyna is, in my opinion, probably the best and most essential duelist that you can bring out in Ascent. Her layers are able to just block off entire areas too, especially the mid site. The control, which can be so crucial because you saw more often than not ITL was using that to walk through catwalk, to come in through trees, to try to take control of a site. But one layer, suddenly you got to stop, pause, take a break, and possibly get pushed back in. But going into the next round here, gentlemen, this is going to be a close one. We know none of these teams are willing to back down. And Haven, I always say, is the map that is the true equalizer and between skill, confidence, rotation, and strategy. So we'll see how it all plans out. That'll be said, we're going to do very, very short, but don't go anywhere. We have the grand finals between In the Lab and Flux coming at you right here on GLG.
Oh. Teleports as well. It's going to be Zine with a triple kill. It's an even 2v2. Now, where are the last two alive? Well, they're going to be peeking out slowly but surely. It might be too late for the defuse.
Now.
You have to go halfway. Kaplan's able to find one. That could be the final shot, but no, it's too late. PGT stay in the game. And Kaplan sacrifices themselves.
Unfortunately, the Kaplan right there at the end. Honestly, if I was Kaplan, I'm thinking I have to protect this man with my life and with my body.
Oh, Zine, no! He pushed up too much. That's going to tell you exactly where the bomb's going to go. And that's going to be the plant. Sure, but you're in a 1v3 and you're already lit up. It seems like though most of the shots had missed. The paranoia goes down. You miss the op shot, and now you have to deal with 3 more. You get one through the smoke, a triple kill no less. Is he able to find it? No, through the smoke. He's able to find a second one. That's a quad kill. Now, if he can find this last one, he's going to switch to the Phantom. No ops.
2 cops for that. Thank you. I absolutely love that, man. But yeah, that's that's what the absolute massive success rate for them, because with the seaside opening up, which is why I don't necessarily like having Sova playing as the anchor, because you can't do a ton of stuff to push. But Fluffy immediate shot, and he's out of there. Which is why I don't necessarily like having Sova playing as the anchor, because you can't do a ton of stuff to push. But Fluffy immediate shot, and he's out of there.
Yeah, like a ghost just flittering away, never to be seen again. The Jet wants to contest this too. Fluffy gets 2. Hasito, what are you doing? That doesn't make any sense. You've just wasted your life for no reason. The only opposite, Fluffy cleaning house with a double kill.
As of right now here, Max, it is still only the Killjoy left on the side of the PGT. Now, I prophesy they should be able to get this. As you went ahead and broke it down, it is these facts executing million onto C, which are catching AV off guard, and then Marshall can only do so much.
That hit.
And
the alarm bot and the Nano Swarm are going to give it away, and suddenly they have no visibility. Any rotates are possible right now, and there's no chance that C site's going to work out, so they're going to opt the next best option, which would be B site. This, of course, already has Darking on their double kill in their favor, but will that be another triple, no less? Can the Classic find one? No, Striker gets one instead, and now it's a 1v3. Even 2v2, and every single time so far, Ravish.
Well, to force him off the side out into garage, and straight to come out back and forth. Zine gets Felipe. Both GPs usage to make it out pretty much safely from Messiah. It's a good call by him, but they could go for the defuse right now. So I get spotted out. Swat puts the C4, unfortunately, and not the Ghana trim is clutching as PGT go to match point.
Beautiful work overall for PGT, finally able to bring it back.
They're just okay. All right. I mean, I guess. So here's what I believe they're doing. I believe they're waiting for all the UCL to be up and ready. Yeah. I believe they were waiting for the fault line to be off of cooldown, but they all spot them.
It's like Braveheart.
Down in hell, but he puts respawn, and actually all the fighters are going down his way. The Judge Gaming is absolutely doing so. He's Judge Julian execute.
The op is in play though. Pasito's able to find Fluffy op versus op. But even then, he has to relinquish his position to whip out the knives.
Now the op being down along with 2, it is just a cleanup duty here. Now, flawless from PGT. They invest all that they can, and they had a lot to invest. It was the 401k cashing in with no tax bracket either here, Max. It is all profits.
The closest round we've seen so far between these two teams, without one really just winning yet. And speaking of Messiah, it's just a back and forth. With only 2 left alive now, they have no choice but to push on to C. Kaplan's gonna rotate around, wait for that final push, take down 17 into a double kill, no less. That's a double kill from Kaplan, right off of an ace from the last game. Kaplan is on an absolute heater this tournament.
Man, I mean,
the spike is down, and now you have to get it back. This is a horrible position for PGT. They've lost full control of the spike. Their win conditions gone other than Murder, and Murder's going the other way. Dargy's able to find Kaplan, and now it's gonna be a defender win. Wow, how can you be so silly with the spike? They just gave it up like it was nothing, and they they lied bot, but
going by Doobie. Finds 1, Dimes, ultimate, not going to find any kills, gets a lot of damage. Doobie and Beckham trading with these assault rifles. Kaplan trying to get onto that site, but can't quite make it through. Does get 1 through the smoke. Last going to trade it back. Kaplan with the 3rd through the stun. The defuse is still going down. Can he find them in time? He can! He's for Kaplan!
He gets the ace and wins the round, brings him to 11.
Grab exactly where he is. Messiah drops directly into the face of Sage and ignores Sage completely. Sage, she's dead. But anyways, that's gonna be really bad for PGT, going for the same place 5 times in a row.
Mel?
Clutch it out. A 4K? Mel, can you do it? 76 health and a dream. 3 bullets in hand. It's gonna be a back and forth cowboy bebop style. Only one can come out alive here. And a single breath will take down Zeems if he makes the wrong move. But that's not gonna stop Mel looking around, having that bomb down already. Someone's gonna go for that defuse, or you're gonna get a 4K, and there you go, an ace coming out from Mel. That's what you want to see in the Grand Championships.
You could not have written it any better.
Hold on, A. Sort of, kind of, because there's still 2 members at C who are simply not in a position to help out here.
Yeah, it's a very interesting play. I guess they're going to try and come for the flank, but it's going to be up to Itachi to hold this one down, and that's not going to last very long as Felipe drops both of them real quick. Now they're going to search.
We get the next trap. We set him defensive favor, but let's see how the defense fares. With Messiah already down, is looking more and more grim.
This has historically been a worser sight for PGT because they don't go here. But no, it looks like no matter what on the attack, you don't mess with PGT.
No.
Felipe's on a triple heater right now. Not able to find the last 2 hiding in screens. We've seen Fluffy and Kaplan in the same spot.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, and people of all across the world, this is the absolute final map. The grand finals right here in the pit of Valor. This is it. It's what it all comes down to. It was both of these teams have fought so hard for to be able to get here, man. These consistent back and forths have all resulted in this. And if you want to be as good as they are, if you want to get these 4Ks like Sleepy did, like Quiet did, and you don't want to be sleepy ever, Seymour, they should drink.
Look,
control.
man, I'm just sitting here. I got like the Mortal Kombat music in my head. I'm like, I'm ready for this.
Yeah.
Halo Valor! We're ready for this. We are getting into this map number 3. We got Flux Premier starting on attack. We got defense halted for in the lab. And this is what I'm talking about. Seeing Flux Premier out here, seeing what Quiet can do on the Reyna, I expect nothing but aggression on this attack. For a map like Haven, why not? For grand finals, why not? We've seen so much already. Give it to us.
You know what?
Yeah, I mean,
I wish you stopped at I expect nothing. And
I don't. I don't know what to expect. I mean, game 1, it was a blowout for the most part. Yes, we did see 6 rounds in a row from Flux, but nothing from game 1 carried to game 2. And so there's no reasonable expectation that game 2 carries to game 3, especially when we're going from a site like Ascent to now Haven. You got the triple site, you got aggression, you got doors, you have tight hallways. It is every attacker's dream.
okay. Good luck, guys. Have fun.
Oh, bye, review. See you later. Anyways, Haven, my guy, Doctor. Whew. It has been a ride, but it has been such a fun ride here. You see the Reyna from Quiet, Frost King on that Brimstone still. Why would you switch anything up for the compositions? What's the difference here? Well, you got literally nothing. It's the exact same. It's the exact same. I mean, Slim is hopping off that Killjoy, playing the Cypher for Haven. I love that. I think that Cypher is a fantastic character for Haven, especially moving over to defense. I think that Neural Theft, along with the cameras, are going to be very, very strong after seeing what he could do out of A for Vines.
Yeah, and I do hope at the very least we do see an answer from in the lab around this whole Killjoy ultimate situation, because if they fall apart to the degree that they did last map, it is going to be so bad for them. Whereas I don't know if 4 has any other agents in their back pocket that they feel comfortable in, or if they feel that everything else in the Killjoy kit is worthwhile comparatively to forsake that ultimate 9 times out of 10. Because even, you know, I think it went off like totally once for the entirety of last game. And so we are gonna see this pistol 4 frenzies on the side of the attacking side. And look at this, they're just meeting.
Oh my. Nasty not wasting any time here, man. Frost King does trade out for 2, so even at each, and I cannot believe what I'm seeing from these teams, just back and forth from every single round, relentless aggression. Now a 3-on-3 in this map. I mean, it was a really strong position for in the lab to take, to go aggressive, especially on a map like Haven, to take that space, gamble. They took it. Now a good stance, possibly take round 1.
It's a very defensive turret.
Yeah, 4 is going to get the first initial sights, and I'm expecting them to play a 3-on-3 here for the retake.
Planted the spike.
Yeah, 4 should fall away and wait for the team to back them up a little bit. Turret's going to get a little bit of knowledge there, but with the spike down, he's going all the way around. This is the deepest flank. He's actually going to be coming through B to try and get sneaky with it. And so far, they're onto the side. Rick Dad picks up the 3rd kill of the round as Ryan trades out, but they will never expect Slim. It's just not going to happen. Ryan dashes forward, gets the shots on target, finally falls. The right click is not there as Slim from the flank wins the round.
Wow. Flux, man. I mean, with that
What a
double kill
pistol.
from Frosty. Yeah, with that double kill off of Frost from the C site, really gave you the ability to successfully rotate over to A and get that spike down and have an equalizer, because if you didn't get that double kill, that would have been advantage to in the lab, and that retake would have been so strong. And now, like you said, Flux finding the first initial pistol round along with a lot of alt progression for Flux as well. A lot more passive from in the lab for the second round, but it looks like the herd of Flux gathering for the C site.
Yeah, and they actually have nobody watching it. As you can see on your map, the closest thing they have is Zerk here in Garage, but nobody actually truly on the C site. So at the basis of materials, it is going to be a 5-on-5 retake, and it is up to in the lab now to try and force their way through these extremely tight corridors of the C site, and they just have a bunch of classics to work with.
Your fault.
Nasty.
Okay, apparently they're worthwhile.
Wow.
Just
Classic, gonna be
smoke
good for
them.
another one. I mean, Nasty Nate's been on fire all day long. Can't see him slowing down now. He's gonna be on the flank now, and right down on the opposite side, Shorty's gonna find a kill. Now that's something I don't see very often. And with the help of 4, they're gonna find a second one somehow, some way in the lab. Off of such a broken buy, they find another. There's the second round, and they tie it 1-1.
And you know what? It's game 3 in the grand finals. They just lost an extremely close double overtime map. They have come into this game with a chip on their shoulder, and they come out swinging. Yes, they lost the pistol. They did not let that deter them. They get some amazing shots out of their pistols in round number 2, and they're able to steal away those SMGs, bring them into the 3rd round here, whereas when you look across the aisle, it's Flux here on Sheriffs. And again, if we just go back and forth here, I'm going to lose my mind. I will absolutely just lose it.
Nasty Nate getting aggressive once again. Zerk alongside him, so they have that potential for a flash. Gives away that the flank is here. That might be the go-ahead for Flux to take control of Garage. The Lear's going to enter on in. They got Sheriffs. They're looking for the heads, but a split hold for the C. They're giving up the site. They're playing 3 players down long, 2 tucked into the cubby. This is interesting from in the lab, and honestly, if Flux, they rotate off C, they might have control of the rest of this map. Now, Frost with a big headshot. He's going to take some more out. Art not checked, so he's going to find one as well. We're down to a 3-on-2 as these teams, they don't want to give up the lead, man. It's the exact same start to Haven as we had on Ascent.
Yeah, I mean, they're not checking these corners the same, but I mean, now we're heading into the very late stages of our tournament here as Quiet just gets the shots on target. Again, heals up extremely nicely thanks to the feast there. Now it's just poor Zerk here. He's got an SMG, but his opponents also have SMGs now. They've stolen them away from his compatriots, and they didn't even need SMGs to begin with. It is going to be another Thrifty, I have to imagine. And it's just, I mean, look at where Artie is. Like, that's a huge flank that he's going to hear it, but he's not going to expect it. Oh, he didn't even hear it.
Whoa.
Look at the map.
Ryan, Artie, wow. I don't know what's happening here from Zerg, but he did not check anything that he needed to, and Flux are going to get it away within the lab. Going 1 for 1. Losing out on that second round has to sting, because you go for that C control down long, but in turn give up Garage, and when you have that preferred advantage in the swings, you just kind of give it up without checking the corners and the Sheriffs. Free kills to the dome of in the lab. Flux, really good start to this game after losing out on the second round.
And it's just going to keep going back and forth. I mean, we do see that In the Lab had a good amount of money at the end of the last round. So they have an operator, they have full rifles. We are going to see the Vandal here as well. But how aggressive do these teams want to get? I mean, we're going to see the Lear. He gives away his position, only able to get one as Ryan trades out.
Placing swarm grenade.
Wow, back and forth still. These teams hardly giving the difference. Spike's gonna go down. Flux, they're gonna go for those post-plans positions, favoring in the mid. Nasty Nate with a good opening now on this retake. Lockdown gonna go as well for In the Lab, so they're gonna take the space for the B site, give it up completely. Already is gonna get a lot of information on the back
He's trapped.
The recon, but yeah, it's trapped, so that's gonna give the halfway point for the defuse, and Ryan gonna go down to Zerk as well. You're only down to the 2, and you're not even gonna check it. The vendor's gonna sink it. They're gonna take it 2-2. As this is literally back and forth in the meaning.
Yeah, Slim's able to keep a gun, does have full backing pretty much behind him as well. It does look like they actually lost the operator, unless they just didn't buy it. I could have sworn I had seen an operator at some point, but I do know that Rick Dad had been cycling through between the two rifles as well, so they probably just decided better of it. And Nasty Nate, 4,100 credits in the bank. Always the high roller on that team, by the way, unless there's an operator in the field, in which case they probably have 0 credits more than likely. But Knives Out here for the attacking Flux team. Let's see what they can do with it. The answer is Andy.
Andy, that's a good answer.
Just smashes them. Just absolute murder on the field.
He checked off the multiple choice point, just slay. And he got the double kill here for that. Now traded out for 1, as the Sova is out of play now for In the Lab, but the Sova has done everything that you need to. Flux really tossed into disarray after that double kill. They are going to take themselves back to the C site. Bladestorm still popped for Ryan. The Spike going to be right in hand behind them. Down C long. Now you have control of Garage as well as backside C. Rick Dad going to be spotted out. The Paranoia and the Smokes. Going to make sure that there's no follow-up here. Zerk. Oh, you're not going to check it! Slim's good for a kill, and the Neuro Theft is going to give away the sights, but Rick Dad, who relocated, finds a double kill, and Nasty K with the follow-through. Takes the 3rd for In the Lab. There has not been a string of rounds, man. It has been back and forth. Literally, no team has found a 2nd round yet.
And I just don't get it, right? Like, In the Lab have no reason to be fragging the way they are when they're skipping corners the way they do. Every round they've become even close to losing has been off the bat of some just random corner obliterating their team. And I mean, that could have been really bad if Rick Dad hadn't gotten those 2 kills right then. If Zerk had been the main catalyst to giving up that C site, there's no recovering that. And so it is a great thing that Rick Dad is just the absolute beast that he is to pick up those 2 frags, because right now that is the only thing keeping In the Lab even somewhat competitive right now.
Owl drone through the smoke for the C site, as that's where we're going to be seeing this attack once more. Paranoia is going to delay this though, as they still want to keep on forward, but Rick Dad is saying no sirree. Zerk returning with the 2nd. Now Frost King's going to be put down, as this attack where you burnt the Empress on quiet has not found any value whatsoever so far. Now Rick Dad and Zerk are who you can thank for that one. Quiet, if you can clutch up with this Empress, which I'm not going to take it out of his hands. I've seen what I did. I mean, you might say
it expired. It's not your fault, Colin. It did expire first. But
cast a curse, man.
The turret should catch that, I imagine.
Here. 30 seconds left.
And it does. All right, so Slim's forced away. They know exactly where they are. And look at that. They're going to concuss him. They're going to break his brain a little bit as Slim just has to fall away. Already can't fight this. Can't even move from this corridor. So 10 seconds left on the clock. It's finally a 2nd round in a row here for the side of In the Lab. And they should be able to keep their rifles, I imagine. I don't see much hunting going on here.
No. I mean, they've gone back and forth, so the economy is not really...
Okay.
Oh, all right.
The
So-
economy's not really the best for either side. So you don't want to give up those rifles, and Slim tried to upgrade, no, I think it was Rick Dad tried, no, yep, it was Slim who tried to upgrade, and Rick Dad said no. He is 10-5, 6 rounds into this game, as he literally is standing on his head where, I mean, you had Andy Fu who dropped a plethora of kills in the last game. Now it's Rick Dad's turn.
Yeah, I mean, Rick Dad had just shining darkness moments as the Omen, and so it is finally their turn to be top of the leaderboard, as we do see Artie backed up by some pistols here. Lots of shots coming down C long, but overall it does seem to be that C is the call. But Zerk, my guy, we saw him in game 1 on the Phoenix, 2 games in a row of the Breach, now finally getting some production and some momentum going. And what is Ryan?
Ooh. Andy,
It's a full house.
A full house indeed on the C site. Finally, we're stringing together some rounds in the lab, 3 in a row here, as where normally Haven tends to lean more towards the attacker side. When you got somebody like Rick Dad holding down the fort on C and the backup rotating in hand so swiftly from Andy Fu and Zerk, it's nothing more that you can ask for. I mean, you literally only have one duelist. The support is so strong here. I mean, in the lab literally built their agents around their defensive holds, and now they have ultimates to make sure that they can keep the momentum forward.
And I do like Nasty Nate going for that aggressive shot through the wall just to try and keep him on their toes. Yeah, he's the only one catching mid right now, but look at where we see Slim. He's in a deep flank position once again. Does have that tripwire protecting him from Andy, who may or may not shoot on through that. But this is decisive. They have the operator in hand. The smoke's coming on through. But is this just to buy time? They might have to fall away. Oh, man. He's right in the corner.
I honestly, for a second, I thought Nasty Nate was sticking in the pool of flames. But he's just going to be waiting on, spotted out from the Owl Drone. All 5 players playing outside. The Rolling Thunder gonna let them go into it. The space is taken. Zerk, great opening onto Artie. Trade out instantly from FP. Quiet's not long for this day. This flank from Slim, totally out of my peripheral. The flank of a flank from Andy Fu. And now Ryan, the operator, a dream to be had. He's spotted by the location dart. He's gonna dog twice onto that Killjoy, but the stick is there for the defuse, and the 6th round is had from in the lab, but a costly one that is.
Just absolute chaos coming to these sites near you. And I mean, we're finally seeing momentum being drawn away and put into places in the lab. Take 5 now in a row from Flux Premier, who are broken. Once again, they have an operator and a phantom, and that is actually a bottom phantom. That is not something carried into the round. That is a full investment coming in so far. And so Quiet has to win the round. Quiet cannot die here like they have previously. And I mean, they're very far forward. They're actually going to hear the drone, just get super aggressive. They're going to get one. Zerk trades nicely, but I mean, that's a W key and a half. That is some Fortnite style playing right there.
That's what I want to see from Quiet playing on this Reyna. Good for a second one as well, but kept even from Nasty Nate and this operator. 3 on 3. Get the Empress, Hunter's Fury for Flux for this attack on their post plants now. Empress gonna be pulled. A chance to escape the site. Smoke's gonna allow the Silva to get back. The Hunter's Fury gonna be put in a really good position to stop any defuse that comes in sight. Now Quiet has to find the kill, doesn't. Instead, the head is gonna be taken off by Nasty Nate, and this Bladestorm Hunter's Fury is gonna be anticipated right here. Nasty Nate tries to go for it, but the backup from Ryan so strong here. These teams, they do not want to give up. They do not want to let go of this game at all. And now Rick Dad is gonna be double peaked, put down. And another round for the attackers. Flux Pavilion just keeping my heart racing.
Everything was used that round. They are bringing a couple new ultimates into this new round, and the economy takes a bit of a hit there for in the lab. But I mean, Flux just sent it all the way through, and they got the timings so perfectly to fall in their favor. Had that gone any other way, they would have been broken and looking just a bit further at the half, but now they have a chance to continue this win streak and continue tying up the half because it's 6-3. They have full weaponry. They're breaking through to the seaside once again. Oh, that Hunter Sphere could be huge.
Oh, Andy. Oh, he spots another one too, but Quiet's got on the site away from his POV, and the overheal is gonna allow him back up to 88 health. Nasty Nate propped up in the corner here. Sir getting ready for this garage push. Thought he was gonna get double peak, so he does. Slim takes that kill. Great follow through with this team, and 3 players immediately drop. Wow. In the lab, literally cooked up a potion of death, and that potion is taking full force on the Flux. That's their 7th round on this defense in the lab. I do not know what happened onto them or what happened to them from Ascent, but pushing into Haven, it looks like they're right back into their championship form.
Yeah, and I mean, look at that. They win around, they lost around, they win around again. So the economy is still there for Flux, but I mean, going forward, what's it look like? They've already lost the half, technically. It's 7-3. Their best chance now is a 7-5, and they don't have a lot to work with. They have a Spectre, they have half armor on their best player, Slim, who has been completely broken just since the last couple rounds. And no, we do see that orbital strike in hand, but Nate's above the smoke. Peek it. All right, they peeked it, but Frost King actually fragging out into the double door area.
4 on 5. Hellfire for Flux.
Oh my
Oh, the spray transfer. The Hellfire is going to force him into the sightlines of Artie before is finally going to go down. I thought 4 had the better of Artie. He's going to check that, make sure that he does not go down to this Killjoy. Nasty Nate in Heaven. Makes it a 3 on 2. Break that with the swing. Finds the better Artie. Last one standing is going to be Frost King. The Hellfire is good for nothing in the 8th round for ITL. As we might be seeing the same thing that we did see over on Bind, and that was a 9-3 half. Now, Flux, they did have a really good comeback on Bind, but it just wasn't enough in the end of it. And especially putting ITL on the attack, this might spell trouble for Flux.
Yeah, I am incredibly curious about what the next half looks like. This, we're into the last round. Economy, it's a bunch of SMGs for the side of Flux Premier, so what momentum do they bring into the second half with? What can they get done on their own attacking side as Quiet just gets put to sleep? Like, just turn that corner raw and didn't have any assistance from anybody. And that's best case scenario for the opposing Opera, as they do get that early frag, and 5-4 now in favor of In the Lab.
Bro, rake that.
Oh,
he is
man.
non-stop taking it to him. What is that ego shell? Ryan didn't even see it coming. What he didn't see is Frost King sneak into the back lines now. Good opportunity to take down Nasty Nate, so he does, but he is the last alive. Recovers the operator, but it's hunting season for ITL. They're going to pull the Rolling Thunder. Is that... Oh, well, it's the last round. I was going to say, is that BM? But why not? Why not? I mean, what can he do with this op?
There's 40 seconds left. He doesn't even have the spike, so
Out of charges.
you just kind of chill for the next 30 seconds, and we'll find ourselves in the second half. If Frost King gets a kill, cool. If he doesn't, then say la vie. Gets a ton of damage down on the 4, though, but Zerk with the run-and headshot puts him out of his misery. And so 9-3 is the half. This is looking very similar. We've seen this before.
Deja vu. I have been in this place before. 9-3 on Haven this time. 9-3 is what we saw on Bind as well. It was the exact same sides as well, I'm pretty sure. No, it was actually Flux who started on defense for Bind, so swapped, but still the same outcome. 9-3 on Haven. Get some nice panoramic to the B site. What do we want to see on attack here from ITL? honestly, granted, they have to push off of the breach and the omen for their flashes. Nasty Nate to do what he does on Jet. In the other sense, we're really looking at the Cypher to do some hefty damage on whatever site he's solo holding.
Four's quite caught out, even though they are now mostly onto the B site. Quiet takes out Four, who again was caught out. Frost gets one before falling. Rickdad gets a second.
Oh, I like this play. Oh, that's unfortunate. So they have to go back and recover what they dropped. That is their spaghetti. Like, oh, look at it. Tiptoe. Oh, they're gonna go for the big bamboozle.
Oh man,
might have gone for the C site, but they're wrapping around for B. And Ryan's watching this as well.
What is
they actually might be getting the right call on it too. Ryan with the frenzy, gonna find the first, sprays for the second. That low health Rick Dad, not gonna amount to anything but a fourth round for Flux, as they don't just find their first pistol round on Haven, they also find the second.
I'd be so tilted if that happened to me. I'd be like, what do you mean you're still looking at this angle? I just walked all the way down those stairs, all the way through doors, and you're still watching B main? What is wrong with you, you madman? But in the lab, can't be me. They need to have some composure because they are still in this. They can give up a couple rounds. They have this lead advantage. They just need to keep shooting heads and clicking domes.
Already spraying through smoke. Oh, that's a ton of damage. Drop not just, what is it, Nate down to half, but also ton onto the third on that breach. Slim. Oh, how many times is Slim going to get in the back line like this?
Nobody's checking it.
And yeah, nobody checks it at all. He spotted out the first, I'm pretty sure, at least the gun. That should be a go-ahead for the A site. Is there any rotations from B? They're still sticking on the B site, but very aggressive for Quiet. Caught out reloading. Not able to get out from the orb. It's a good go-ahead for these attackers now as it's back and forth from each team. Flash from the breach. The tremor to concuss them. Christmas in the kill feed. A 2-on-2 at the end of it.
HP bars definitely in favor of Flux Premier, though. Slim on a bit of a flanky doodle here as they do hear a ton of movement. He should be able to catch him in movement as Slim drops the spike, and now it's just down to Andy, who only has 34 HP. And so 2 in a row now in favor of Flux. They're in a great spot.
Not just on a flanky doodle, but his flanky doodle went to town on ITL. Rick Dad 17 and 9. Zerk right behind him 13 and 8. On the opposite side, you look at Flux. They've been struggling. 9 and 10 is Ryan, but making their comeback here on their defending half. ITL, I had a feeling that they were going to struggle on attack with given that they had a more defensive composition. But I want to see them play more patiently, play more methodically, and really play behind the flashes from their Omen as well as their breach. They need site control before they can really get value out of their Killjoy. And they need to do it thoroughly, like I said.
Yeah, I mean, if they can get first blood or second blood even, and really have control over a site, then they can start running away with it. But the way they've been trying to get onto those sites so far this half has been really haphazard, and they haven't really had the advantage going in. And so without being able to get the spike down or find, great post-plant positions, they're just getting obliterated. And so this is a great start so far. 4 gets the first blood. They have the spike down. They have positioning in some really interesting position as Nate here going for the wide flank with Slim right behind him.
Slim, I mean, he's been the flank king so far, but Flux allowing the space for ITL to drop the spike exactly where they wanted. Quiet, a really good start to this, though. Taking out Rick Dad. A very strong player in this sense. Now, Nasty Nate and 4 combined for a nice little 4K, but not in time for the defenders to hit that defuse. Totally swept under my radar. And just a little bit unfortunate for ITL, who had the better positioning, but a very strong presence from FB to back them all the way down long.
It did fly under their radar quite hard as well. I mean, they sent 4 people basically to the end of C long after planting it. I don't think for long. I'd have to go back and watch, but it almost looked like it was planted a little off center for that. But we're seeing an awkward buy coming in from really both sides. Who we're seeing sheriffs, we're seeing guardians. It's a bit haphazard from what we've been seeing, and so this could be a very critical round going forward to see who can keep the economy on their side as we end up near the middle of our second half here.
Rick Dad exactly getting what he wanted. The alarm bot gonna let them know that there's a flanker here. So the flank king of Slim, for his nice little crown, is still somehow gonna find that kill. How are you even gonna let him do that? And alongside that, Ryan pops the Blade Storm, and he's gonna find a kill as well with that ulti. Now, after Zerk takes down Slim, evened it out. Ari with a double kill. He is hunting. This cowboy is not missing right now. ITL all down to Zerk, 13 health. The Empress, just to make sure that this round goes to Flux.
He's the fight
3 rounds in a row. Very close to a 4th. Do they know that Quiet's
He
behind
did shoot
them?
at him.
Do they know Quiet's back here? Are you sure?
Oh, Quiet. No, yeah, Quiet they don't know.
30
But
seconds
they
left.
did see that the knife came through. Empress is now over. I'm curious how many knives are left in the quiver of Ryan. So
Rolling
Spike
Thunder.
Plant. I don't know, do you use that here?
Why
I
not?
don't know. I mean, sure, I guess. But he's doing it.
A flash as well. Ryan full blind.
That's a great smoke, though. That cloudburst, huge.
Brilliant. Oh, the wide swing. Ryan's gonna take it. The Rolling Thunder. Nothing in the sense to take this round, and another misfortunate, or some more misfortune from ITL on this attack. 4 rounds in a row for the defense of Flux. They used the Empress. They used the Blade Storm. They succeeded in finding a 7th. Now on the other side, what do we see from ITL? They used the Rolling Thunder. Did they pull the Blade Storm in that round? I wasn't too sure. It looks
Yeah.
like they did pull the Blade Storm. No, they haven't. They just haven't got it yet. Nasty Nate, 5 out of 6 to that Blade Storm. But on the other side of it, you got
I
the
thought you meant
lockdown.
Ryan.
You have the Hunter's Fury. You have the teleport for Rick Dad. I have to see some more decisiveness. Like I saw it, like we saw 2 rounds ago. Effectively take a site and set up those post plants. You have the lockdown to do so.
Yeah, still a lot of Valorant left in this map. I mean, it's 9-7, as you can see on the scoreboard here. 4 in a row now in favor of Flux Premier, who've had a stellar half, realistically. I mean, they took the first half, completely put it out of their mind, came in with a chip on their shoulder. They won the pistol, they won the force up afterwards, and everything since then has looked extremely clean. I mean, even the best round we've seen from in the lab so far, they lost, and it was that first defuse you see there on the scoreboard. And it was just because they misplayed the post plant positioning where they just couldn't get to the diffuser, and even with Nasty Nate on that sick flank, just nothing doing.
Flux from bringing it back once again, Doctor. How many times are we going to say that? I mean, it was so back and forth in the early rounds of the first half. Now in the second half, it's been all dominance from Flux. This defensive round just looks so strong, and you really have to give it to players like Quiet, players like Frost King, who had a slow start to this game. Now hitting those flanks alongside Slim, finding those openings, and really winning their one-on-ones. Quiet, when it comes down to it, winning one-on-twos now. It's really a test to show what this Flux Premier squad has to offer. Bringing it back, clawing their way into this, only down by 2 rounds here.
And the economy for the side of in the lab is not amazing, as you can see here on our scoreboard. I mean, it's going to be another bust-up pistol round, as we do see Sheriff and a couple Vandals, but across the board, not exactly stellar. Andy actually picking up the Ghost, which is good. I mean, we've seen some crazy plays from him specifically with that, but in the grand scheme of things, it's less than amazing.
What do you want to see into this next round now from ITO?
This next round, I want to see Nasty Nate tailwind in with the classic, right-click Ryan in the head, and steal his operator.
All right, chat. Chat, you heard it. Let's see it. Nasty Nate. He's 12-9 right now. We've seen what he can do with this classic too. So maybe want to throw an updraft in there too, just to shake up that operator even more.
No, because that's then you start losing control. You're too high in the sky. You give somebody else the opportunity to shoot you. Nah, just clean and simple. Dash through the bullet and then use your own bullets.
Okay, seeing it from here. Does seem like
I don't think it's likely.
Looking like they're getting ready to hop back in this round. So let's take a look at if that's what we're gonna see from Nasty Nate here. Just setting up from here. You do see the recon dart. Push back. The attack grouping up at the bottom of C. Where's Nasty Nate? He's going to be leading this charge, but Ryan, he's all the way tucked in the back, so we might not see that right away. Hunter's Fury going to be doing some damage, and Rick, that headhunting, takes down the first.
Counters Fury coming on through, does get a ton of damage done. Updraft keeps everybody alive though, so with the spike going down, I'm curious what they're planting. They can't come back to C long as Quiet is ready and waiting. We're even going to get the counter Killjoy attack coming in after the Hunter Fury so that it will be full use. Quiet can't get the kill. Zerk turns on him immediately, and this Killjoy bought so much time.
Quiet, man. You wanted that Devour to take not just a kill and even it up, but also get out of that lockdown.
And look at this. That just
they have to give up.
Away.
Well, like, there's nothing you can do. That lockdown gave so much time that you just have to give up this round if you're Flux. Now, double digits for ITL. Flux did their best. They brought it back, but ITL off of this pause. Looks like they've regained, brought back their momentum. Their mentals are strong. We know that. We've seen what both these teams can do. I mean, when they went to double overtime on Ascent. I'm not counting it out for an overtime here.
No, and while my dream of that last round may not have come true, it is still in the lab taking the victory and their first time in 4 rounds up to this, and they're the first to double digits once again. So this is an interesting situation because Flux, they have another buy round, right? They kept 2 rifles in the operator. They have enough credits to buy up again. The credit side of in the lab, after that last round, which I believe was flawless, I don't remember anybody falling, their economy is great. And so win or lose here, they'll have a buy up next round and be able to go back and forth. And if we see that similar to like what we did in the first half, it means that the victor will eventually be in the lab. And there's some weird shenanigans going on around window as Rickdad gets one and runs right into Quiet. So easy trade onto the site, smokes up into the heaven as well.
This guy's literally silent. They didn't even see that coming now. Spike getting planted. Slim going to be backed up in heaven. Ryan setting up a link with this operator. They have a flank too from this agent of Reyna, cleared by Andy. A big opening now for these defenders, or for these attackers to escape and set up a post plant. Now that Quiet's out of the mix. Very hard plateaued attack or retake from Flux here. Slim. Big opportunity. If he can find that first, he can really give the go-ahead for that. But Flux right now, with the time ticking, they are not positioned to take this spike. They might have to, once again, keep this operator in the hands of Ryan and just rotate on out. And that is exactly what they're going to do. They're giving up the 11th round to ITL. And Ryan, oh my God.
I thought he was toast.
I thought he was toast too.
I thought he was gonna get like fancy with it and just like back key and then tailwind and just like, you know, play around with it. But man, I thought he was done for, which would have been quite disastrous since they don't have 5K across the board, it would seem. But it's a buy coming in from Flux, who are currently down 4 rounds. They still have that operator. They still have the 2 Phantoms and a Vandal. So, I mean, they're not out of this round yet. They do still have the opportunity to win here. They just need to be as aggressive as they've been before. Beat them to the punch. Don't let In the Lab take over.
I want you all to know that I am still full for my drink control. Code GLG10. Andy Fu. Big opening now. First blood to ITL. Before the pause, it was all FP, but since that, ITL stand out plays from everybody. Already. So he's anticipating a push through garage, but what he doesn't know is that all 5 players for this attack are grouped. At the end of C, Rickdad with some good information onto the site after the in the shadows. Stim's going to be picked up from the recon dart as well, so not able to hold back and hold his position. Rickdad's going to clean him up for a second in the round. Full site control now, 2 in the lab, and ever since they started doing exactly what I wanted, which was slow play, methodical, strategic information gathering from their agents, they've been clearing the path of FP.
Yeah, and Flux, they're not really doing much differently than they were if you think about it. Their shots are not hitting the same. That tactical pause really seemed to slow down their momentum, which was something I mentioned they needed to bring in from map number 2. This time, though, we're going to see Artie get the flank here on the Rickdad, who is taken out, and so Nasty Nate looking to go hunting for that operator, trying to take it out of Ryan's hands, try and hopefully break the economy here, but Zerk! Oh, man, this is not good. Bad looks. Operator? Oh, no.
Third round in a row that Ryan's maybe holding on to.
Oh,
no. Doing his best. Blocks it off. Zerk finally going to get that operator out of his hand. Match point. Grand final points. ITL.
It's worth it.
They're finally here.
Right here.
Man, that is a good round to take it away. I mean, look at this. He's coming in, 0 credits, half armor in the form of Ryan, half armor on Slim and Frost King as well. As a Spectre on Quiet, who was so impactful in map number 2 and fell quiet once again. No pun intended. I really didn't mean that one.
Ryan getting aggressive through a long, not going to have anybody on the opposite side of that. Instead, a very split pushed right now from ITL. Looking for this open kid. Rickdad. Quiet right on this side. The Lear was spotted, so has the knowledge that Reyna could be here in the spec. Be very dangerous. Now the Owl drone gonna get a little bit of information, but everything that they wanted. And in fact, Quiet's actually gonna back off of garage, an opportunity for Rickdad to take here. He just has to worry about the Brimstone.
Yeah, Brimstone not quite in the window itself, it looks like. Was more a little bit concerned about B main. Is smoked off now, so they're feeling pretty good about their position. And the difference in play right now as Artie finally takes the first blood away from in the lab. And the B main play so far, not off to a great start.
Frost King. He's gonna dodge it. Oh, he might be able to stop this blade! It still goes down. Zerk actually took no damage there. How? Even still, he's picked up from Art. So that's a big kill, in fact. So 2 players now down for ITL. FP. They need this. Need or die. They need this. Slime still on the flank. Hellfire clearing out mid-window. Gonna step on this. They're gonna take it. Break that somehow in the back. He gets 2. Ryan. Oh, the 2v1, they're gonna get this defuse, but I cannot believe what I'm seeing right now, Doctor. Wow.
Once again, the awkward planting position foils in the lab. They go for these fancy things, these fancy setups where they just plant and try and worry about the post plant. But especially in B, you don't get these amazing post plant positions. You're not together as a unit. You can't set up these, really solid lockdowns that we've been seeing in the lab operate off of on A and on C. So that time they try to get on the site, they drop the spike. They try it again, they get the spike down. They try to stop the defuse again, they trade 1 for 2. And it never works in their favor mathematically. And so it's nice to keep Flux on their toes, but it's just not successful.
Zerk with his team gathering around the middle of the map. Quiet. It's outside, actually. Lear not landing on 4. They're going to check the corner. What a flick from 4. Now it looks like the C is where the sights are set. Slim going to drop that sight for Cage on both sides. Going to leave this site a little bit open for some information. The wide swing is going to be good for 1, but instantly traded out. A 3-on-4 now. ITL. Very good position to take this all. As you do have to see now a retake from the front of C as well as garage. Host plan's gonna be down C long.
And this is much more strengthier. That's not a word. This is much stronger of a position for in the lab as we do get the Nano Swarms out, but look at all these smokes there. Oh no, they eat it. 4 gets 1. Nasty Nate gets a second. There's only 1 member remaining. It's all down to Ryan with the operator, but Andy shuts him down. 13-8 in favor of in the lab.
Revealing area.
Oh, Doctor. It has been a journey.
It has been a mountain climb. It has been a lot.
But ladies and gentlemen, we here at GLG would like to crown our kings of the championships in the lab. Welcome to the history books this week of Pit of Valor. It is all yours. And now Mr. Ravish might not be here to congratulate himself, but if I was him, or if he was here, I'm sure he would say something like, "You guys did amazing. You guys did fantastic. You guys absolutely were cracked out there. I could not believe what I saw from you guys. Absolutely insane plays right from all of you. I cannot believe what I just saw. That was some of the best Valorant I've seen all year."
Yeah, I mean, they played completely out of their minds, and what was great is they actually had to work for it, right?
Yeah.
Like we've been seeing a number of 2-0 victories as mentioned in the opener by Ravish, and so now come all this way, we find ourselves in a grand finals. It looked like it was going to be pretty back and forth with a 13-9, but in no way could we have expected a 15-13 and then a 13-8 to close out the day. The teams put all the effort in, and they came out ahead. In the lab took the victory eventually, but I mean, Flux Premier, boy, did they put on a show.
Like, I have to say, I think that was the best grand final we've ever had in GLG history of Valor. Absolutely insane from both parties. Ladies and gentlemen, before we close it out, I have a few things to say. Go grab yourself some Drink Control at drinkcontrol.com. Use code GLG10 at checkout. Go to our Discord, join up with the community. Check out the giveaway tab because we are giving away a free large bag of Drink Control just for your pleasure. You just have to go to the giveaway tab, click the giveaway reaction, and then that might be your chance to win that giveaway on February 15th. Now, that is not the only thing we have to offer. These Pit of Valors every single Wednesday. You can sign up yourself. If you think you have what it takes, you can check out the link below. Sign up for this team, for your team of 5. Try to take the reins away from a team like ITL if you think you have what it takes. And the Val Amps as well. If you want to check out our amateur tournaments leading into our big grand final of $2,000, the biggest prize pool we've had to offer, check out our Twitter at GL Gaming Lounges, as we will provide everything, all the information you need, the teams, the statistics, what you want. Doctor, anything to close out from you?
I do want to remind teams we're only having a 16-team bracket next week for the Pit of Valor, just like this week. So if you want to get involved and you think you have what it takes, be sure to sign up sooner rather than later because there's a cap on that week. So you don't want to miss out. You don't want to have to wait till the week after because then you're going to forget. You're going to get caught up in homework or work life or what have you, and then you're just going to keep forgetting, and it's going to be a never-ending cycle before you get your chance here to combat the Pit of Valor. But other than that, thank you, everybody, for tuning in tonight. It was an amazing show here from us. I hope you guys enjoyed it nearly as much as we did.
Sweet dreams, everybody.
Ultimate not going to find any kills, gets a lot of damage. Juby and Beckham trading with these assault rifles. Kaplan trying to get onto that site but can't quite make it through. Does get one through the smoke. Blast going to trade it back. Kaplan with the third through the stun. The diffuser still going down. Can he find them in time? He can. He's for Kaplan.
The opposing opponent picking up from garage could move to position, but the site opens up and immediately 2 down here as AV strikes first and then strike quickly. Almost all of Kid falling apart. Smith coming here for the upper short. Striker J gets a triple, but to get a quadra. And
Upshot, and now you have to deal with 3 more. You get 1 through the smoke, a triple kill no less. Is he able to find it? No, through the smoke. He's able to find a second one. That's the quad kill.